Free brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the Free overall. The successful of our brand is good work of team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the eSport Endurance Series here in Season 6 as we get ready to go racing for Round 6 we have 1,000 miles of Sebring to come our way, plenty of action, plenty of racing, cannot wait for it to all get underway. In the commentary box, my name is Omi. I'll be doing a few hours here and there. I'll be here for the first hour and then hopefully I'll be able to join later on. But it's a very busy schedule, a very busy weekend with all of the real life sport taking place as well. But I've got a man alongside me who will be doing quite a lot of this here today. Who's not racing this race, so he'll mostly be in the box. Hello, Amir.
Yeah, hello, me, hello everybody, and I'm a bit miffed by the fact that I'm not driving out here today. I was really hoping to do so, but a couple of things got in the way, especially given the fact that I don't have a teammate on hand to help out with the driving, but it is what it is. I'm just happy to be chilling here in the commentary box to watch over what we can say is the second longest race in the entire season, besides the 24 Hours Le Mans later in the year, so yeah, looking forward to this one.
It's going to be really, really exciting. Great to be here then as we get ready and prepare. Of course, qualifying has just been going on as well. And I think it's going to be a very exciting and chaotic race at times as well. I think we're going to be in for plenty of battles all throughout.
Yeah, the nature of the circuit, of course, because it's very bumpy, is partly concrete and part tarmac. If it rains here, that will really throw a span into the works. Plus, the way that the circuit is laid out, it is quite tight for prototypes to negotiate the GT cars. So expect some frenetic action to happen in the, well, we can estimate 8 hours minus the code 80s if there's any. If it's smooth sailing, it might be less than 8 hours.
Yep. It can really affect code 80s and stoppages that we have as well. So that'll be interesting to see how we get how that gets on later on in the race when we do get underway, but plenty of action to come our way as we right now are just waiting to get going. Of course, you're right now looking down in the pit lane and looking towards the pit lane as well, and just currently waiting, as you can see the different lap times and cars right at the top of your screen.
Yep, and looking at the live timing, it's a surprise that it's not a Sim3M car on pole in Hypercar. It's in fact Team Iris with a stonking lap of 40.7, about 5 times. No, in fact, that was actually from practice. The ground effect car is actually on pole for this one, so apologies for that one. The timing screen kind of skipped over to the next session, but it's ground effect on pole. Sim3M in second, the number 8 car. Third is Iris. Loic Munier is one to watch out for as well. Fourth, Sim3M number 7, and fifth, Mika Hakimi in the Those of Blue Steel Racing car. So that's top 5 in Hypercar. Championship contenders wise, the number 7 car is not where they want to be. In my opinion, don't you think, Yomi?
Yeah, definitely not what they where they want to be indeed as well. So let's see if they're going to be able to try and make a little bit of a comeback, as all of the cars you can see now spawning on the grid.
Yep, and they'll be going for a, of course, formation lap, one whole round, not just 2 parade laps that they normally do in the current WEC where they need to warm up their tires. This one's just gonna be one whole run, and there was some forecast for rain. The look on the side of the road there looks like it's wet, but it might just be an illusion that it looks like there's a reflection. But what the inclement weather might be coming pretty soon in the race. But by the looks of it, it's gonna be dry for the start, Omi.
Seems like it will be dry indeed then. So we should have a dry start then. Of course, the formation lap first of all, and then we'll be getting going.
Yep, there's, well, the marshal ready with the green flag, not like the rather awkward Le Mans virtual superimposed green flag that we had, which, of course, that was a bit bungled because the guy who was waving the flag had to be waited after the start again. But here we go then. This is the formation lap across the first corner, a very bumpy first corner. And you can see when I said about the surface being concrete, that's part of it. That literally becomes the worst place to be when it's in the wet. So really we'll see some thrills and spills here, especially when you see the prototypes trying to overtake the DTs.
Yeah, plenty of overtaking. I'd say plenty of contact as well as the faster cars try all make their way to try and attack. So that's going to be really exciting to see throughout this race and the different battles starting to form. Of course, all of them close to the start, then they'll start to spread out a little bit. So let's see if we can get some action at the race start. That will definitely be great to see, as well as you can see all of them making their way through right now though on their formation lap, and then we will be getting racing where they will be able to overtake each other and go on the attack. And it could be, and it's going to be absolutely wide open. There still could be a lot of dramatic twists, and there will be dramatic twists in this race where you of course have grass all next to the off the tarmac there, so cars could easily go off the road, there could easily be contact, you could find yourself out. And then of course in these type of races you usually do see issues for some teams and drivers. So it is absolutely wide open, and we could have anyone as a winner at the end of it.
Yeah, and the championship as well is wide open in multiple classes. For example, in Hypercar, 4 points separating Sim3M 7 and Sim3M 8, with more points on offer here in Sebring because of the longer nature of the race. That might be one. There's one in contention. LMP2 Pro as well. Hyperion number 44 and Good Team Racing. They are nip and tuck in it between them. It's first is either one or the other. First and second right now, but for the time being, it's the Hyperion 44, 4 points ahead. Some other championships are a little bit more spread out. The other 3 classes: LP2 Pro M, GT3 Pro, and GT3 M, where it looks as though it's not. You say it's a foregone conclusion, but there are favorites already there as we pass the halfway point of the season. But apart from that, from here on out, it is squeaky bum time. It is a matter of trying to keep it pointing in the right direction, score as many points as we can, right up to the final race in the morning.
Yep, that's definitely going to be the case, trying to maximize your result from here, and hopefully those championships, some of them in certain classes that that after this race they close up even more. That will definitely be really exciting to see how they form as per usual. But the race about to get underway, and we're going to have plenty of action, a very long race coming the driver's way, so let's hope that they're all able to keep concentrated as well, and they're all able to keep it clean before, of course, they have their driver swaps.
Yep, and of course, this being a very highly competitive series, you want your fastest guys to be in the car first, and it's no slouches up in front here with the likes of Sander Callas, Andrea Terzi, Loic Mounier, who was fastest in practice just now before the start race, so he really is getting the move on here. And you see the Iris car, after early stumbling blocks in the season, have really come good right now to their midpoint. They're looking for a win. They haven't had it just yet, so this might be the best opportunity now, alongside the other competitors in hypercar. A few other teams have got as well, including Blue Racing, who nicked the win in Imola, and of course the other teams like Dakar Racing up in front there. So plenty of storylines to come through in hypercar. LMP2 likewise, Livetiming championship very close there in both Pro and Pro-Am. And GT3 as well. We're going to talk plenty of these as the race unfolds, but take us one to start.
We're about to go underway then with Sander Callas as the leader. Let's see how he is going to be able to get away, and can Andrea Terzi follow in behind, and can he try and put some pressure on. Going to be an interesting start to this race. It's going to be a very long race for the drivers. It all begins here. The start of this one is going to be really crucial. When does Sander Callas take us to racing conditions? We are currently waiting with everyone bunching up, but there we go. Sander Callas puts foot to the floor, makes his way down towards turn 1, and we are racing as they now all try and pull out of the system and look for some moves in the background as well. But Sander Callas holding the lead, so that's a good start. But here there's a bit of chaos though in the background, as some of them almost losing it into the gravel, but Sander Callas now starting to try and pull away.
Yeah, Mika got a good jump there. He actually got in front of one of the CFP cars. He got a bit squirrely coming into the first turn. I did say just now that first turn can be a point of contention, but only because prototypes are trying to overtake GTs, but because these cars don't really have their tires and brakes warmed up as we would. Like you can see case in point there, Callas literally almost losing it on the braking. There's Mounier, so Mounier has actually lost it. Oh, the SDG bunker actually has spun it as well, so he might be collected by the NMP2 field, as it looks as though the hypercar field, yes, we can see a better in turn 4. It's been spread up, and they take it out. Mounier has actually punted Mika off.
Mounier throwing a nose in there, and they're still battling as they make their way through. That was contact though earlier on. A bit of a frantic opening lap to this race as well, the first lap of Green Flag Racing, so that was really frantic on that start. But Sander Callas at many points on that lap looked like he was going to lose the car, but he was able to keep it going just about. But it's Mounier who is in third position. You have Ricardo who is sitting in P4 as well, and then you have of course the leading two making their way through. Andrea still sitting in second as they now all make their way through. But a great start to that race as well. Plenty of action as we predicted coming in there.
Leading number 44 Hybrid eSports car, heading up from the Amsterdam number 42 car. That particular unit is sitting in the, where they are right now, third place in the camp, fourth place in the camp, like 47 points behind. So a bit of argy-bargy in the first few corners from the hypercars, but this is the LMP2. The Pro Cup we're looking at right now has been so far so smooth, but Zagowski knows likewise that the Go team car is in front of them in this round. The Go team car will actually go jump into the real captain. There we go. There's the Go team car right in front of them. That is not what they want right now. Roland Wicks in that Triple One car is second place right now. They would love to have a win, but in front of their beat up, they will take the lead in the championship coming into Spa next month.
They definitely will be looking to do that indeed, but it seems a bit more calmer here in the LMP2 field. It was chaotic though in the hypercar as they were all battling their way through as well. So Sander Callas continuing to lead the way by just under half a second right now at the moment. So let's see if he's going to be able to try extend that gap. The top two, as I mentioned, with a little bit of an advantage. So that's looking good for those two. And then, of course, you have the battle for third overall in the hypercar there. So lap 3 of this one now, as we watch Andrea Terzi back to the battle. We look, which is currently for the lead, and he is remaining very close still to the back of Sander Callas, who is having to look in his mirrors at this stage, but we're still very early in this one as they all run out a little bit wide.
Yeah, you really have to run out against the wall there because that's the least bumpy part of the entire circuit. But you run the risk of skating off into the barriers if you get it completely wrong. But that is, in fact, the ideal racing line. I would prefer to take it a bit narrower compared to just opening up. But it seems to be the way. And some of these guys who really have the cars nailed in, they really want to go wide as the sky turned a bit cloudy. I did mention earlier that the forecast was looking a little bit cloudy. And there you go, the clouds are rolling in slowly. But in the weather system that I'm looking at right now, actually, the rain may not at least for another hour, but
it could be coming in sooner indeed as well. So the rain could be possibly making its appearance and causing a lot of chaos for us. We've already had a very exciting start though, as I mentioned. We could get even more action if the rain was to come in terms of chaos. But the drivers, it will definitely be a tense moment of the race for them, as they could massively lose out. But still, we are very early in this race. We're focusing on the different battles right now as well, and they still are making their way through them on lap 4 out of this one, and it's still looking close between the top two in the hypercar.
Besides that, Rogowski and the Pro Class has dropped the position, so the armed servo car that's currently been driven by who's that? Luca Martino has actually gotten in front of the pole, so that is not what he wanted here, because again, he's losing touch to his main championship rival, second place Roman. So this might just stretch the gap even more if things stay where they are. But then again, things not as good as anyway. It's a very long race, as we can see. Back markers are coming into play here because of penalties and pit stops or early collisions that we did not see, unfortunately. But that was very close for Lloyd Mounier, who really hit the side of one LMP2 cars that came out of the pit lane. We're watching Terzi. He's only about half a second behind Sander Callas. So Callas then under pressure early doors from the number 8 Sim 3M car. And that Sim 3M car, they finish where they are right now. They'll also take the lead of the championship. So it's all to play for, especially because we're coming into the nitty-gritty of the season here.
We definitely are as well. So traffic going to play a huge factor as well, and Mounier is also on the back. So it's a 3-car battle right now for the race lead as well. So looking good over there as we make our way down the straight and watch Nick Mora right now for level 1 eSports as he also pushes on at the moment. But yeah, Mounier with the fastest lap last time around, so he has closed down the gap. So it's 3 cars right now. So Andre Terzi, who was looking to attack Sander Callas, might also need to look in his mirrors because he has Mounier there as well.
Yeah, I did say Mounier was fastest in warm-up, but it looks as though he is focusing on the race setup. He is looking absolutely clunky here early doors, but of course the Blue Steel team might just protest that one because the hairpin that looked like he really lost it under braking and just bumped the top off unceremoniously. So really then a lot of incensed faces in Blue Steel after this, knowing the fact that they had a good chance of at least finishing on the podium here. It's still possible, of course, it's a long race, but Mounier will definitely be having the skills looked into for that one.
As we're currently watching the leader of the LMP2 Pro class right now, and Andre Terzi has actually dropped off the back of Sander Callas, so he's getting some time to breathe. But Andre Terzi is now the one under pressure as well, so he has got a 6/10 advantage at the moment, but with Mounier still pushing on right now. As I mentioned, we're watching the LMP2 leader of Arda Erkan right now being chased down by Roland, so this is also going to be an interesting battle for us to keep an eye on right now, as well as these two drivers already starting to push each other to the limit, as Roland now looks to try and possibly take the lead. He's not in a rush right now though, but if an opportunity is there, he will go for it.
Yeah, but Roland, of course, is a very cunning character. We know what he is capable of. I know I've raced with him in a couple of seasons as well. He really is the type that really can monotonously bank in the laps and just go behind you, stay behind you for a while, not knowing what's his next move. And this is exactly what he's doing right now behind Erkan. So Erkan definitely will be watching his mirrors for whatever the driver behind him is going to do. As now we look at the battle for GT3 Pro with Francesco Genial leading the way. We have yellow flags being waved right now. Not sure for that. Maybe it's some incidents that have happened, but Genial as well really close up to the front here, because in the championship as well, that particular car is right at the thick of it, but only for second place, because I'm almost going to be close rival.
Munier has been able to move up to second, and that yellow could have been for Andrea Terzi. He's dropped down to fourth, now to fifth. So what has happened to Andre Terzi, who was running in a position to possibly attack the leader, currently now running all the way down in seventh.
Or that might have been just an incident off screen, but that really is the championship blown completely wide open, because the number 7 car, we haven't mentioned much about them, the Sim 3M team, but that was sister team to the number 8 car. But this would just definitely be the ball in their court now. They can play the race to their advantage. Maybe not have to push too hard and get involved in unnecessary accidents. But the number 8 car, Terzi, I'm not sure what happened to him off camera. That was not what he wanted in his quest for the championship.
That is not what he wanted. He was looking good till that moment. Yellow flags out in the first sector once again then. So yellow flags being waved now back to normal though, to green, but we are currently, as you mentioned, focused on currently Francesco Ganel, who is currently pushing on the leader right now.
There's the 2 leaders in each class as well, coming through. Callas leader in Hypercar and Genial in the GT3 Pro class, still being pursued by Lloyd Munier there in the Hypercar as well, Team Iris. But by the looks of it, for the time being, the race has actually settled into a bit of a boilerplate rhythm. This early on, yes, normally the first few laps are going to be a bit crazy and frenetic, but by the looks of it, they are just waiting it out until the weather will turn into it. Because look at that, it's turned dark again. For a second it was a little bit sunny, but now it's starting to a bit cloudy, a bit like a murky day in the UK. So really, the drivers are going to be questioning whether or not they got the right setup for the cars, and whether or not they're going to have to pull the trigger and come to the pit soon.
Yep, so that is definitely going to bring some spice into play for the drivers, and it's definitely going to get the drivers thinking as well. But yeah, we had a chaotic first lap. We had an action-packed first lap, as we would always expect, but calmed down a bit sooner than we possibly would have expected. We do have a battle though on the circuit right now between Mark Reed and Lorenzo as well. So they're both battling currently for P6, separated by 3/10 of a second. Lorenzo with the fastest lap last time out, so he definitely is looking to push on, possibly try and make the move. So that will also be an interesting battle that is going to take place.
Yep, and once again, the prototype really make the battles here, because sometimes you might clear your way through at the front, but when the prototypes catch you in the worst possible place, that's when the gap will close in again. In case in point here, Genial was able to pull away for about 2 to 3 tenths, but because the hypercars came through that time around, Mika Hakimi with the recovery drive, now he has to watch out his mirrors for Michael Francesconi in the GR Sim Thrust number 97 car. He is really looking punchy as well. As more of the hypercars come through, this might be just the entire story of the race in it, because the constant looking into the mirrors and fighting with your fellow class members can become a little bit taxing.
It definitely can, indeed, as well as Munier has found the fastest lap time as well on that lap. So he's looking to push on, of course, now running in second after Andrea Terzi dropped down. Now, I believe there could have been a bit of contact between those two drivers. Because exactly before Andre Terzi were dropped down, they were both side by side, so it would have had to have been contact, or possibly caught up with a lapped car there while battling, as I did see them side by side. So there would have been a bit of contact, possibly, that has ruined the race for Andrea Terzi. Definitely not what he wanted. Everyone else, though, in the hypercar still running as normal and looking to push on. One man is pushing on is Mounier, who has closed the gap to 7/10 right now as he tries to hunt down and put some pressure on Sander Callas.
Yep, Callas still up in front somehow, despite the early scares where he was really on the edge. Looks as though he's actually getting into a rhythm. He is feeling more and more comfortable with the car as it goes, despite the early pressure from Terzi. That has rescinded somewhat because Terzi has gone off the boil a bit. But still, Mounier is ready to pounce whenever it's possible. But the threat of the penalty is still looming large on his head, knowing the fact that this particular corner became a point of contention between himself and Mika Hakimi in the Blue Steel Racing car, defending champions of the series, of course. And it's only lap 9 out of 268, so we're only about 15 minutes into this race. Plenty has happened before not long, and plenty will still happen in the future that we are not knowing how it's going to unfold.
As I mentioned, Mounier was applying some pressure. He either got blocked or made a mistake, because that gap became 6 seconds, and he was under all sorts of pressure by Ricciardo momentarily. He's now starting to pull back away as he now tries to go back on the attack, but possibly a bit of a mistake made by him, or got caught up with lap traffic there as well. So that definitely could have been a possibility. Mark now setting the fastest lap of this race, but we are currently just waiting. We're in a bit of a waiting phase on lap number 10. Everything has calmed down a bit, so the circuit getting darker and darker, so it looks like we are just waiting right now for the rain to come in, if it is going to come in.
Yep, that will be the key question, isn't it? When is the rain going to come, and when is the right time to pull the trigger to come in? As you can see, that's the concrete area of the circuit before it touches the tarmac. This circuit, as mentioned before, when it's wet, it's just a total nightmare to drive on. You really don't want to be caught short, especially when you're fighting for a championship, or in this case, you're fighting for a race win or a podium. Now, a couple of updates for drivers who are in the race. Apparently, the Steel Racing Formula 1 car GT3 Pro has disconnected from the race and has now just rejoined, because we were looking at the timing screens. It said DNF, but now they're back in Norshas Visa. So, once again, that car really is in right in the thick of it in the wars, but more of a different kind with this season.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. Right now then, Mounier getting the gap down to 4.1 seconds. Andrea Terzi now going to try to make his way through on the overall standings as well. So he's going to now try and make his way past, I believe he just got past Roland there, who is the leader in the LMP2 Pro, as Andrea Terzi now is going to try to recover back onto his fellow hypercar rivals as well. So that will be interesting to see, as Roland, we are currently actually watching him in our picture. He's got 7.7 seconds gap behind, so he's got a bit of a comfortable advantage, but not the case for Sander Callas, who is being chased down. The gap that was 6 seconds has now come down to 2.8.
And the key point to note here, he is in the lead only because the Ercan we saw just now on the top of the screen a couple laps ago said that he had a penalty, so this was carried over from the previous race. So no wonder that Zux is in the lead, as he is skating that car coming through to number 1 in Jean Bien corner. You do not want to throw it there, because we saw last year in the World Endurance Championship how that could go wrong in one of the GT cars, as Dennis Joke in the Musketeers car gets overtaken by one of the LMP2 VEM cars, and there's Sander Callas coming into the shot as well. The weather though, it looks as though it can't really make up its mind right now. It's sometimes cloudy, sometimes a bit sunny, and then it will go back to cloudy again. So scattered clouds up ahead. Still no sign of rain that we were projecting to be at the start of the race, but only for the time being. You never know what the rest of the race is going to entail.
Yep, possibly could come later on. It is a very long race. There's plenty of time for that rain to arrive as well. So that will be interesting to see later on where we are going to get it. But still, clouds in the air right now, and there is still a lot of uncertainty of how this one is going to play out. It's absolutely wide open. You don't know who is going to win it. There can be shocks very, very quickly, like you of course had the Andrea Terzi moment as well. So there could be shocks like that as well. So the driver is definitely going to be put under a lot of pressure today, and even if everything's going right, you're in the lead, you could be trying to get past some traffic and could find yourself colliding with the slower car, and you could find yourself with damage or even out of the race if it's that bad.
Yeah, but again, it's that fighting spirit. We are seeing in the comment section, Ayman Isaac, who was part of the Blue car, we were talking about getting some points on the board. He is also thinking the same thing. Despite disconnecting early in the race, they're coming back in with no Shazli's behind the wheel to just score some fringe points. But once again, those kind of points are important, especially when it comes to the closing end of the season, as we look at the weather really turning into at times sunny again, dark again, sunny again, and now we're going back to the dark again. So fair weather right now, 25 degree air temperature, 45 degree track temperature. So that is actually fairly warm track temperature, but the air temperature really is a bit cold here, so it might be a bit of a struggle to get the tire temperature. As I think our broadcast director is tracking the so that's why it's a bit natural that the way that the camera was changing. But either way, we're looking at the battle for a lead in the proactive. Matthias Kuzak in the red Speed Eagles car is about a couple of tenths in front of the CR Pro 10 or 21 car of Ricardo De Marchi. So, sorry, that is another battle to look out for. At least it's right up in front, not running away from it. There's still a huge pressure to maintain their advantages.
Yep, one driver who hasn't been able to maintain that is Sander Callas, though. That could be a battle that soon could be beginning, as he's really close. They got 5/10 of a second, so it looks like he's looking to apply some pressure. Is Munier on Sander Callas. Got this close earlier on, but then of course had that big mistake, or what we believe was a big mistake, or got held up with some traffic there. So now he's going to try and attack.
Oh, it looks as though he might have actually attacked the car in a different class. There's the Origin Racing number 101 car. Around the outside he goes. That is for overall position, but that's not going to change his position in class, of course, because he's still leading the way in Pro-Am. Comes through turn number 1, and Thiago Montero had no answer to that one. That was a beautiful move around the outside at Sunset Bend. Montero's not going to take that lying, but he's got immediate trouble behind him because the Marchi is also catching up.
Yep, so still a lot of interesting storylines and interesting stuff going on in this race, as we always do have in an endurance race. There's always something to keep our eye on, so there's still plenty of action. We have cars all over the road trying to make their way through it.
Yeah, there's the action that you were talking about just now, as this is Riccardo Corazzari, no, it's Andrea Celli, in fact, being pressured by Mika Hakimi, a recovering Mika Hakimi, who no doubt will be fired up and absolutely incensed after being taken up by Lloyd Munier in the opening lap of this race. Now he's actually on the back of the Italian here, with about half a second in between the both of them. Last time out, it was actually no difference. 8,000 of a second is the fastest lap they've both set. But it looks as though Celli might have been held up by the back markers here. 2 seconds lost to Mika. Now let's see what Mika's going to do with the traffic here. Celli actually ducks out trying to get by, but Mika follows him suit. So really not much of a difference to his advantage. Mika's still right behind him.
Mika giving chase right now, so Hakimi's going to try and get past Andrea Riccelli there. So this is going to be now an interesting battle to keep our eye on and see whether he's able to try and fight his way through. So this is going to be an interesting battle now, building up between these two drivers. Of course, clearing the traffic as soon as possible is going to be crucial to not lose time, to stick with your rival. If you are Mika Hakimi, you need to try and remain as close as possible, and then you'll get the opportunity to try and make the move as well. So let's see how close he's going to be able to get, and what sort of attack is he going to be able to put on Andrea Riccelli. So this will be an interesting scrap now, going on for P4 in this race. So let's see how this one goes then. And Mika Hakimi, it looks like he's got some good traction, and of course using all of the road and a bit more in the slipstream. So let's see if he's going to be able to try and find a way through. Well, Mika Hakimi, as he's getting super close now.
Yep, for the close-on boosted racing car. who has it's been a bit of a tough title defense. I'm being a bit honest because it's a bit stop-start. Apart from the win at Imola by almost somewhat fortuitous circumstances, but they say that through determined grit and using her roller to get it up there. It's been a quite tough title defense. Now with this particular race, still being very competitive. They could have been up in front and up in for that collision, but Mika tries one on the inside. Richelli defends, opens the door slightly. They're going side by side out of the hairpin, and it's still neck and neck between the two cars. But it looks that Richelli holds on only just for the time being. Mika though fired out as Zeppi tries to overtake. Goes on the inside. The umbilical cars on the outside there. That's not going to be on. 3 cars going through there. It's so tight. And somehow Richelli still maintains the position just in front here as more and more cars are coming into frame.
Risky stuff there. Hakimi really trying to make the move. Richelli refusing to yield, refusing to give up the position. So let's see what Hakimi is going to be able to do. Is he going to be able to find a way through? In the next few corners, he's so late on the brakes to a point where he was almost into the back. There was Hakimi of Richelli. So that was incredibly close between the two of them as they get past lap traffic and both do battle at the same time as they do so as well. But they were very close to contact earlier on and they're lucky to still be pointing in the right direction and they're about to do battle. Once again then, they have a bit of clean road now ahead. No cars yet in distance, but let's see if Hakimi can try and make this move then in the slipstream. Once again, he's got Richelli ahead, but for how much longer is the question, because Richelli has defended it so far. Hakimi though has shown that he wants to get the move done and does not want to be stuck behind. So the question is, when is the move going to be coming in? Is he going to be able to pull it off? Because Richelli has been defending so far.
Defending quite well and defending quite cleanly my I thought Richelli was going to be a bit forceful in closing the door, but he did leave the room on the inside just now, or rather the previous lap. Now he's defending on the inside. Let's see what Mika's going to do here. He's going to have to take the all the way around here, coming to the hairpin, and once again Richelli holds on to it, but for how long? Because they go again side by side. The outside line seems to be the most preferred line here, coming out of the hairpin, but this time however Richelli manages to get the power onto the road fast enough to actually get ahead. But here comes Hakimi on the inside once again. This is the very same corner he tried last time out, and he does it this time. Richelli had no answer that time. He couldn't close the door, and there he goes. Mika Hakimi is up to P4 with an absolute stonking move there.
Hakimi late on the brakes, diving to the inside and able to get his way through. Richelli, even if he wanted to defend that, had no other choice. He left the inside open, and getting to the apex first there was Hakimi, who gets his reward. He is moving up to 4th position, so great stuff by him there, and that was an interesting battle for us to keep an eye on as they both battled over P4. That now belongs to Hakimi though. Richelli, let's see if we can remain close and try fight back, but it seems like Hakimi is going to now try and get away, and it'll actually be Mark Reach who will actually be looking to put to the pressure now on Andrea Richelli. So let's see how he can try defend now against Mark.
Yeah, Mark Reach then in the Blackhawk Racing Club, another team that has had some highs, but then also never haven't had a win just yet. Further behind, that's Fikowski. Is he P7 overall or P7 in class? I'm not really sure as he barges his way through one of the LMP2 Pro-Am cars. Fikowski's race, if it's P7 in class, that has gone a little bit pear-shaped because at one point he was in P3, but slowly dropping away. So if the go team cars stay where they are, it's definitely going to be a advantage to them. As we saw one of the GT cars on the side of the road there coming out of turn number 3. That may have been, which probably had yellow flags, it might be just connected to the chute, or it might just be hardware. We're not sure who's that at stopped on the road for me, but yeah, looking for Fikowski, if that's the case, the race really is slipping away slightly.
Yep, absolutely as well then, as we watch Jordi San Andres as he currently makes his way through as well, so it will be interesting to see how he does get on in this race. We've been due to do some fantastic action so far, and Jordi San Andres trying to find his way past on Francesco Ginel. So let's see if he's going to be able to make that move stick and be able to get his way through. So an interesting battle now going on for P3 and P4 right now, or P3 and P2 I should say right now in the race.
Genial right behind there. Now, I'm not sure what happened to the championship in satellite racing. Jimmy Nisler really was right behind those two guys, but now he's all the way behind. So maybe it's a case of penalties from the players that we applied to them. That's why that car is falling by the wayside a bit early doors. As now, here's the battle for P1 overall, and in hypercar. Lloyd Mounier now has actually reeled in the gap to Sandro Callas, thinking on the inside, trying to put Callas off, but Callas is equal to it. This is going to be really nice edge stuff in it between these two guys. Two really fast drivers who have competed also in the FSR World Championship. It's really battle on the titles up in front, and with the Cyprian cars not intuitive just yet, this is an opportunity for them to just try to sneak in the win each for each other's teams.
This is going to be really action-packed. As you mentioned, Mounier getting held up a tiny bit there, and Sandro Callas being able to breathe for a little bit longer, as Mounier now really starting to apply the pressure. This battle continues between Jordi, San Andres as well then, so that's going to be interesting to see how these two get on. You have Francesco Geniel, who's in second. Michael is right now in first as well, so they're all together right now. So this top three running together, so that's an interesting scrap right now going on. But Mounier is getting really close, 0.3 of a second, so he's really putting the pressure on as well. So now it's 5:10, so just changing around between the top two in the race, but the move could be coming any second for Mounier. So let's see when he's going to be able to try and get his way through. And I think we're going to be in for quite a lot of battling between those two, because Sandro Callas won't want to give it up, and Mounier is going to try to go all in and to make this move.
Indeed, and he's trying to send it like he's in Vegas, YOLOing it on whatever he had in his hand. But for the time being, both drivers are playing like they're both waiting close to their chest, waiting for the other to slip up the moment as we look at Jordi applying huge pressure on Francesco Genial, and this is the Genial is equal to that as well. It's a case of where can he cause a mistake, or can he actually get prototypes to overtake at the most inopportune moment, like here for example. Genial might be at a disadvantage because it is a very fast tight corner, but it looks as though it's actually San Andres who lost at that time around. He got prototype in the good possible area, and there he goes, he's actually dropped.
Yeah, so it's all about where you catch the traffic as well then. And once again, Mounier, who dropped outside the second momentarily, now back inside it. So it all changes around very quickly. You also have Riccardo Corazzari, who is in that scrap, only 1.2 seconds away. So he is also getting involved in that. So possible three-car battle for the lead coming our way. He's now 6/10 away from Mounier, who's dropped a bit off Callas, so that's going to be exciting when they do start going wheel to wheel. But we are just about in the waiting phase, and here we go, where you can now have the battle on your screen, and you can see a lot of traffic for these guys to pass. Cars are absolutely everywhere. You're looking to find a way through, and it's getting very close as you're trying to navigate left, right. It's basically like zigzagging, trying to find your way past these slower cars right now at the moment. The top three not separated by anything. They're both inside 1/10 of each other.
Well, in fact, 1 second. We can see that Corazzari and the rest of the Sebring guys may not be in the picture, but I think stand correctly. Corazzari is number 7, 1.5 seconds behind Callas, sorry, 2.5 seconds behind Callas, 1.5 seconds behind Mounier. But looks as though the number 7 car is relatively dominating, because the number 8 car, who was batting to lead at one point, has gone off the boil a bit. Now it's the number 7 car to get a full championship lead. Mounier catches one of the two cars that looks like the Naha racing car. Yes, it is. That is the worst possible moment to get it. That allows Callas to again just a bit of an advantage up in front, and then some, because this is GT car as well for good measure. So Callas will be coming up. He starts that he is at the double way. Further behind that, Jordi San Andres and Genial still continuing their battle for the three pro honours in second and third. In front of who's going. There's also he has stretched the gap ever so slightly.
He has indeed them, as they continue to make their way through as well then, and it all changes around very quickly. You gain at some parts, then you lose out. It's all about where you catch that traffic. So that's how the battle for the lead is. You might have the pace, but if you get blocked a tiny bit, then you do lose time, and then you have to close that gap back in as well. So even if Munier really wants to make this move, he needs to try and hope that Sander Callas gets blocked by a bit of traffic, and then he can get the run. And that's usually where you get the best opportunities, where there is traffic and the leading driver in the train gets blocked slightly, and then it opens the door for the drivers behind to go on the attack. So let's see if that is going to be the case, and that's what Munier is going to be hoping for, to make his bid a bit more easier, and to make his bid successful of getting past Callas. It will definitely make it much more easier if there is a bit of traffic that gets in the way of Sander Callas. But mostly so far it's been Munier who's been getting hit at the wrong times that he doesn't want it.
Speaking of drivers getting caught in the traffic, worst possible moment, that's Iofalo. Roberto Iofalo for the Team Sheepa number 911 car in LMP2 Pro-Am. He was overtaken when he got Porsche right in the way just now, and that allowed Matteo Bassoni to take P3 in LMP2 Pro-Am. So that's, again, just exactly what you said, and it was played out right in front of you. Meanwhile, P6 at the Urcan, the all-time race leader in LMP2 Pro-Am, has managed to gain another position there, coming through one of the Carloni cars. P6 in LMP2, but the penalty from the previous race really has hurt his chances of victory in LMP2 Pro-Am. That is very close between himself and the hypercar. Again, the hypercar guys have to really be patient, while the other classes have to be as quick as possible to avoid any sort of calamities that it can entail.
Definitely do as well then, and they all continue to push on at the moment. So we have 6 tenths between the top two right now, 1.6 further back to Riccardo Crozari. Here is Mark Wheat, who is giving now chase to Mika Hakimi. So that's another battle for you to look forward to. A lot of battles going on in the hyperclass. So what we love to see indeed. So great to see that we have a few battles. We have, of course, this one, and then the battle for the lead, which is 4 tenths of a second. So maybe Callas hit with a little bit of traffic and allowing Munier to get close and close. And we'll be waiting to see whether we get the move. But let's see if Mark Wheat can try and find his way past Mika Hakimi, who had that goal earlier on. He was successful. Now let's see how he is at defending.
Yeah, he can be quite punchy when he attacks, but when he defends, he also can. Yeah, said multiple play. He will run you clean. So that is always a good thing to have. And now there is Apple P1 still holding out here. It's been ebbing and flowing between the 1 second mark, but now Lloyd Munier is closer than he has ever been throughout his entire race to get by Sander Callas, and Callas has been equal to his charges. Oh, there's a bad marker nearly causing calamity there. That was very close. And Corazzari might just be, well, counting his lucky stars there that he didn't get from in here. That he's just backing up ever so slightly, watching brief as the two leaders are fighting for it at the front.
They are fighting for it indeed. Let's see if Munier can try and find his way through. Callas, the leader of this race from the start, but Munier trying to change that now on lap number 23 of this race. Is he going to be able to get close enough? Is he going to be able to try and find a way through? Of course, they're both having to try and get past some traffic as well, but it is super close between the two of them as they still push their way through, nose to tail right now. This is super close, as we predicted it to be throughout as well. And Munier looking to try get the run, looking to get in the wheel tracks, looking to try and make the move, and that was super close between the two of them. And now trying to go defensive is your race leader Callas, and now Munier trying to have a look, and that was the closest he's been, and that was an opportunity possibly for Munier to try to take the lead. Callas though hangs on.
Hangs on big time. That was a big boy from the coming to the head. But again, that's just within the fairness of the rules to draw the block and prevent the guy from taking behind him. But having said that, that was absolutely fantastic. You can tell that Munier was trying to go very, very narrow on the side of the track. Nearly went into the grass even trying to overtake. He probably didn't expect Callas to be that punchy in the defense, but here we are then. Still status quo, no matter how much that both of them have been fighting, it still stays the same, at least for the time being. But more and more traffic because the fact that here Corazzari has picked up the pace as well. He's back to in a second between the both.
It is getting still super close between the two of them as they try pick their way through the traffic. But now Munier applying pressure constantly And let's see if he can now try and also maybe force Sander Callas to a bit of a mistake, 5/10, and they both need to try get past the traffic as soon as possible. So Munier going to be able to get ahead, so not held up there at all. And as we look also further back for other battles right now, while we wait for the one for the lead to get even closer, they're still battling all the way throughout the field in different classes and and for different positions as well.
Pro class, and this is not the sort of race they wanted, because so far they've been absolutely wins in almost every round of the championship up to this point. In fact, the only time they did drop a round was in round 4. That was in Indianapolis, in Istanbul, as we now look to put in front there. This is the MP2 Pro Am category. But yeah, this would be the worst result for the Saturday racing team if things stay the way they are.
Well, indeed, and Munier got the gap down to 2/10 momentarily, so that was close. So he's now getting opportunities. Now he's constantly remaining inside 5/10, so he's really going to have the chance now to apply the pressure. Definitely giving us plenty of action in this race, and we love to see it. Indeed, Mark Wheat got onto the back of Mika Hakimi, wasn't able to stay there, wasn't able to make the move. He's now dropped a bit more further back as well right now, but 5/10 still is the gap. We're keeping an eye on that gap, now 6/10, and it seems like now the clouds have gone away, so maybe the chance of rain that we kind of thought was coming may not be the case now.
Yeah, but again, looks like the gap between the drivers, the inclement weather has been ebbing and flowing as well. So now we're back to pretty much the glorious Florida sunshine, as opposed to a dreary London morning, shall we say, that time round with the cloudy weather. This is still not for certain. You can still expect wet weather to come, or at least damp conditions to come much later on in the race. So we'll keep an eye out as the race progresses. Secretary has yelled like we're probably not going to get to see what that one is. Savage Unal or Sunset Motorsport is pressuring. Who's that in second place in the category? Roberto Iafolo. So that's actually the Shiba car, sister team to the Hack car that's running in P7 right now. It's a battle for the lead though. 4/10 of a second.
Yep, absolutely as well. And Munier after lap after lap of attacking now is having to defend. Ricardo Corazzari is putting a bit of pressure, so it's continuing to ebb and flow there as well. So Callas still hangs on to it, still holds on right now for the moment. But of course, as we mentioned, we've got this battle currently going on between Savas Unal and Roberto Ifalo, so that will be exciting to see whether we do get the move, and it seems like they're coming into the pit lane.
Yep, same strategy as well, so they are mirroring each other's way of doing it. We'll see how that particular strategy pans out as the race progresses. Remember, code 80s can still become a factor here, but so far at least, despite some troubles for the drivers front and back, we haven't had a code 80 that's actually how quick you get the cars into the pits now. That's probably 9/10 of a second behind Union, but 2.7 seconds behind Callas. So again, Corazzari may have had to start tracking into the worst possible areas too, that prevented him from getting close. Having said that, he is actually moving in. Because Mooney himself is actually being stopped.
He is indeed as well. So lap 26 off 268, of course, and we are currently just waiting to see whether we're going to be getting the move. Ricardo Corazzari looking close though to the back of Munier, who could be under a little bit of pressure. 4/10 is the gap between the two of them right now as they make their way through. Now 3/10 of a second. So Ricardo Corazzari looking to try and go on the attack, and you can see him right now just trying to apply a little bit of pressure. We're also watching Andrea Terzi, who was in this battle, would have wanted to be in this battle. Instead, he has had to chase down Andrea Riccardi, both with the same first name there.
Yeah, again, we probably assume that it might have been an accident or it might have been a penalty that sent Terzi all the way to the back, but that's the championship leader overall and in hypercar. Really not the best of ways to do it, as we look at the battle between second and third place. In fact, first and second, third, between the Sim Thrust 97, Amsterdam number 41, and the World of Sim Racing number 151 car. Mercedes, Aston Martin, and Callaway Corvette, your top three then, with Michael Francesconi leading the way in that number 97 car. Just, again, these three have not been separated at all. They're still together despite the prototype traffic coming through and lapping them. They have not actually lost each other's sights.
Yep, absolutely as well. Definitely haven't.
Oh. Well, having said that, though, there's the Arm Silver car really losing it. Genial, really coming a cropper there. Now the number 151 car can have an opportunity there, Omi.
Yep, definitely could as well then. And Riccardo Corazzari continuing to get close, 4/10. So it's changing. It's changing around very, very quickly. So let's see if Riccardo Corazzari can try do anything to apply some pressure and give us a bit of overtaking, give us a bit of action at the front of the pack, with Callas still holding P1, but Riccardo Corazzari is the driver who's going on the attack, 0.3 of a second between the two of them, so a move possibly could be on for him now at 5/10, so continuing to ebb and flow, but there has not been a big chance for him yet. Munier though had an opportunity, but it was defended by Sander Callas earlier on. That was the one and only opportunity he's had so far in this race.
Yep, and Genial though was lucky to get away with that one, but to his detriment, he lost out big time to chase after the Sim Trust 97 car. So we'll keep an eye out for that once the battles develop there. But meanwhile, this is P2 and P3, the Team Iris car versus the Sim 3M number 7 car. It looks as though both of them are actually in their own little battle right now, because Sander Callas has managed to eke out a bit of an advantage between the both of them.
Definitely has
Callas
as well,
pits.
then. Yep, indeed. So Callas dives it into the pit lane. Munier continues as the leader. Now, right now, this is the battle for the lead on the circuit, with Callas diving it in. So it'll be Riccardo Corazzari and Munier at the front of the field, who are separated by 0.6 of a second. So that is interesting stuff. Then Sander Callas diving it into the pit lane, and now we have a new race leader, but for how much longer? Because Riccardo Corazzari might be about to become the third race leader, because he's in the slipstream. He is getting really, really close, and there you can see Munier getting blocked slightly. Gonna open the door for Corazzari to try and make the move as well. Let's hope that he doesn't get blocked. He is going to be stuck behind, but we'll try and make the move as soon as possible. As well to the inside, he will go. That's going to be a bit tight to the apex, and he has lost time there, has Riccardo Corazzari.
And at insult to injury, there's the LMP2 of the Sunset Motorsport car in the way as well. Now, this is a battle between the two Team 3M cars, Andrea Celli and the number 8 of Andrea Terzi. So it looks as though Terzi has gotten in front of him here. Yeah, there's Ricciardi to confirm the order there. Terzi on the recovery drive, he's up to P5.
Yep, he is indeed right now then. So they still all pushing on. They're all still going for it then. And exactly what we love to see. The gap's now gone up to 2 seconds. So traffic not in the favour at all of Riccardo Corazzari in the last few moments there, as he has lost a heap of time. And I've just seen the time. It's 4 PM, so I'll probably be heading off soon. But I've got a few more minutes I can do. And Riccardo Corazzari is into the lead then. So is that Munier into the pit lane? It could well be.
And it might look as though it is Corazzari in the lead now, because they're not keeping each other's strategy. They just try to cover off each other. In this case, it's an overcut for the Iris car. Let's see if that works out for them. Jordi San Andres behind Francesco Genial still, and right in front of them, Michael Francesconi. So once again, these three are still in it together for the GT3 Pro win.
Definitely are right now at the moment. So there's a lot of drivers who are in contention as well. So let's see then how this one is going to play out. And it seems like Munier has come out ahead of Callas. So that's interesting stuff. So the overcut working out there for Munier. So the net race lead belongs to him at the moment. Depends where Riccardo Corazzari will also come out as well.
Yeah, Corazzari then, where is he going to be in relation to the both of them? If he pits after this, but it looks as though Mounier and Callas were in for short stops because they're now back in within 50 seconds behind Corazari. But crucially, Mounier has gotten in front of Callas.
Yep, that's the crucial thing. Mounier is ahead of Callas, so he was able to make the overcut strategy work, and the gap is 1.2 seconds. So roles reverse now. It'll be Callas who will be trying to attack. It'll be Mounier who will be trying to defend, if Callas, of course, can get close and have the run, which I'm sure at some point he will, with how all of the traffic does play out in your favor or against you. It always ebbs and flows, as you would have already learned in so many times in this race. We've of course had it when we've been focusing on battles. Now we've seen traffic getting in the way and affecting certain drivers as well. So let's see then how this one is going to continue to play out. About to go on to lap number 30, but this race continuing to provide twists and turns. Right now we're in a bit of a waiting phase, but we're just getting excited about the battles that are to come so far.
Yep, and including the likes of the overall win. It's interesting to see what the Sim3M number 7 car is going to do. Or in fact, he's actually in the pits now. Corazari has come into the pits. Where is he in relation to the rest? And he's actually 4 seconds behind. So Corazari, despite going for the overcut, did not work out. So Callas, despite pitting first, he fell victim to Mounier's overcut. Mounier now 1.5 seconds ahead. Corazari 8 seconds behind now.
So Mounier's overcut paying off there. Not the same story for Riccardo Corazari, though. And Sander Callas, of course, currently sitting in P2 now after being overcut. So it's Mounier now in the lead by 1.5 seconds at the moment, and then you have Sander Callas, who is in P2, and then Riccardo Corazari in P3. So that is the order after all three have pit and come back out onto the circuit. So you still have Riccardo Corazari as the third car in the train, but first and second have switched around. It's now Mounier at the front of the field, and it'll be Sander Callas who will be looking to try and go on the attack, and we'll see whether he is able to try and find a way through.
Yep. Oh, it is interesting up in front. As you can see, Matthias Pruzak cutting his way through GT3 traffic, gets overtaken by the Origin car. That is actually for position between overall, not between classes. Or rather, overall, but not for class positions. So Pruzak is going to be safe there, but he would love to get one over a guy who's class in front. The 401 Blue Steel Racing car right there is also back in the race, so in it for the points, but it's a bridge too far to actually gain anything worthwhile at this point.
Indeed. Right now, at the moment, I'll probably do 2 more minutes in here, and then I'll leave you to it in the commentary box as well, and maybe I might be able to join later on for a tiny bit, depending when I'm free, but I've got plenty of other commentaries and basically everything going on as well, so I'll try and make it work. No Ed Hunter, of course, unfortunately, this race, so hopefully we'll have him back next week, so next race I should say, on the 13th of April, so hopefully we'll have him back. So unfortunately it does mean that Armour is a bit lonely today in the commentary box.
Well, not my first rodeo doing that, but yeah, it will be a bit of a stretch. Oh, that's Montero. Montero's actually gone off. So Thiago Montero loses it completely. There we go. Yellow flags in sector 2. That's Pruzak getting a position overall. But Montero then coming a cropper, was arms crossed trying to actually defend from Pruzak. Lost the car completely, and hopefully he actually got that away cleanly. But really a hairy moment as we come to the end of your stint in commentary here, Omi.
Yep, indeed then. So unfortunate there as well for Monteiro. So that's going to be interesting to see if he can recover later on. But yes, that is the end of my stint. Been amazing once more then here in my second race. I might be making an appearance later on. If I don't, then I will see you on the 13th, hopefully later on in April. But I'm going to let Amir then continue with the commentary, and hopefully it all goes well, and hopefully you're able to, and hopefully your voice is able to survive.
Yeah, I've been doing already commentary all day, so yeah, that is a given. But we'll probably go to a commercial break pretty soon once we get Mariano into the commentary into the broadcast room to help out with going out there afterwards. But for the time being, we're looking at Thiago Montero, and Montero did survive that particular incident pretty much unscathed. He has walked away that one, but 11.5 seconds behind the next car in his class, as well as overall. Let's see where he is right now in the live timing screen. Yeah, he's about 10 seconds behind, oh no, 1 second behind in fact, to the next car overall, but in his class is well more than that. Now then, looking further behind, this is Matteo Bassoni. We saw just now who did a brilliant overtake to get up to P3 in the LMP2 Pro-Am category. He's pretty much in no man's land, 40.1 seconds behind the class leader in LMP2 Pro-Am, which is the number 24 Red Eagles Speed Eagles car. Number 24 Mateusz Pruzak. And further behind, even further behind might we add, the GT3 Pro battle that is still ongoing since the very beginning between Jordi San Andres and Francesco Genial, with Genial then only just 0.4 of a second ahead. So it is a bit close to the predictions that we had in Blue Steel Racing, where we were doing a bit of running for the GT3 class. It's actually quite a vibe to get people just do fast laps consistently when you're behind another guy. So that's kind of like the beauty in GT3 racing. It's just consistently pounding laps in. But we haven't taken into account that the prototype class may come into play here, as we can see one car coming ominously behind. That's the Ksatria car from Indonesia trying to come through. That might be a bit nip and tuck when it's coming into the very slow areas. Meanwhile, Arda Erkan trying to overtake, but it looks a bit, that looks like Pruzak. So he's actually coming through around the outside and take away overall position from Mateusz Pruzak. But Erkan, one-time race leader in the LMP2 Pro category, is still about 11.2 seconds behind the next car in 4th place, and almost a minute behind the race leading car. Right. Let's see then. Where are the other drivers in relation to this? Erkan, yeah, still 11.1 seconds behind the who was this then? Behind Alex Beggy, so he's about 11 seconds behind. That's where he's going to be. Then there's the car behind him immediately in his vicinity that he overtook just now, Mateusz Pruzak, but he won't be too miffed by that, knowing the fact that he's well ahead of the next car in his class, which is Riccardo De Marchi in the CR prototype number 29 car, about 11 seconds, 12 seconds in fact, in front of he's in front of that particular prototype. Race is settling into a bit of a rhythm here. We did say just now, but there were a few moments where battles were really intensifying, and not least the battle between second and third in the GT3 Pro category between Jordi San Andres and Francesco Genial, which is still going on right now. As here are the class leaders respectively from all 5 categories: Callas, Zux, Pruzak, Francesconi, and Mike Lodi Rizzini. So that is the overview of where things stand right now in the grand scheme of things. You can also use our social media hashtags ERS and hashtag Season 6 to get part of the conversation. But still, really close between the front runners in Hypercar and in the GT3 Pro category here. There's one of them, that's Loic Mounier, who's actually now behind Sander Callas again. So Callas, out of our sights, has actually retaken P2 or P1 away from Loic Mounier. So that actually is a bit of a flip of the script as the camera pans convincingly back to where the battles were taking place. So leaders in GT3 Pro were battling, but leaders in Hypercar also came through right at the same time. Now then, 1.5 seconds between Mounier and Callas. It was ebbing and flowing previously. Further behind is Corazari. So Corazari has not been able to set the timing sheets alight as he did previously to catch up to the back of the both of them. As further behind, this is actually Patrick Sverkowski in the Hyperion number 44 car. He's also on the recovery trail after what can we say was a bit of a indifferent start to the race for the championship leading number 44 LMP2 Pro category car. He is now trying to get by incidentally, Mateusz Pruzak. So Pruzak then is in front of several LMP2 Pro cars. That would be quite a scalp if he manages to stay ahead. But again, he is not in it for the championship in that class. He wouldn't want to be the one to interrupt that particular battle as a hypercar comes through. That's the Black Hawk car on the inside. So Svakowski somehow is still behind Pruzak, and well, no doubt will be a little bit frustrated. He'll be flashing his lights as they come under the gantry for this time by. Remember, this is a battle between two cars in two completely different classes. It's a battle for the overall placings, but it will not change a thing between both of their particular placings, as there's one of the armed Serba cars. In fact, that is the battle between second and third in the GT3 Pro category, being in between there. So it's all to play for if you look at it left, right and center, as the race is progressing up now to almost a quarter of the way there. Just a quarter. We still have well over 233 laps to go here, as a total of 8 hours, remember, that we have here today in the 1,000 miles of Sebring, a classic circuit, the birthplace of American sports car racing, as it should be, because it's actually one of the very founding members of circuits of IMSA, alongside Daytona, of course, and several other classic tracks alongside Road Atlanta that form part of the trinity of circuits that really are important to American motorsport. Now then, Svakowski on the inside, that's Pruzak on the outside, and one of the SD Shiba cars, that's the hypercar SD Shiba car on the inside as well, coming through. And no histrionics, he just used the hypercar to help out there. Now then, let's see how this will play out between the two of them, but it looks as though Pruzak may just be letting it off just a bit to give a bit of breathing space between himself and the LMP2 Pro category car. That's Pruzak. Pruzak then doing a stellar job up in front to really be a thorn in the side of the Pro guys, but he'll probably be thinking better of it to not putting himself in a compromising position to direct not only their races but also his own race, and he smartly plays it safe to avoid any of the histrionics that have befallen some of the other drivers and teams battling for positions at the sharp end. And speaking of battles at the sharp end, this one is still ongoing, but for how long longer? They have actually also mirrored each other's strategy, of course, because they came in around at the same time. Francesconi, Genial, and third place in that particular battle for the GT3 Pro category, Jordi San Andres. So still in it between the three of them, but the gap again ebbing and flowing, as the prototypes are also becoming a huge factor in this particular juncture. But just as the gap was increasing, it is closing back up again. Genial only about 7/10 behind Francesconi, and Francesconi likewise will be looking at his rearview mirrors again, knowing that these guys are getting closer, as well as San Andres. So, big moment there onto the grass to just let the LMP2 behind by. That's Holland style coming through. Now then, at this particular juncture, we got a couple of cars coming to the pits, and guess what? This is a different strategy from Genial. He came in early just now with the driver behind in the Corvette, which is Jordi San Andres, but this time it's San Andres who's coming in with Francesconi. So a different strategy. He is actually going for the overcut. Now he's free to push as hard as he could without the need to be held back or looking rearwards and getting distracted from setting fast time. So Genial then takes over the lead of the GT3 Pro category with a pit stop in hand at the moment, but he will no doubt have to come in afterwards to serve his pit stop to see where he's going to come out strategic wise, as more and more yellow flags being waved here. So we go back to the lead of the race. This is for the overall win and the hypercar win, of course. It's Loic Mounier and Santa Callas. More yellow flags being waved in sector 2. There's the GT3 Pro guys coming out onto track right now. That's actually, by the looks of it, Francesconi well ahead. So that's actually going to be crucial for his particular strategy. But never mind about that for now. We're looking at the battle between Meunier and Callas. Callas has been held up by traffic there. That's one of the Porsches in GT3 Pro getting in the GT3 Pro Am getting in the way. Now this is Meunier's opportunity to overtake him on track. It didn't happen last time out before the first round of pit stops. He's going to try to do it again to get better track position. Corizari likewise will be looking at this in earnest because it will be a change in changes proceedings. But having said that, he's about 11 seconds behind. Oh, and Meunier gets spun out. Meunier has been spun out by one of the GT3 Pro guys, and that is throwing the spanner into the works. So it looked convincing at one point that he could get by Santa Callas, but a BMW, by the looks of it, has actually thrown that away in that particular instance, and Meunier's tires will be absolutely shot a bit by that particular instance. But he didn't lose too much. It's 5 seconds. In fact, it is a Mercedes that actually got in the way. It's Jimmy Nisler trying to get by behind what looks like the Sunset Motorsport car. So there he goes. Nisler quickly dispatches the Mercedes that he tried to overtake earlier. But that is disastrous for just a couple of seconds for the Iris car. He might have had heart in his mouth, and so is his team at that particular time. Then they were seeing their entire plan almost evaporating. As Nisler then gets by a fellow GT car, but that is not for position in class or overall, because that was one of the back markers. He comes into the pits and relinquishes probably a couple positions to the other GT3 Pro category cars. So it's a recovery trail again for Nisler, with Francesconi, who was in the pit lane earlier, now retaking third and second places respectively in one fell swoop, because another car that was in the pits with Jimmy Nisler was Philippe Brigenet in the Le Cascou car. So that's him up to second. Now when is Francesco Giniel going to come in relation to this, because Giniel is still out on track. He's about 45 seconds ahead. So it looks as though most of these teams are double, even triple stinting their tires to prevent themselves from being in the pit lane for any longer. And this is the Porsche that has been involved in many of the shots on camera. It's the Sim 3M eSport pink car of Lucrezia Milanesi. So Milanesi then getting a few highlight reels for himself to be a part of the action, but not in a way that he would have wanted, because it was pretty nip and tuck in some places, but for the most part he kept it out of the wall and out of trouble between himself and the fast approaching prototypes and other GT cars. So kudos to him. P7 in the AM category, chasing after the BMW for Rookie Monsters, in fact. So the Rookie Monsters team currently being driven by Oliver Newman is in the sights of Milanesi. Running through the class leaders at the front, it looks as though nothing much has changed. It's still Callas, Zux, Prusak, Giniel and Lodi Rizzini leading the way in their respective classes. Shows how much it has stabilized a bit at the front in each of these classes, but it's still pretty nip and tuck, especially that the battles between everyone involved here were very, very, very close. There's a car on the infield at the final corner at Sunset Bend then. Looks like a Ferrari by my first observation, but it might just be out of harm's way, and he'll be continuing on. But yellow flags in Sector 3 still waving then, so it might just be a slightly serious issue if anything were to happen when he rejoins the track. On board now with Ricardo Farber. As you can see, our social media, you can join with the hashtag ES, hashtag ERS, and hashtag Season 6 of the Esports Endurance Series then. Round number 6. We are at Sebring International Raceway for the 1,000 miles of Sebring, the second longest race of the year besides the 24 hours of Le Mans. It'll be going on for at least about 8 hours, or by this race's duration, 268 laps, whichever comes first. But yeah, so far it's not been the highest rate of attrition. Only one car retired at one point, but now they're back into it. In fact, it's Arco Hollenstel, who was part of the Fuel Savers team, number 23, that was actually right at the back, but we saw just now, was on track. So all 40 7 starters that began this race are still in it, including even the Blue Steel Racing number 401 car of Noor Shazlizan and Ayman Haziq, who were at one point disconnected from the race, but they're back in as well. So nice to see then. No attrition just yet. Knock on plenty wood, everybody, if you don't want to have your car retiring from the race. Now then, other drivers we're looking at on track right now. This is Nicola Pagani in the Tomelli ERT car. He's only about 0.8 of a second behind the La Cascu Audi in front of him. So he did pit just now with that car. That's currently being driven by Philippe Brigenet. So Brigenet has stayed in that car. And looks as though battle's on here. Fights on between Pagani and Brigenet. The Frenchman and the Italian locked in battle here in 2 German cars at the Sebring. And so far, at least in terms of overtakes, not much we can shout about, apart from really gutsy overtakes that either been pulled off or that have become spectacularly wrong. And the latter have been showcased, of course, on camera, because our auto director really does a good job in picking up a lot of the action. Sometimes missing some bits, but for the most part, it's actually pretty good, as we have Mark Viet, coming to the back of Mika Hakimi, who I would still iterate that he will probably be incensed by the fact that he was punted off early into the race. But I guess there was some form of karma that came around for Loic Mounier, if we can say that, because in Mika Hakimi's eyes, that would have been karma served, because because Mounier got punted out at the very same corner where Mika was punted out by Mounier at the start of the race. So somewhat repaid the favor, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still pretty much the same order for a lot of these guys, as Hakimi is still P4, qualified P5, now having to battle with the Black Hawk racing car of Mark Viet. Only second in it between the both of them, with Riccardo Corezzari about 3 seconds, in fact, in front of Mika Hakimi. So if anything, Mika still has a shot here of winning for Blue Steel Racing at Sebring. 14 seconds between first to fourth place, and about 15 seconds from first to fifth. So the top 5 in Hypercar are still in earshot of each other, theoretically, if anything were to happen. Right then, back to the action here after a slight breather to just catch collective breaths. We are now going into lap 43 overall, of course, because the race leader right now, Sander Callas, has actually broken the timing beam for that one. A couple of other cars behind him on the lead lap as well. Still pretty close between the hypercar guys up in front, as well as some of the other drivers in behind them, battling in their respective classes. But LP2 Pro, on the other hand, for example, 29 seconds from Zux and Mora. So not a foregone conclusion, but the gap looks pretty healthy for the Go Team racing car. The same cannot be said for Patrick Spakowski in the Hyperion number 44. That's the main championship rivals to the Go Team car. Languishing a bit in P6, 9/10 of a second between themselves and P5, which is of course their teammates, in fact, the Hyperion number 45. So Mateusz Dabrowski then will probably be given a call here whether to commit a bit of team orders, because again, championship points up for grabs here, and it's more points on offer because it is actually a race longer than 6 hours. So then, Spakowski behind Dabrowski, so both poles are within the same airspace. There is Corezzari coming through. No, in fact, that was Riccielli coming through. So Riccielli passing the both of them, and Dabrowski is caught in a rock and a hard place there, coming through the hairpin. This might be an opportunity for Svekowski to get by his teammate Dabrowski. A car in between there, that's the MR Motorsport Mercedes in between all of that as they come up now to the final sector here. That's Dabrowski on the outside, Svekowski on the inside. Svekowski looks as though no team motors in the Hyperion Esports car. It's gloves off between the both of them, but I think Svekowski, yes he does, just about makes it, and he goes up to P5 in the LMP2 Pro class, getting a few precious points on the board here to try and mitigate the damage that will be inflicted if things stay where they are between themselves and the Go Team racing car that's leading the way in LMP2 Pro. Now then, back up to the battle for the overall win, and in Hypercar, Mounier is back then to 0.7 of a second, and he tried before how to overtake Callas. He didn't go up, he didn't go through at the back. Fastest lap of the race goes to Ziskula in the GT3 AM category. To Ziskula for the GL Wildfire number 70. But it might be 2 for 1 though, looking further behind from the Hypercar battle. Svekowski has his sights set on P4, and that P4 currently is being held by Alex Beggy. So Beggy, the number 47 car, is going to be the next target for Svekowski, and 2 for 1 in just 2 laps. That will be 2 for 2 in 2 laps here. That will be really promising for him, especially in his quest to mitigate the damage limitation if he is in the hunt for the championship. But it might be a bit of a difficult task here, given the fact that he does have his teammate right behind, Dabrowski, who might just be opportunistic in trying to get a freebie here if Svekowski were to come a cropper with the Sim 3M number 47 car right in front of him of Alex Beggy. Beggy though will also be likewise alert to the fast approaching Hyperion number 44 car, who has been one of the 2 stars of the LMP2 Pro category this season, alongside the Go Team number 21 car. It's just been in it between both of those teams since the very beginning. It's swapping wins, swapping championship leads right now, but it looks as though this might be the most telling moment in the championship season, where the lead will indefinitely swap hands unless Hyperion number 44 in the hands of Svekowski and his teammates can do anything about it. At this point in time, he tries to do it, but the camera cuts away now to the battle for the overall win. This is between Mounier and Callas. Callas has been soaking up a lot of that pressure up in front ever since that he led the way from the start, starting on pole position. The Chilean team, with a menagerie of drivers from multiple nations involved in that particular unit, will be really thrilled if they could get their first win of the season here at Sebring with the Sim 3M cars caught up in their own little shenanigans or problems at the start of the race. This is a good opportunity for them to actually sneak in a win. For Korizari, make no mistake, will still be able to pounce on them if Mounier or Callas get involved in a collision. But coming through Sunset Bend, half a second between the both of them. Mounier, Callas across the line this time by what it will be the lap time be. It's a 43 flat for Callas. It's in fact it's 41.5 for Callas, 41.0 for Mounier. So 41 flat for Mounier that time around. He's gained about 0.5 of a second. That is close between the first 2. The gap, you don't even have to read it through the timing screen. Visually, it is that close, as this is a battle for the LMP2 Pro stakes for P4. Yes, granted, it is outside of the podium positions, but again, I did say before, damage limitation for the number 44 car. This is important for them to get their race season underway, as Svekowski makes a huge mistake trying to overtake the number 47 Sim 3M car of Alex Beggy, and that allows Mateusz Dabrowski to get by him. Wow, wait. Can you imagine that? Dabrowski would probably have not believed his luck that he saw his teammate spinning right in front of him, but somehow managed to keep it together. But now Svekowski and Dabrowski side by side coming out to Sunset Bend, and looks as though once again Dabrowski plays the team game and lets Svekowski through. So Dabrowski then is just settling into his own little race, maybe wanting to get by Alex Beggy himself after this if Sverkowski gets by soon, but crazy bit of action there between the three LMP2 cars. But amazingly, despite all that, the order stays the same. So then, it's still status quo for the time being, beating cars in 4th, 5th and 6th. The Sim 3 number 47 of Alex Beggy, the Hyperion number 44 Patrick Sverkowski, and the 45 Hyperion of Mateusz Dabrowski still in it between them as they're getting by one of the McLarens there, the Flying Goat number 95 car. Or there might have been flying heartbeats for a second there for the number 95. Seeing multiple LMP2s coming by, but luckily for him, he got out of that particularly unscathed. Thierry Bobo. Now, back out to the overall lead and the overall battle. And they're about in the same vicinity as the LMP2 battles, that we were watching at just now. Meunier and Callas. These two have seemed inseparable at this point in time. At this race, about 50 laps in now. And still nothing in it between the both of them. They have actually pulled well and truly clear of Riccardo Corazzari with about 12 seconds in it to the good between the both of them and the car in third place. But no, in fact, it's actually dropped now to 12 seconds to Mika Hakimi. So Hakimi is now within earshot of them. Corazzari has gained about 4 seconds. He's 8 behind Meunier and Callas. So waiting for more of the gaps to update as they come by, because this is getting really interesting, because it looks as though the rain has held off for now. This will be an opportunity for these guys to push as the Mercedes gets in the way of the both of them. Callas is on the inside, Meunier on the outside. Meunier then will try to use the long way around here. That might not be the best move because it is quite bumpy on the outside there. He switches onto the inside. He might just try his luck here coming to turn number 2. Callas has no way to respond, but somehow through all of that, Callas holds on to P1 just by the skin of his teeth, but he lets the door open coming through turn number 3. They're going side by side here. Meunier and Callas go touch fenders here. The two Porsche cars, of course, equal. It's the difference between the drivers then. Coming out to the hairpin. Will it be Meunier's lead or will it be Callas's lead still? An LMP2 comes in the way then. Callas locks up on the brakes, gets into the inside line and holds on to P1 only by just a fraction of a second. 2/10 in it between the both of them as they come out now to one of Meunier's favorite overtaking spot. He tried it a couple of times already this race. He managed to pull it off once, but he also bungled it once as well at the start of the race. And somehow, through out of all of that, it is still the same advantage between the two cars. And it's becoming more and more nip and tuck here because one of the Serber car, this cars is in the way. This is the number 41 car. A bit out of the way in the fight for the win in GT3 Pro, but still, he came in at the wrong time for the hypercar guys. And for Meunier, it's a case of what might have been had he gotten the overtake maneuver done, but he still has a few more bites of the cherry should he actually just do it again. 6/10 of a second now between Meunier and Callas as they come across the line, and the lap time set for itself. It was terrible for the both of them because they were both in that battle. It's a 44 flat for Callas and a 44.6 for Meunier, with Corazzari 42.2. He is actually now just within 4-5 seconds between them. It's going to be a three-way battle up in front, with Mika Hakimi also likewise just under 10 seconds between the both of them. It's getting intriguing, and guess what? It's only just 12 seconds as well back to Mark Veet in the Black Hawk Racing number 3 car. So 12 seconds between first and fifth, and if you want to compare first and sixth, only 16 seconds. The SD Shiba car really is performing well here in the hands of Lorenzo De Chutis. Still though, nothing to separate between the first two cars for the overall win. Loic Meunier and Sander Callas. Callas has been staving off onslaught after onslaught. You might think that he might have actually survived a Grand Prix worth of attacks here, but he's still only in just under 50 laps in, and he's still having to defend for his life here for a car that has the pace, but somehow just cannot shake off a fast-charging Loic Meunier, who's really on form here this round with the Team Iris car. Though, again, question of a penalty still looms large over his actions at the start of the race, where he knocked out Mika Hakimi as he goes on the inside there. Callas makes a mistake. Callas has made a mistake coming through the final corner, and that's Loic Meunier into the lead. And how much would he have enjoyed that, because it took him so long to get up to the back of Callas and stay behind there to overtake. Now he manages to make the maneuver without even having to do much, because it was Callas's own mistake that allowed him to come through. So now it's Callas's turn to be the attacker as opposed to being the defender here. And through out of all that, they have actually allowed guys in second, third, fourth. It's the guys who are in fourth and fifth to reel in even closer then. So, unforced error. It was not even a defensive move that he tried to make there, but because of that, he is well and truly fired up here to get up to the back of Loic Meunier. Meunier, though, is being held up in traffic. This might be an immediate response from Sander Callas coming out to the hairpin at turn number 10 here. No way through just yet, but more and more GT and other prototype traffic will become a factor. Callas still close up in front here. Half a second in it. Half a second between the first two drivers as we reach 2/3 distance here of the Sebring 1000 miles, and it's still nothing to separate between the first two overall, and we can make it 3 because there is Riccardo Corizzari. So Corizzari, what was a 12-second gap when he made his pit stop, is now just under 6 seconds once again. And if the both of them continue to battle again, which might happen with more and more traffic getting involved, he might just fancy his chances here of getting up back to the back of the both of them. Meanwhile, Roberto Iafalo in the Shiba in LMP2 Pro-Am comes to the pits. So does the Hyperion number 44 from P4 in LMP2 Pro. So pit stops now for the other prototypes outside of Hypercar. It's going to become a very big activity in the pit lane once again. But it's going to become very busy in the pit lane once again between all of them. As we look at follow for a second, nothing much happening there apart from just a routine pit stop. Now we go back to the battle we really wanted to see, Callas and Meunier. It was just nip and tuck between both of them, but it looks as though Meunier, despite having the pace between the two cars initially when he was attacking Callas, has not been able to pull away as fast as he would have liked. It's still under a second between the both of them, as you can see the class leaders has reflected. It's changed that reflected. Meunier, Zux, Milili, Francesconi, and it's still somehow Moncolodi Rezzini leading the way there. So it's a bit spread out in the other classes, but for the main pro classes in Hypercar and GT3 Pro, it's still anybody's game up in front here, with the win tantalizingly close for both teams. Remember, Ground Effect and Iris haven't had a win just yet this particular season. The best finish for Iris so far has been a second place in Indianapolis, whereas the Ground Effect car, their best finish was second in round 4 in Istanbul. So that will be equaling or even better their best finishing position so far this season. But looks as though one of these teams will love to have that win. And at this point in time, it's Sander Callas who is eyeing his chances here to get back up into the front to battle with Loic Meunier. There's more traffic up in front here. Meunier is the first to meet up with this, and that will be an opportunity for Callas to actually strike while the iron's hot. Fastest lap of the race goes to Demican in the LMP2 Pro-Am category, so that's a new change in fastest lap that time. But it looks as though Callas has now been held back here by the traffic, and that is going to play into Mounier's hands. Mounier can now just put his foot to the floor here and try to extend the gap, but having said that, it's Mounier's turn to now get caught in the traffic in the slow bits, and that allows Callas to get back up now to the back of the Iris car. It's just ebbing and flowing, isn't it, between between both drivers as we look at the top left-hand corner. Yellow flag in sector 3. I hope it's not coming through Sunset Bend, because we had a car there before quite several laps ago, but it looks as though it's clear, and they're passing Jim Minisula, the leader of the championship in GT3 Pro, though not the leader in this race. He hasn't had the best of luck here today so far, but he still has about 6.5 hours to amend that particular result. So then, that was intense battling between both cars, but it has now settled back into a bit of a rhythm here between Callas and Mounier. But with Mounier having to meet up with traffic that time around, the number 47 Simfrium car running in P5 in the LMP2 Pro category, it's now back to under 6/10 of a second here between Callas and Mounier. So Callas then is the one who's going to benefit the most from seeing Mounier attacking the traffic. New fastest lap again for Demican in the LMP2 Pro category of 46.7, but he is gotten a bit of a receive. That's 2 consecutive fastest laps of the race for Ahmed Demican in the Sunset Motorsport number 84 car, running in P4 in the LMP2 Pro Am. Now, coming out to Sunset Bet once more. Lap 54 next time by. We're going to be completing the end of lap 53. That's the Hyperion number 44 car coming into our shot. So championship leader in the LMP2 Pro category, having to get it away. Oh, the Lacascu car also just was caught in the most inopportune moment, and that allows Callas to come through. Behind them, this is Stefano Lanza, about 30 seconds behind the nearest LMP2 Pro Am category car. Nothing much to point out here apart from the fact that he's got Thiago Montero for company, and that is for overall position, but nothing more than just a slight consolation, because yes, he'll be on the podium. That's also a consolation, though how he would love to be fighting for the sharp end of the LMP2 Pro Am category. So far at least, not yet to be decided if we're doing the both of them. So, Montero though has actually been overtaken by Lanza, so that's another Pro Am car that has actually overtaken the Origin number 101 car. Not to say that Montero hasn't had the best run of it, but I know in fact it's Paulo Viejas that time around who has been overtaken, so yeah. Probably it's just a race that they will love to finish off and just happy to score the points, especially given the fact that, again, we have to reiterate how more points are awarded here for a race that is longer than 6 hours. Battle for P2 in LMP2 Pro between Jürgen Langerak in the Level 1 eSports car up against Arda Erkan, who's about 1.4 seconds ahead of him as they come by the line that time around. Erkan, of course, was the leader in LMP2 Pro at one point, but served a penalty that dropped him all the way back to P6 in class. But now he's back up to P2, but 39 seconds behind the runaway leader in LMP2 Pro, which is Roland Zux, who, if things stay where they are, will take the lead of the LMP2 Pro Championship, and will be by a slightly considerable margin than before, where he was about, where was he coming to this round? 4 points behind this might just be a 16-point swing coming into the next round of the season, the penultimate round next month in April at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. So another key marquee race for everyone, and a circuit that no doubt a lot of people will love to race on. They would not mind the Ardennes scenery too much, as they would not mind the Floridian scenery here, because championship points are on offer. And just like what a football phrase that have been used before, squeaky bum time. They just need to keep it absolutely clean coming into the closing stages of the season. So that's Mark Viet, who's behind Riccardo Corazzari. So Corazzari has actually gone up second by virtue of the fact that by looks of it, Callas has made a pit stop. So Callas actually is now in P6, but of course once the pit stop cycle goes into full overdrive, we will see the order change back to as it was, because we haven't had a code 80 at all. So the order stays the same as they are, as Ferrari then was slowing in the middle of the track. That allows Corazzari to come through, and also allows Mark Viet to get out to the back of the Sim 3M car. And this is now the battle for the lead of the race, because Loic Mounier has actually gone into the pits along with Lorenzo De Chutis. So that is the lead now back into the Sim 3M car. But again, this is only temporary, because once the pit stop cycle shakes itself out, we'll get to see who actually is in the lead of the race. The net lead, of course, is currently being held by Loic Mounier, because Mounier got by Callas on track, and it was quite close between the both of them for the pit stops. Penalty has been given to Lucrezia Milanese in the Sim 3M pink car in GT3 Pro-Am, so that might have been for one of the earlier skirmishes that he had outside of our cameras, but not going to be a big factor in the outcome of the race, especially up in front, where right now it's Corazzari's turn to become the driver being attacked here, with Mark Viet only 0.3 of a second behind. Coming up now to Sunset Bend. Where is Viet gonna try here? He's not gonna try going the long way around. It is quite bumpy there. No, in fact, he's never gonna try it, because he has to come into the pits for his scheduled stop, and that will be a normally scheduled one, but it will drop them to P4 or P5 overall, because the net P5, because he was with Mika Hakimi at one point. Not sure where Mika Hakimi will come out in relation to him. As another prototype comes into the pits, that is the number 8 of Andrea Terzi. So Terzi also comes to the pit at the same time. Meanwhile, Simone Melilli in the Colony Racing prototype team up in front in P1 in the LMP2 Pro-Am category. Looks as though he's in a battle with Mateusz Pruzak, because that's actually Pruzak in P2. Or rather, Karol Wozniak for the Red Eye Speed Eagles car. And this is an enticing one, because Wozniak, we know how well he can races among the LMP2 guys, as there goes, that is not Santa, it's still Santa Callas in the car for that round fact number 63. He's sized between the both of them, as we're looking at Mateusz Guzowski, not Dabrowski, same first names of course, the number 45 Hyperion car, 10 seconds behind the number 47 Sim 3M car. So overall, Thomas Vach, he has taken over that car in number 44. He's actually jumped ahead of Sim 3M number 47 car, so that's crucial for track position. He is about where is he, 2 seconds ahead, so that's crucial for his chance to put a bit of damage limitation in this race if the number 21 Go Team car were to win this round. Further behind, that's Jimmy Nisela, who's still running P6 in the GT3 Pro category. 5 seconds behind P5, which is currently a Nicola Pagani in the Tomato number 69 car. So that's still a long way back for them as Corazari now comes to the pits. There goes Callas. And where is Mounier going to come out in relation to Corazari? We're going to go for the white shot here to see where it is. The ground effect car came through our shot just now at the bottom right of the screen. He's come out in P3, net P2 of the race, only for the time being because we don't know where Mounier is right now in relation to him out on track. And in fact, Mounier has now got up back to the front. Callas in second and Corazari in third. So it's a bit of a different script compared to the first round of pit stops where it was the ground effect car that got ahead of the Iris car. Now it's the Iris car by virtue of pure pace has gotten in front in the second round of pit stops by about 5 seconds here as that's very wide from Donato I'm not sure which LMP2 car was that, but that was in fact it's Arco Holsdale, so the Fuel Savers car was taking a bit to the grass there to avoid the other prototypes coming through, but luckily for him, no histrionics there as we're looking at Simone Mileti. Oh! Hakimi Mika then wipes out the Kuruki Monsters car as they come out to the final sector then, so that is a bit naughty there, a bit nip and tuck for the hypercar guy to just pass through when the gap was closing, but again, rule of thumb in endurance racing, the cars who are in the slow category just has to be as predictable as possible, but the guys in the faster categories must overtake as cleanly as possible. We'll have to see what the stewards would think of that as they come by as Maleli touches the wall. That is very, very nip and tuck again. Could have actually ended up completely crossed and just damaged the whole thing, but luckily though, it was just a medium style tap on the wall. Wasn't too spectacular, but no doubt that will be a bit frightening for him. As we are now looking at Lorenzo De Chutis running in P6 in the SD Shiba car, about 6.9 seconds behind P5 in the hypercar class, which is being run currently by Mark Veet. Mika Hakimi is still in the Dozov Blue Steel car, 18 seconds behind Loic Mounier. So in terms of the overall gaps at the front, looks as though that some cars have actually lost a bit of time to Loic Mounier, who seemed to have a really good in-lap to just really get out in front of everybody else and just increase the gap. Anyhow, that's another race waiting to be explored up in front. Here's the one further behind in the hypercar category. Mark Veet only about 9/10 of a second behind Mika Hakimi. Black Hawk Racing versus Blue Steel Racing. Those are Blue Steel Racing. It was already close between the both of them just now at one point, but it was clean. It's now just Veet hanging back a bit. But this lap, however, he is about 2/10 faster than Mika Hakimi. So Mika now will be the one looking in his rearview mirror. Let's see how Mark does in his attack for P4. We'll start finish late for the 60th time for the both of them. And that time around, Veet was exactly 2/10 faster than Hakimi, which really wasn't a surprise. No, in fact, he was about 7/10 faster than Hakimi. So it might have been a bit of a problem with the gaps. Oh, in fact, it's 1.3 seconds. Wow, a problem with the gap maybe that contribute to the Black Hawk car to just come out now to the back of the Blue Steel car. There's Mark Veet. 8/10 of a second now. We mentioned just now, 1.3 seconds faster in the split that time as they came across the line. How long will it be now for Veet to just harry the back of those Blue Steel car and fancy his chances in taking P4 just outside the rostrum? But if he does manage to pull off the move on Mika Hakimi, he has another wall right in front of him, and that's in the form of Riccardo Corazzari, a further 6 seconds up in front of Hakimi as well. So fast guys up in front, but also teams that are looking for their first wins of the season. Of course, mentioned earlier, Iris and Ground Effect looking for their first win of the season. Their best results right now are second place, respectively, for the both of them. How they will love to break this duck at Sebring, one of the toughest racetracks in the world. And yes, it might just be tougher than Bathurst, only because of how violent it is, the road surface, where you can easily break components inside the car, or in this case, drivers who are using a sim racing wheel, if they get the force feedback wrong, it might just really hurt them afterwards. But enough about the rambling on that side. There is now the battle between Mark Veet and Mika Hakimi, 5 tenths of a second between the Blue Steel Racing car and the Black Hawk car. The Black Hawk car is faster than the Blue Steel car the last couple of laps, and it might have been virtued by traffic, but let's see if this pace is actually genuine to overtake the Blue Steel car for P4. Lap 61 in the books. We're nearly there now to about the quarter race mark. 1/4 of the 268 that has been promised here today. But again, this is a lap counted race, not a timed race as we had in previous years, where we were going all the way to 0 from a certain amount of time, 8 hours, 6 hours, you name it, or 24 hours. This particular race is following like the actual World Endurance Championship, where it's actually a lap race. So 268 laps around the circuit, a very bumpy and arduous circuit, might add, both in real life and in virtual, and nothing to separate between the guys up in front in hypercar, which is always nice to see, because sometimes you have that one team that really dominates the field and just never looks back. They make it look so easy, but it has not been plain sailing for the championship leaders in the hypercar category either. They have had quite a couple of misfortunes, especially in the number 7 car, where they finished 9th in Imola. Whereas the number 8 car, they've been the most consistent performers. Win in round 1, 3 consecutive third place finishes, and a second last time out when we were in the Nürburgring. But yeah, again, this round may just be the difference maker in terms of how the championship will play out, because more points are on offer at Sebring. Out of the hairpin into turn 10 then for Mark Veet. It's about a second in between himself and Mika Hakimi, so that particular battle is also just slowly increasing bit by bit to, well, come to a great crescendo before the next round of pit stops occur for the hypercar class. Way behind in the GT3 Pro category, this is Philippe Brigenet, only 15 seconds in behind. So who's that running in third right now in the GT3 Pro? It is Salvatore Zitiello, or in fact it is now Michael Francesconi, because Francesconi is coming to the pits. That will be P3 for the car we were focusing on just now, which is Philippe Brigenet. Out of the final corner again. This time, however, it looks as though Mark is really close to the back of Mika. Through turn number 1 at Jean de Bier corner. Yeah, looks like Mika might just need to watch his mirrors more attentively now, given the fact that the Black Hawk car is becoming more and more of not just a mirage on his rearview mirror. In fact, Mika gets it a bit crossed there, coming out of turn 3. This is the opportunity for Mark that's been looking for. There's a bit of a marker battling. That's also the Lacascu car fighting up to the hairpin, and no way through as of yet. There goes Mark still keeping. There goes Mark and Mika still maintaining their same positions as they were at the start of the lap. Through turn 10. Nothing separating between the two cars here, between P4 and 5. Hakimi holds on again for dear life for his position, and damage limitation in his hunt to defend the championship title that he won last season with the Blue Steel Racing team. Really difficult couple of races, especially given the fact that they were battling for race wins at one point. Nothing too bad with themselves, but a couple of disconnections at particular Indianapolis and Istanbul, and at Istanbul, and after that the Nürburgring really have not heard the causes as Mika comes to the pits again. So Mark Viet is on a completely different strategy to those of Blue Steel Racing car. Now he's got clean fresh air to try and pound in the laps, get a quick in lap, and then get back up to his either a position behind, or he could just make a new yardstick for himself and become the difference maker there. Corazari then, P3. 7/10 of a second behind Sander Callas with where is P1 in the hypercar cars? Loic Mounier about 11 seconds ahead. So the second round of pit stops have not been so kind to the Sim 3M guys, as we're looking at Simone Malili, who wiped the barriers coming out to the final corner at one point, ready to pounce for P1 in the LMP2 Pro Am category. 3.3 seconds now between himself and P1. Currently being driven by Karol Wozniak for the red Ispeed equals number 24 car. Jimmy Nisler then, P4 in the GT3 Pro category. It's a slight damage limitation, but make no mistake, the gap that the satellite team have produced prior to this is definitely more than enough for them to clinch the title at year's end. But again, it's easier said than done when plenty of other teams will be thinking of the same thing too. Here's Brigenet in the Le Cascu sim racing car, the only Audi in the field here, right behind a Mercedes of GR Motorsport. Of GR Wi-Fi of Arthur Siskula. Let's see what Siskula is trying to do here. It may not. It looks like it's not going to be much, because again, you don't want the pro drivers to get involved with the Pro Am guys and unnecessarily ruin your individual races. Coming out of the final corner now for Brigenet. What's the gap going to be between himself and Siskula? It's very close, in fact. About 0.2 of a second between Siskula and Brigenet. Danny Viella for the VM team, number that's right, I forgot the number there, but the VM car in P3 in the championship, but 33 points, the Hyperion number behind the Hyperion number 44 coming to this round. There's Brigenet. He's already outside. Brigenet against the other class Mercedes then of Arthur Siskula. But Siskula holds on to it only for the time being. There's a prototype that's going to come on the inside then. Will it be the mid difference maker here? Not quite. Brigenet is more circumspect about it and just waiting for the right opportunity to pounce. Up to the final sector once again here, and this is the battle between two different classes. It just affects the overall positions, but for Brigenet, it's just a case of a confidence booster as well, given the fact that he can definitely race with one of those guys in the competitive scene. Right, 2 more minutes left to go here, or rather less than 2 minutes left to go here on my time in English commentary before I'll be taking a bit of a breather and coming back to the middle portion of the ES Season 6, Round 6 here at the 1000 miles of Sebring. to hand it over to the Italian team after this to just carry on the torch here, coming towards the middle part of the race, which is going to happen pretty soon. So it's about 134. So that we're halfway there, halfway to the halfway point of the race, if that makes sense to everybody. It will be quite a nice sight, especially on the fact that that's half the trouble done. You just need to finish the other half and they can move on to the next round already, which is at Spa-Francorchamps. There's Jordi St. Andres. He's up to P1 in the GT3 Pro category, but not sure when is he due to stop again, only because the fact that plenty of other cars around him have done so. Now then, this is Guzowski for the Hyperion number 45 car, coming out to the back of the Simfriam number 91, Simfriam pink number 91 car. Not much of a problem there. A couple of yellow flags being waved, but nothing for any of the leaders we're looking at right now. This is Jim Minisala up to P4 for the Satellite Racing number 64 car. Apart from the start of the race, which looked a little bit ominous, it's been quite a decent race in between this. Just settling into a rhythm right now, waiting to just pounce for the correct opportunity. But as of now, still a bit of a problem here between some of the others because it's a rock in a hard place. Literally no man's land. Jürgen Langrak, looking at right now, P3. In the level 1 eSports car in the LMP2 Pro-Am. Daniel Vella for the VM number 36 car. Come through our shot. He's about 8.3 seconds behind the next car in front of him. Another one of the SB Shiba cars, but this time in GT3M. It's Paride de Vico. 8.9 seconds behind P5, so it's just showing a couple of drivers who normally we don't get much screen time from them, but nice to see in the end. See that plenty of drivers have joined this race. Hello to everybody involved. Hopefully you can enjoy it as much as we're enjoying bringing you the coverage. But never mind about that, we're coming up to lap 59. Nice. Pretty soon. That's Riccardo Corizzari. Corizzari now is up to the back of Sander Callas. 0.6 of a second here between second and third. It looks as though Callas has not had the best of stints after his second stop. He is more than 12 seconds behind race leader Loic Meunier, with Riccardo Corizzari now hot on his heels. Battle for not P3 though. This is for completely different positions, of course. There's João Amaral behind the Mercedes for overall position by the looks of it. Not sure where is Amaral in the live timing screen, but it looks as though he might just want to get a free track position here to improve his chances of finishing on the podium. In fact, it's the number 57 Mercedes. '97 of now Peter Moravik. So the GR Simfrost number 97 car has a change in personnel, but the driver looks as though he's unfazed here, despite not being in tune with the pace of the race so far. He's ready to overtake. Now then, we're coming to the end of the first part for the English broadcast. We'll be back much later on, as plenty of chopping and changing happened in the initial stages, but now the race has settled into a bit of rhythm. It's a perfect opportunity to go into a commercial break. But just to round out the top 5 in each class, Meunier, Callas, Corizzari, Vite and Deschutes. Iris Grand Effect, Simfriam number 7, Blackhawk number 3, as SD Shiba, your top 5 in Hypercar. Go Team 21, Dennis Bank, IW number 48, Level 1 Esports 28, Hyperion 44 and Simfriam 47 in Pro. Bell MP2, Red Eye Speed Eagles number 24, Sunset Motorsport 84, HG Blue Bolt Racing number 111 in 3rd, CR Prototype 29 in 4th, and Team Shiba number 11 in 5th. The GT classes, Willow Sim Racers, Jody Andres in the lead for now, but pit stops pending for him. Servo number 41 second, and 3rd is Le Cascu with Satellite Racing up to a recovering P4 in front of Tomelli number 69. And finally the GT3 M category, Carlani Black number 104 by Marco Lodi still leading the way since the start of the race. He is about half a second in front of Artis Escula car number 70 for GR Wildfire, with Fabio Zabeto and the MR Motorsport number 66 in 3rd, Guru Racing Team 89 in 4th, and finally Oliver Newman in the Rookie Monsters number 62 car in P5. So that's the end of the English broadcast for now. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsors.
Freedom brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the Freedom over. The successful of our brand is good work of team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation. Freedom brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the Freedom over. The successful of our brand is good work of team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation. Premium brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the 3M overall. The successful of our brand is good work of the team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation. Premium brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the 3M overall. The successful of our brand is good work of the team. 2018, we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation.
Buonasera a tutti gli appassionati di motori e di sim racing e bentornati a Sebring, della 1000 miglia dell'eSport Endurance Series by eRacingSeries.com. Siamo in diretta su Pit Lane TV, è un piacere appunto far parte di questa telecronaca. Sebring è un circuito fantastico, un circuito che ha fatto la storia del motorsport, e insieme a me, per ritornare non so quanto tempo fa, 4 anni fa probabilmente, c'è... chi c'è? Vediamo se
c'è un'invasione di campo.
C'è Renato Vigliotti. Ciao Renato.
Ciao Matteo, ciao Mariano che è dietro le quinte, ciao a tutti gli amici di Pit Lane TV, famiglia, quella che è stata, è un piacere tornare, mi siete mancati tutti.
È una mancanza che ti perdoneremo solo e soltanto se l'erede al trono diventerà il telecronista numero 1, come ti dicevo, in Italia e nel mondo. Vedremo. Secondo me potrebbe essere
ci sto provando, perché è lì sulla buona via. Intanto attacca i video di trattori come non ci fosse un domani. Poi
Okay.
macchine, robe così, già vedo che mostra qualche interesse. Spero che non si appassioni troppo, perché è una passione costosa purtroppo.
Però sai che ti dico che anche Ferruccio Lamborghini è passato dai trattori al motorsport, quindi potrebbe funzionare. Funzionare.
Sai, l'avvigliotte automobile, sai che roba che viene fuori?
Sì, invece di Sottafraschini, no? Sarebbe un nome anche più elegante, secondo me. Detto ciò, Renato, come
le
stai?
EV, Electric Vehicle. No, tutto bene, grazie, tutto bene. Guarda, tra alti e bassi ne ho combinate di ogni, ne ho combinate veramente di tutti i colori in questi... sarà 4 anni ormai. Tra l'altro noi ci siamo visti l'ultima volta, l'unica penso anche l'ultima volta che ci siamo visti ancora in quel di Varano.
Sì, per la Formula X.
Sì, si parla del periodo addirittura pre-Covid, pensate a quanto tempo è passato.
Sì. E insieme, ricordo la Indy 500 insieme a Matteo, e poi anche la 24 ore, la 12 ore di Le Mans, se non sbaglio, all'epoca era.
Allora, io la 12 ore non credo di essere riuscito a partecipare.
Secondo me sì, sai, c'eri.
Sai che forse sì un pezzo, però è passato talmente tanto tempo, ne ho fatte talmente tante, mi annoiavo. Allora e quindi sì, ne ho fatte un po' di tutti. Ogni tanto cerco di tornare al commento con qualche live. Mi capita ogni tanto di andare sui cartodromi che ci sono qua in zona, però è una cosa che mi manca da fare a tempo pieno. Avrei sempre, guarda, la cosa che più mi è dispiaciuta sempre tanto è il non essere mai riuscito a venire qua, a tornare qua su Pitlane TV in maniera assidua. Ci vorrà ancora un po' probabilmente, perché non ho tutta questa gran disponibilità. Purtroppo chi ha dei nani a casa sa bene di cosa parlo, però il mio cuore è sempre qui, il mio cuore è sempre qui con Pitlane TV, con i ragazzi appunto che ne fanno parte, con Mariano, con cui è partito tutto. Pensa a te, Matteo, 9 anni fa, sembra l'altro giorno siamo partiti, cioè Pitlane TV è partita 9 anni fa, oramai è una realtà che vive di vita propria, ha una propria inerzia. Io direi che grazie anche al buon Mariano, all'ottimo Mariano, non è più buono, ma è ottimo, e tutto questo ha continuato a vivere e ad avere dei fasti secondo me ancora splendenti, perché qui scusa, interrompimi pure se
No, vai, intanto. No, io non so quanto tempo hai te, quindi ti lascerei parlare.
Io cerco di stare almeno una
sblocchiamo.
mezz'oretta, provo a stare almeno una mezz'oretta,
Ok.
spero mi perdoneranno tutti quanti se proprio non toccate e fuga il mio. No, come dicevo, mi è capitato adesso di fare un paio di live per i centri di simulazione e si parlava appunto di quello che è il periodo del sim racing. È un periodo un po' strano, è stato quello del post-Covid. E io credo che in realtà come quelle di Mariano, di Ers, di Pitlane TV, che hanno ancora gli stessi spettatori, se non di più, di quelli che facevano nel pre-Covid, lì vuol dire che c'è qualità, c'è impegno, c'è tanto lavoro dietro, ed è una cosa che avrei sempre voluto continuare a cercare di farne parte proprio per questo, perché
È una famiglia, no?
è una famiglia, ma
è una vera e
è
propria
più di
famiglia.
questo, è più di questo, perché, ripeto, se non fosse stato per tutto il lavoro che c'è dietro, secondo me, intanto non so se si sente in sottofondo il nano che urla,
No.
sì, quindi è un piacere tornare, ecco, giusto per dirla tutta, ed è un piacere tornare in una realtà così florida, perché continuo comunque a guardarmi le live. Come?
Letteralmente Florida.
Sì,
È molto
sì,
triste.
Sebring,
molto
tra
triste.
l'altro tu che ne sai più di me, Matteo, innanzitutto, guarda, volevo farti anche i complimenti già da un po' per quello che sei riuscito a raggiungere, per lo... Pare che tu sia ancora parte del team Sky, giusto?
Sì,
Ok,
tranquillo.
perché purtroppo sono un po'... cerco di restare aggiornato, ma la maggior parte delle cose mi sfugge purtroppo, quindi non ho mai avuto occasione di farti i complimenti anche per quello che sei riuscito a raggiungere, perché sei partito da dove siamo partiti un po' tutti noi. Quindi è una bella cosa, ed è bello trovarti qua, e il fatto che tu sia qui appunto su Pitlane TV dimostra ancora una volta quanto bello sia il lavoro che stai facendo tu e quanto bello il lavoro che stia facendo Mario. Perdonatemi la sbagliata.
No, io ti ringrazio, occhio a cuoricino in questo momento. Io penso che dal momento in cui abbiamo fatto la Indy 100 della Indy Lights e poi la Indy 500 nella stessa serata, penso di essermi innamorato, no, di questo portale, perché è stata, ora scusate ragazzi se mettiamo un po' da parte la gara, però è stata ovviamente e oggettivamente una serata, un pomeriggio barra serata bellissima a livello professionale, a livello emotivo. Credo che tutti rivogliano un reboot, no? Un sequel di quell'evento. E io là mi sono innamorato appunto di come i Racing Series va a interpretare il movimento del sim racing. E poi sì, sono partito, cioè io devo tutto quello che sto facendo adesso come lavoro a livello professionale al sim racing. E in parte, in una buona parte, c'è anche Ers in tutto questo. Detto
Sì,
ciò,
guarda, ti dico,
Renato,
anche a me è capitata la stessa realtà, cioè in maniera molto più meno clamorosa della tua, però sì, anche io ero arrivato a commentare certe gare proprio grazie.
come sbocco, e ti può
Sì,
aiutare
ma sai,
tantissimo, no?
sono quelle cose, Ers, per me è più Pitlane TV che Ers, perché poi quando partimmo non esisteva ancora Ers, c'era il vecchio ADC di Mariano, l'Advanced Driver Club, poi insomma è stata una roba che è partita tutta un po' da lì, e ed è sempre bello tornare in famiglia, è come quando viaggi all'estero e torni a casa, viaggi
Sì,
fuori
sì, sì.
e torni da chi ti ha fatto sempre stare bene. Questo è
E,
un po'.
siccome ti voglio far piangere, ti leggo, poi torniamo alla gara ragazzi, facciamo un recap della classifica,
Ti
ti leggo
perdoneranno.
qualche commento in chat. Allora, innanzitutto c'è Nello Pastorino che ha urlato Renato, facendo anche il segno del cuoricino. E poi la Vigliotti Special, Paolo Pennimpede, la voce di Ers, il ritorno del figlio al prodigo, Francesco Geniale, e poi Mariano si è aggiunto con il ritorno di chi il figliolo l'ha fatto, Renato si è riprodotto, quindi è successo, e poi è partito il Renato Vigliotti Podcast. E questi sono un po' di commenti, un po' di reazioni in tempo reale sulla chat di YouTube, no? Immagino che tu possa sentirti molto molto orgoglioso, Renato, e
Sì, vedi, è per quello che è bello tornare.
soprattutto per la Vigliotti Special, che secondo me è un progetto che potrebbe essere sviluppato. Poi lascia a te diciamo il continuo dell'idea, la messa in pratica dell'idea.
Ci proveremo. Allora,
Anche
torniamo
Giampaolo
invece.
Collegati ti saluto e torniamo a parlare di quello che sta succedendo, perché vedo che c'è il Team Iris in testa. Sebring è un posto meraviglioso, Sebring è una pista davvero unica, 6 km di tracciato ricchi di avvallamenti, sono comunque meno avvallamenti, meno sconnessioni rispetto alla capitale d'Italia, a Roma, e un circuito che comunque mette a dura prova, tornando seri, sia Renato il pilota come resistenza fisica e mentale, ma anche gli pneumatici in primis, la resistenza della macchina. Sarà molto molto difficile in questa seconda parte centrale, poi seconda metà della gara, ultima parte della gara, gestire i doppiaggi, perché immagino che farà notte ad una certa, proprio come accadeva nella 1000 miglia di Sebring, un circuito speciale che, Renato, io inserirei assolutamente nella top 5 dei circuiti in cui e degli eventi in cui il pilota deve almeno vincere la gara.
Sì, guarda, ti dico, io Sebring come pista l'ho iniziata ad apprezzare col tempo. All'epoca non mi piacque perché è una pista piatta, non ci sono scollinamenti, non ci sono salite, non ci sono discese, è piatta praticamente. A parte le sconnessioni del tracciato di per sé, è un tracciato che va gustato piano piano e ti rendi conto di quanto sia bello appena inizi a correrci, quando inizi a farci chilometri, tanti chilometri.
Prendi ritmo.
Esatto, quando prendi ritmo su questa pista qua, soprattutto ad esempio a me piace un sacco la parte finale prima del lungo rettifilo. Quello secondo me è uno dei punti più affascinanti, dove bisogna avere manico, equilibrio della macchina, equilibrio mentale e conoscere ovviamente le traiettorie. E poi la cosa divertente è chi si approccia per le prime volte su questa pista qua e guarda le staccate, vede quei famosi cartelli che sembrano trarre in inganno, perché 400, 300, 200, 100, dici ma come 400, ma c'è lì la curva, poi dopo vai a capire che sono 400 piedi, perché gli americani, figurati, si imparano ad usare il sistema metrico decimale.
No, è una caratteristica, è come se tu chiamassi la 500 miglia 800 km di Indianapolis.
Esatto, forse anche questo è vero. Comunque sì, Sebring è una pista ipertecnica, non sembra come Monza sembra 2 rettilinei e 2 curve, ma bisogna avere una macchina, secondo me, cotta a puntino. Qui la stessa cosa, perché da che ricordo è tanto che non corre, tanto che non simulo, ma la memoria, tra virgolette, come andare in bicicletta, ce l'hai sempre. Ci sono diversi punti, come quello che sta attraversando in questo momento Colavitto, quinto se non sbaglio LMP2, categoria LMP2. Ecco, in questo tratto qua hai visto la macchina come sobbalza, come si muove, e lì basta sbagliare un poco per trovarsi sul rettifilo, quello lungo, dove puoi scatenare tutta la potenza della macchina a corto di chilometri orari, e anche subire un sorpasso prima della staccatona che porta poi sul traguardo. Vediamo anche adesso Guzowski che sta affrontando lo stesso punto. Guarda qui quanto è difficile.
È tosta, perché poi sei in appoggio, come dici tu, e rimani in curva per tanti secondi con l'asfalto che non ti lascia alcuna pietà.
Sì, non ti è assolutamente
muoversi e non ti è amico, esatto. E intanto qui guarda che bella battaglia con Angelo Colavito, che prova con la sua LMP2 di Sinfremi Sports ad avere strada libera, a ricevere strada libera, e ce la fa, bel sorpasso nei confronti della P2 di Level 1 Sports guidata da Jürgen Langerach. Ottima manovra, questo permette a Colavito di poter spingere. Guardate poi come toccano come tocchino le auto sul fondo, sull'asfalto, producendo queste scintille, fanno capire appunto i movimenti che stressano la meccanica in tutti i punti del circuito, perché una delle grandi caratteristiche delle piste americane, Sebring in primis, è il fatto di non avere una stessa tipologia di asfalto per l'intero manto stradale, bensì un cemento che si alterna all'asfalto stesso, è un continuo alternarsi, e Sebring poi è famosa per i bumps, per gli avvallamenti. C'era stata un'idea di asfaltarla, però probabilmente si perderebbe la caratteristica primaria, la caratteristica basilare di un circuito come Sebring, e alla fine non si è più fatto nulla. Mentre in tutte le altre piste, Laguna Seca, Road America, Mid Ohio, i circuiti sono stati riasfaltati, no? Questo fa capire come
mi veniva in mente una cosa, mi veniva in mente una cosa, Matteo, però penso sia legata ai circuiti inglesi, non a quelli americani, che molte delle piste, però infatti adesso ti chiederò conferma, se ho buona memoria, molte delle piste esistenti oggi erano ricavate da dei vecchi aeroporti della seconda guerra mondiale. Però adesso, se non sbaglio, forse parlo proprio di circuiti inglesi, se ricordo bene, perché mi è venuto in mente mentre parlavi appunto dei diversi tipi di asfalto dovuto proprio a questa caratteristica qui. Però credo che fosse legato più ai circuiti inglesi che non a quelli americani, che appunto, essendo questi aeroporti che erano spuntati ovunque praticamente durante il secondo conflitto mondiale, vennero poi riadattati a circuiti per correre, ecco.
Sì, no, è una caratteristica che si ritrova per lo più in Inghilterra. Silverstone è l'esempio più chiaro, però per dirti anche St. Petersburg in Florida è un cittadino, ma c'è una parte che porta all'aeroporto, il rettilineo principale, no? È il circuito dove corre la IndyCar, dove ha corso anche l'American Le Mans Series. Ce ne sono di piste che
semipermanente praticamente.
Sì, esatto, quel tratto è utilizzato dagli aerei, era utilizzato da qualcosa di unico, uno scenario unico. E la cosa che mi piace molto di Sebring qui, se ci fate caso, è che nella corsia box, l'abbiamo visto ora con il pit stop, tutti i garage, cioè sopra i garage ci sono tutti i vincitori della 12 ore di Sebring, se ci fate caso, e questo è replicato esattamente box per box, garage per garage, anche su rFactor 2, che ha come pista ufficiale proprio Sebring tra i contenuti ufficiali originali. Mateusz Busowski, sesta posizione, e strottando, guarda con chi? Con David Greco, che corre con il team Vemon. David Greco che è tornato in attività, appunto, non si è mai fermato in realtà. Sì, esatto, non si è mai fermato, un grandissimo ritorno per lui con una prestazione strepitosa, e sta cercando di collaborare, appunto, di aiutare Vem a raggiungere punti pesanti, ottenere punti pesanti, e attualmente occupa la settima posizione con un distacco di 38 secondi da Mateusz Busowski. È una gara lunghissima, estenuante, difficile, e 268 giri significa dover prepararsi nelle settimane precedenti, tant'è che c'è praticamente un mese tra una gara e l'altra, e a livello di stress è comparabile a una 24 ore di Le Mans. Ascoltando i piloti virtuali e i piloti reali, sia nella tecnica ma anche nella preparazione, nella guida, nella strategia, è richiesto lo stesso stress di una 24 ore, ed è per questo che viene utilizzata come benchmark, come riferimento.
Sì, tra l'altro, guarda, ti dico, mi fido delle tue parole perché purtroppo non ho tutta questa esperienza, però sì, effettivamente Sebring è diventata, poi ultimamente mi sembra sia salita parecchio alla ribalta, con poi adesso sai anche il VEC che è tornato in auge, e insomma è una pista che, come hai detto tu, è un ottimo banco prova per, infatti intanto mentre parliamo si vedono adesso in primo piano, se non sbaglio, i vincitori, come accennavi tu, dei vari eventi nel corso degli anni, quindi questa è una cosa bella anche da imparare. Io imparo ad esempio questa cosa nuova proprio oggi. E tra l'altro devo dire che la categoria Endurance sta vivendo, secondo me, un periodo molto florido, molto bello, e personalmente sono innamorato delle hypercar, perché le trovo di una bellezza incredibile.
Sì, no, le hypercar rappresentano il futuro, no? del motorsport, dell'endurance. Ora, e qui c'è il dibattito. non sono come le LMP1, non offrono lo stesso grado di performance delle LMP1 e questo è evidente. Sono probabilmente anche potrebbero essere descritte come delle LMP2 con il sistema ibrido e potenziate, però oggettivamente sono macchine che hanno un potenziale di crescita molto molto alto, che sono limitate dallo stesso regolamento, Renato, perché abbiamo un regolamento che non permette il pieno utilizzo dell'ERS, che deve essere utilizzato solo e soltanto secondo dei parametri precisi, una potenza totale stabilita dal BOP, altrimenti quelle macchine, soprattutto le LMH, le mani hypercar, con un sistema elettrico, con un motore elettrico potente e sfruttato al 100%, potrebbero benissimo andare a toccare gli 800 cavalli, no?
E sono un'enormità, credo, sono veramente tantissimi.
Sì, sono tanti, invece sono limitati a 680.
Se non sbaglio vanno ad avvicinarsi a quella che era la potenza, cos'era? Toyota, che erogava circa 1000 cavalli col sistema ibrido.
Toyota 1000 cavalli, esatto, Toyota, Porsche, insomma 919, TS050, R18, toccavano, sì, esatto, Renato, i 1000 cavalli. Non ci arriverebbero con gli attuali sistemi, probabilmente le hypercar, però non si fermerebbero ai 680/700 a seconda dell'assegnazione e della definizione del VOP, no?
Sì.
Sono un po' castrate. Io ho sentito molti dire che le LMP2 farebbero molto meglio e sarebbero sbloccate, le LMP2 sbloccate sarebbero molto più veloci delle hypercar, sarebbero sicuramente più competitive rispetto ad ora, rispetto a quando hanno corso nel WEC le LMP2, però mettendo a confronto una hypercar castrata e una LMP2 castrata, alla fine il divario si vedrebbe lo stesso. E sono macchine stupende. E poi quello che mi piace è che sì, i costi siano alti, però siano più bassi delle LMP1, quindi ci sono tanti team clienti. Guarda con l'LMDH quante Porsche tra WEC e IMSA ci sono tantissime, sono 5 Porsche in un campionato, 4 in un altro. Vai a pensare a un numero del genere.
Ho visto, allora, non ho seguito nello specifico, ma ho visto numeri tanto importanti, tanto interessanti, un po' su tutte le categorie alla fine. Anche il fatto che ci si, tra virgolette, lamentasse dell'estinzione, se così vogliamo dire, della categoria GTE, correggimi Matteo, sempre se sbaglio.
Sì.
E con l'arrivo delle GT3 si pensava, ma no, ma perché qua, perché là, perché non sono altrettanto... E poi alla fine la griglia è piena, quindi... posso dire...
Si deve guardare al concreto.
Esatto, cioè... Se l'indomani decidessero di correre con delle derivate di serie, mi viene per assurdo, no? da pensare alla 24 ore del Nürburgring, ok?
Sì.
Corrono le GT3, ma corrono anche tante derivate di serie, alcuni praticamente corrono con delle stradali con roll bar, ma è sempre pieno, quindi alla fine della fiera cos'è che conta? Cosa corri in pista o quello che c'è in pista, ma come lo fanno correre? Nel senso, se anche fosse più lento, ma le battaglie comunque restano belle da vedere, c'è competitività, c'è agonismo, ci sono gli spalti pieni, si può dire un bel chissene, nel senso, non è come certe categorie, ma la massima categoria mi viene in mente, che sta un po' cadendo in basso su certe cose, ma quello non è per quello che succede in pista, ma quello più che per quello che succede fuori dalla pista. Anche là fanno il pieno, capito? Quindi bisogna capire lì l'appassionato medio cosa effettivamente cerca, tralasciando il fatto che la gente si lamenterà sempre a prescindere.
Sì, ma infatti è quello. Caso, guarda che rischio per Sander Callas. Mamma mia, guarda.
Combinato.
La LMP2 lì dietro lo sta seguendo, grande effetto, attenzione, mamma mia, che rischio.
Sorpasso praticamente in questa modalità, non perdono tempo, non perdono assolutamente tempo.
E non possono anche perché Callas è a mezzo secondo da Andrea Terzi e stiamo parlando della battaglia che interessa la quarta posizione, e a 11 secondi da Andrea Terzi c'è Lorenzo Risi di Simply Sports con la numero 7, quindi per ora facciamo un recap, siccome abbiamo un po' divagato dopo la pausa e abbiamo approfittato anche della presenza di Renato. C'è una classifica abbastanza definita, abbastanza stabile lì davanti, con Loic Meunier di Iris che ha 23 secondi di margine sul primo avversario, su Black Hawk, in particolare su Alexei Kuzak, poi terzo posto per Lorenzo Arisi, che è a 14 secondi dalla seconda posizione. Successivamente incontriamo, sempre con Sinfremi Sports, Andrea Terzi e Sander Callas, che è impegnato a passare la Porsche del Team Pink di Sinfremi Sports in classe G.
Non so se abbiamo perso brevemente Matteo, perché non lo sento più. Tanto stavo facendo il recap, intanto continuiamo a vedere le immagini con il leader della categoria GT, Elias Poli della Carloni Racing, che guida con una certa tranquillità su Galvin, che è a 23 secondi di distacco. Nella categoria GT troviamo lui in testa, mentre qui adesso vediamo le immagini di Wozniak in seconda posizione, anche lui abbastanza tranquillo, con un Stefano Lanza che segue ad una distanza abbastanza di sicurezza, 28 secondi. Matteo, ci sei?
Sono tornato. Sì, dovrei esserci.
Non so se sono stato io ad essermi smarrito o sei stato tu che...
No, credo io, penso io. Dunque, io ti sentivo comunque, sono io che non so per quale motivo con l'audio non arrivavo, e no, hai fatto bene. Dicevo, c'è stato un momento di spavento per Arder Khan, che si è ritrovato una GT prima del tornante di curva 6, ha dovuto scattare. Ecco, questo non ha fatto bene al suo ritmo, siccome deve recuperare 23 secondi a Roland Zuck. C'è la bandiera gialla nel secondo settore, c'è tanto movimento, e questa invece è la bagarre per la leadership della GT3 AM, che vede protagonisti Elias Poli di Carloni Racing Black, e subito dietro abbiamo a 23 secondi il primo avversario. Parliamo quindi di
Galvin.
Galvin di GR Wildfire, 7 secondi 1 di distanza. Ecco, le GT3 Pro e le GT3 M sono un po' mischiate, perché è anche giusto dirlo, le GT3 AM non è che siano più lente come macchine, sono le stesse macchine, sono le stesse vetture, però in equipaggio c'è un pilota di categorizzazione bronze. Poi la categorizzazione a livello di regolamento verrà aggiornata alla fine della stagione, e nel sito troverete tutte le caratteristiche, tutti i livelli, un po' come il grado FIA. Che traverso intanto di Pino Galota, che
mamma mia, come
ha avuto un'interpretazione artistica. Sì,
come l'ha buttata dentro. Tra l'altro vettura che penso si presta a questo gioco, visto che comunque al davanti appesantito da quell'enorme motore che comunque fa fare un po' di perno, quindi l'ha lasciata scivolare col giusto. È partito. Poi
piange il cuore,
non lo sappiamo.
Mi piange il cuore che Renato Mercedes passerà a un motore biturbo, lasciando l'aspirato che spinge la MG adesso.
Sì, tra l'altro io non pensavo fossero già passati al biturbo, sai, ero convinto che l'aspirato l'avessero già abbandonato da un po'. Devo aggiornarmi anche su questo. Dovrebbero essere col 4 litri biturbo, bisognerebbe controllare, sai, perché quella vettura lì, la MG GT, dovrebbe avere di serie, ovviamente che parlo della stradale.
Sì, di serie.
Esatto, però effettivamente sì. Tra l'altro posso dire, notizia bella, sempre parlando di casa Mercedes, parlando di casa AMG, si era parlato dell'abbandono da parte loro dell'8 cilindri a V, che ha sempre contraddistinto sostanzialmente i modelli più performanti della casa di Stoccarda, sì, della casa della Stella, ok, insieme al V12. Si parlava di un downsizing verso il 4 cilindri, mi sembra anche forse 6, invece di recente è stato dato l'annuncio che Mercedes per ora non abbandonerà l'8 cilindri, quindi ci sarà anche probabilmente l'opportunità di vederli sempre in pista. Per quanto i 2 litri che hanno tirato fuori siano performanti, un 4 cilindri secondo me non supera mai è come un sintetizzatore con un pianoforte, cioè entrambi suonano la stessa canzone, ma uno lo fa in un modo, l'altro
esattamente, è proprio quella la differenza, no? Poi io immagino che passare quando si passerà da un aspirato a un biturbo è un passaggio che dovrebbe essere previsto nel 2025. Molti fan si perderanno, perché la Mercedes ha un sound fantastico, l'MG, ed è un peccato non vederla nel WEC, perché purtroppo
Ancora
nel
un po' il
WEC
drago, quello, il mio amico l'ha definito un drago sputafuoco, la Cadillac. La Cadillac credo abbia uno dei suoni più allucinanti di tutto il panorama del motorsport. Non solo del vecchio.
E pensa che un mio amico dall'altra parte hai presente che le Cadillac adesso hanno il passaggio, le LMDH hanno il passaggio dall'elettrico all'ibrido? No?
Sì, che partono, se ricordo bene, penso di aver visto proprio una partenza di una di queste vetture dai box che partono praticamente come una Prius.
Esatto.
E se di partire in silenzio.
La Cadillac è stata definita da un mio amico una macchina che da lavatrice diventa ira di Dio.
Esatto. Per chi ci sta seguendo, se vi capita, cercatevi un video su YouTube e sparate il volume al massimo, perché è una roba dell'altro mondo. Sembra che risveglino gli inferi direttamente.
Sì.
Secondo me farebbe spaventare gli inferi una cosa del genere. È una roba meravigliosa. Tra l'altro Cadillac che ha rischiato di fare un ottimo risultato nell'ultimo appuntamento del VEC.
Sì, no, ma sicuramente ha avuto la possibilità di migliorare. Guarda, io non so se nel WEC ci sarà modo di, con una sola macchina, competere, Renato, con gli altri, perché non è una macchina di backup. Nell'IMSA invece sono 2 gare che perde per un secondo. Ricordo Daytona, Action Express è stata beffata da Porsche e poi Acura ha battuto proprio la Cadillac di Chip Ganassi nell'ultimo 12 ore di Sebring, che si è svolta la settimana scorsa, quindi è una bella macchina, una macchina fantastica. Poi con telaio dell'Ara, quindi magari
abbiamo detto poco. Abbiamo detto poco.
Appassionati, magari potremmo vederla un giorno a Banano dei Melegari quando la macchina andrà in pensione, no?
Guarda, tra l'altro è una tappa che voglio assolutamente, appena magari mi crescerà un po' il piccolo, andare a vedere il museo di Dallara. Tra l'altro, apro parentesi, se a un certo punto mi sentirete sparire di colpo è perché dovrò correre a soccorrere il bimbo, perché è qua che sta saltando sul divano come un pazzo e se la ride anche, quindi è come fanno i bambini quando ti sfidano. Io sono qua che lo guardo e lui ovviamente
ti ha lanciato il guanto di sfida.
Sì, infatti.
Vedi? Un Vigliotti senior contro Vigliotti junior.
Sì, ma mi sa che Vigliotti junior mangia i cosi in testa al Vigliotti senior.
Non essere così cattivo con te stesso. Attenzione, perché continua e prosegue la lotta tra Colavito e lotta tempistica, ovviamente, tra Colavito e Jürgen. Pensa che da quando Colavito è passato è andato ad allungare di 11 secondi, quindi il passo è veramente buono, il ritmo è veramente eccellente e occupa la 4ª posizione della categoria LMP2 Pro con un gap però di 29 secondi su Thomas Bach. E attenzione, perché credo che Roland Zuck si sia fermato in box, pit stop per il leader dei Go Team, che ha adesso intrapreso la corsia box per effettuare il pit. Vedremo dove andrà a collocarsi, dove andrà a posizionarsi, e la leadership della classe LMP2 viene raccolta da Arda Erkan di Dennis Bank IW. Occhio, ground effect.
Mamma mia, sorpasso un po' sporcato proprio nel finale.
Sì, un doppiaggio che è andato malissimo per ground effect, che comunque continua. L'altra LMP2 forse era quella era l'auto gialla
però non so se si sono toccate, è stata proprio una perdita di controllo in fase di staccata, forse per dare spazio.
Forse non si aspettava magari una frenata un po' così anticipata la LMP2.
Infatti adesso no, magari se si riesce a capire, sì, peccato, speriamo ovviamente non ci siano stati danni, la gara è ancora lunga, quindi ne hanno ancora da recuperare. Tra l'altro, Matteo, io una cosa che ho notato è quanto si siano accorciati gli stacchi al traguardo, in tutte le categorie ultimamente negli ultimi anni, quando una volta invece si parlava anche di 1, 2, 3, 4 giri di stacco, quindi questo è anche per dire quanto bene si sta lavorando in questo ambiente, sia nel virtuale che nel reale. E lo stavo dicendo perché prima stavo vedendo, mi pare, la categoria GT, la GT3, c'era una differenza davvero minima tra i due dopo ormai 95 giri.
Sì, no, ma il livello di competitività si è alzato tantissimo, è veramente molto molto alto. È ovvio che nell'endurance non ci si possa aspettare un gap ridotto per 6-7 ore di fila, però vedere comunque tutti nello stesso giro lì davanti dà la possibilità a ogni equipaggio, a ogni team di poter sperare in qualcosa di ricco, qualcosa di importante. Attenzione, perché Series Sports sta procedendo con i doppiaggi. Qui siamo con Guzowski.
È un punto molto delicato questo, punto molto delicato.
Punto molto delicato, lui che è quinto, lo vediamo anche in grafica, ed è stato appena passato dalle due Porsche di Series Sports, credo che fossero quelle di Lorenzo Arisi e Andrea Terzi, che sono separati da solamente 1,5 secondi, ed è proprio Andrea Terzi a vantare il giro.
Galvin, mamma mia, l'ha persa proprio all'ultima.
Galvin con GA Wildfire, attenzione a rientrare in traiettoria, ce lo fa in maniera pulita, rimane largo, giusto così. Qui invece
è stato bravo.
Molto molto bravo. Con Fuel Saving Motorsport, il Fuel Saving forse è la strategia di guida, lo stile di guida che è richiesto per poter evitare uno splash and go nel finale, che è un po' la chimera di tutti gli equipaggi, di tutti i team. Fuel Saving Motorsport lo esprime anche chiamando così il proprio team.
Fuel Saving, io credo che sia proprio il miglior modo di definire una scuderia che punta al green, forse. No, scherzi a parte.
Può essere, sì. Usano materiale 100% rinnovabile in qualsiasi cosa, anche i monitor loro. Probabile.
Matteo, io non so se è una cosa che si usa fare ancora su Pit20, però un bel onboard, come si faceva ai vecchi tempi, io lo vogliamo chiedere a Mariano, magari di un bel MG.
Io penso che Mariano possa offrirci e regalarci un bel onboard. Ora, il problema è su quale macchina, perché io sono molto indeciso.
Un bel 8 cilindri?
Un 8 cilindri, però ce ne sono tanti. Forse lo reca il Gibson LMP2, che è bello forte, bello ignorante.
Vediamo, dai, se Mariano ce lo concede, volentieri, guarda. Tanto vediamo qui un doppiaggio di Battista da parte di una hypercar. Se è possibile, io andrei a bordo qui con Battista, se fosse fattibile, se si potesse, come per citare Aldo Giovanni e Giacomo. E allora, Matteo, io lo diciamo a Mariano,
il volume, sì, il volume per ascoltare il botto Gibson da 4006 di cilindrata. Ciao ragazzi. Ed eccoci prontissimi a raccontare questa fase centrale della 1000 miglia di Sebring, appuntamento cruciale nella corsa al titolo delle categorie che stanno regalando tantissime emozioni in pista nell'eSports Endurance Series di iRacingSeries.com. Siamo in diretta con il sottoscritto Matteo Pietraccio, accompagnato come ai vecchi tempi da Renato Vigliotti. Un giro on board con la LMP2, il sound Gibson è sempre meraviglioso, un peccato non sentirlo più nel web, ma rimane nella European Le Mans Series. Tra parentesi, quelle auto, le LMP2, gli European Le Mans Series, tornano a correre con potenze più alte e pesi inferiori. Renato, ultimi minuti con te in cabina di commento. Io ti vorrei chiedere appunto qual è la tua idea, qual è il tuo pensiero nei confronti del momento che il sim racing sta passando, no? Non so se tu sei aggiornato parlando di Le Mans Ultimate, gli aggiornamenti dello stesso.
In realtà è una domanda che ho sempre tenuto allora l'avevo fatta anche l'ultima live che avevo fatto con Luca Alberti, e in realtà volevo farla io sia a te che Mariano, ovviamente per ovvi motivi, non essendo in cabina di commento al momento ma solo alla regia, non potrà sicuramente rispondere. Intanto potete sentire qua i Vigliotti, non il Vigliotti. E allora, personalmente parlando, spero di essere più conciso possibile, purtroppo il mio difetto è che parlo, è che allora nel post-Covid c'è stata quella botta di durante il Covid, c'è stato quell'esploit, sono visti anche i VIP, i nomi grandi entrare nel sim racing. Poi abbiamo visto, almeno a me è sembrato di vedere un piccolo calo, mica tanto, un bel calo abbastanza netto dal punto di vista degli utenti più che dei centri. Poi dopo adesso c'è questo nuovo periodo, secondo me, che sta tornando ai vecchi fasti, con meno carne al fuoco, ma di maggior qualità. E quindi io, Matteo, vorrei porre sinceramente anche a te la stessa domanda, tu che magari hai provato anche le Man Series, e tra l'altro anche ci sono diversi simulatori che ultimamente stanno sbucando, simulatori Syncade, arcade anche, quindi non mi pare che all'epoca nostra ci fosse tutto questo materiale disponibile.
A livello di quantità credo no, però qualità io ricordo simulatori come Grand Prix Legends, che tuttora è uno dei capisaldi della simulazione, no? A livello di fisica. Non so se l'hai mai provato, Renato.
rFactor 2, devo sinceramente dirlo, l'ho provato poco e me l'hanno anche fatto provare male, nel senso che ho provato a fare un campionato all'epoca.
Sì.
E ho avuto una pessima esperienza, ma proprio perché non me l'hanno fatta godere, e quindi
ho capito.
Scusa, purtroppo ho un'emergenza.
Mi sembra molto simile a un sound, a un vuoto. Intanto
Esatto.
perché il team in primi sports con Andrea Terzi che prova in tutti i modi, andando all'esterno, di incrociare la traiettoria della Sunset Band per scavalcare Lorenzo Risi. In Sinfrime sono con le antenne puntate per gestire le comunicazioni, evitare i rischi, evitare di cestinare comunque un terzo e un quarto posto che ad ora permetterebbero al team di portare a casa punti importanti, punti pesanti, e di pianificare una seconda parte di gara totalmente incentrata sulla rimonta nei confronti di Like Monier del team Iris e di Black Hawk Racing, perché non sono troppo distanti. La gara è apertissima, ragazzi. Beh, Renato, parlando di simulatori, le My Ultimate è abbastanza supportato, perché già sono uscite due patch con le rispettive hotfix, quindi è un buon passo in avanti. Il problema è che ad ora non è possibile per i siti privati, siti indipendenti come iRacingSeries.com, creare dei server, creare delle lobby e organizzare campionati. Tutto affidato ai sistemi ufficiali, ai server ufficiali, un po' come fa iRacing, solo che iRacing ha anche il settore privato. Tu vuoi, ti noleggi il server e via dicendo, no?
Sì, ma penso era un po' così per tutti i simulatori alle origini, quindi diamogli un po' di tempo, ecco.
Sì. Renato, io ti vorrei ringraziare perché innanzitutto è stato bello sentirti. ed era da un po' di tempo, un bel po' di tempo che non commentavamo insieme, non parlavamo di macchine virtuali, e proprio ti lascerei andare via con questo duello sullo sfondo nella maniera più romantica possibile, mentre c'è un'auto, un Audi che si gira
Guarda, un finale proprio coi fiocchi. La gufata è arrivata.
credo che quella dell'otto non l'ho vista dalla posteriore, sai? Credo che fosse
Lì mi sa di
danneggiata.
sì, averla persa così probabilmente sì, però boh, speriamo bene.
Vediamo magari qualche replay. Quindi grazie mille Renato.
Grazie a
Davvero di
te
cuore.
Matteo, grazie a Mariano per avermi reintrodotto qui, ovviamente è stato un piacere tornare. Mi spiace essere ancora a mezzo servizio, io spero un giorno di tornare a pieno regime perché è un mondo che mi manca, è un mondo che seguo sempre intanto bandiera gialla. Quindi sulla bandiera gialla Matteo io ti ringrazio, saluto voi, saluto i ragazzi di Pitlane TV e anche il mio nano qua vi saluta tutti col suo V8 urlante, vero? Vero bambino? Tu bambino di chi sei figlio? E vi ringrazio ovviamente, come ero solito fare, invito tutti quelli che stanno seguendo la live a mettere un bel pollice su, seguire Pitlane TV, iscrivervi se non l'avete ancora fatto, condividete la live e ci vediamo alla prossima. Grazie Matteo e grazie Mariano.
Grazie a te Renato, ancora un abbraccione e manca solo tirare dentro Matteo Macrillo e alla fine si potrebbe riformare il trio della Indy 500.
Proviamoci dai, basta che non sforniate figli dai.
No vabbè, io penso più tardi possibile, spero, cioè non lo so, vediamo.
Sono una gioia sti
sì, lo so. I nani, mi fai ricordare, non mi ricordo il cantante, quello che cantava i nani, quello ignorante.
Non lo so.
No, guarda che
non sapere.
Se ti dico il nome, te lo ricordi proprio. E Richard Benson.
Oddio, aspetta.
Non puoi non conoscere Richard Benson. Allora chiedo in chat chi è che non conosce Richard Benson. Vediamo se in chat rispondono. Lasciamo così, lasciamo con questa domanda.
E grazie a te ancora Matteo.
Perfetto, allora mentre Renato ritorna dal suo bimbo super felice e probabilmente tra poco avrà anche una sua postazione, Richard Benson, vedi che Davide Carenci arriva subito, lui che è acculturato e sa benissimo di cosa stiamo parlando. Loic Mounier mantiene la prima posizione, qui siamo con Marco Pereira del Grow Racing Team, la Mercedes che prima si è girata all'ultima curva alla Sunset Bend, riprendendo però la via della pista senza criticità, senza ulteriori difficoltà, e questa, anzi no, mi devo correggere, era la Mercedes del GR Wildfire che dovrebbe essere non troppo distante da questa macchina in classifica. Vediamo se cambiano le strategie, cambiano gli equilibri. Qui invece Daniele Vella ha preso il posto di David Greco, che ha esaurito il suo tempo nello stint e sta continuando a quindi spingere il team BEM nel tentativo di recuperare e se possibile anche di avvicinare il podio, considerando che attualmente siamo in quinta posizione, sono 25 secondi, 26 anzi per la precisione, arretrati nei confronti di Alex Beggi di Sinframe Sports, e la gara ad ora è comandata senza troppe perplessità e troppi dubbi da Gabor Heresy, che corre con i colori del CMT Go Team sulla numero 21. È una corsa che potrebbe regalare ancora tante emozioni, anzi siamo sicuri regalerà ancora tantissime emozioni. Qui ci colleghiamo direttamente con le immagini sulla McLaren di Harry Sinek Satellite Racing, la squadra che in GT3 Pro ha letteralmente dominato l'inizio di stagione. Tuttavia qui a Sebring non sono leader, bensì in terza posizione con 12 secondi e 3 di gap da Luca Fabro di Arms Silva con l'Aston Martin, la 41, che è più avanti e si sta dettando comunque il passo con un ritmo di 2.08.445. Angel Benegas in realtà è il leader con la 151, primo delle GT3 in assoluto e ovviamente anche leader della GT3 Pro. Ha stabilito un tempo lento, ma credo che sia appena uscito dai box perché ha stampato un 2.22, che non è assolutamente in linea ai crono stampati in precedenza. Justin Eirola è una gara complessa, una gara complicata per i Dose of Blue Steel, impegnati sì a ricostruire una corsa e che però li vede in ritardo di un giro. Sono i secondi piloti e il secondo equipaggio ad avere un giro di ritardo, perché poi bisogna contare anche il Sinfream eSports, il numero 9 con Mattia Grigolone, che è settimo con sì esattamente un passaggio in meno rispetto al Team Iris, che a Sebring sta facendo la differenza. Guardando un po' i riferimenti cronometrici, 1.41 456 per Loic Meunier, 1.43,6 per Alex Cusack. È una delle variabili che potrebbero e possono a Sebring cambiare il corso dello stint, è proprio il traffico, perché non lo puoi pianificare. Se ti trovi in una situazione favorevole guadagni, ma al tempo stesso ti devi assolutamente aspettare, ed è lecito aspettarsi, che in qualsiasi fase di gara il traffico vada a tuo sfavore. È un po' un gioco di alternanza tra doppiaggi positivi, doppiaggi negativi, e l'installabilità del pilota nel trovare lo spazio, nel trovare gli spazi, senza però andare a compromettere la sua gara e quella dell'avversario. È una questione di sensibilità, di scelte, perché effettivamente si tratta di scelte, come ad esempio se arriva il tornante, si pensa di avere lo spazio magari di passare una GT, tu pilota che corri con un prototipo, poi in realtà non lo trovi lo spazio e crei un patatrack che fa male a uno, a due o addirittura a più equipaggi. È una situazione molto molto critica che si ritrova in poche piste. Abbiamo visto Imola, molto difficilissima la gara, molto difficile la gara di Imola, difficilissimo trovare il varco per passare. Ricordiamo tutti gli incidenti alla chicane, alla variante Villeneuve, oppure alle acque minerali, alla variante alta dedicata a Fausto Gresini. Insomma, Imola è un'altra delle piste che al 99% richiede totale concentrazione proprio su quello. Il ritmo è per lo più gestito e direi forse altarenato, sì, dalla presenza dei doppiaggi a favore o a sfavore. Abbiamo visto prima, poco fa anzi, la LMP2 che prima in anticipo qualche minuto fa è stata coinvolta nel doppiaggio, nel contatto con Ground Effect. Ground Effect è rimasta in pista, non ha avuto problemi, non credo che ci sia stato neanche il contatto, mentre la LMP2 inquadrata in precedenza, quella gialla e nera, è finita in testa coda, ma lì la via di fuga è abbastanza ampia, abbastanza larga, e quindi non ci sono state troppe difficoltà nel ripartire, nel riprendere la via della corsa. Siamo al giro 105 dei 268 in programma, e allora io inviterei chat, i ragazzi, a scrivere. Lo so che è un argomento un po' di nicchia, però Sebring vuol dire motorsport. Voi, se doveste fare un top 5 dei circuiti che nell'endurance vanno a rappresentare il Sacro Graal, no? Il Santo Graal, dovendo scegliere 5 circuiti, mettereste Sebring? È una domanda secondo me non così scontata come nella risposta, perché ci sono, a seconda delle prospettive, piloti, spettatori, potrebbero esserci delle visioni diverse. Quindi io vado a interpellare la chat proprio per questo tema, per rispondere a questa domanda, mentre qui stanno correndo a braccetto i due di Sinfream eSports, perché Lorenzo Risi e Andrea Terzi, portacolori della squadra diretta da Federico Soave, sono in terza e quarta posizione, separati da 740 millesimi, e hanno un ritmo incalzante, in particolar modo Andrea Terzi che stampa dei 42, mentre Lorenzo Risi è un pochino più lento. Però, come detto, quando vediamo dei 43 trasformarsi il giro dopo in 42-41, significa che a conti fatti è il traffico a gestire l'altalena di tempi. E mi sta sorprendendo, intanto qui vediamo anche l'Audi che prima è finita in testa coda, passata da Andrea Terzi. Mi sorprende il ritmo del team Iris, che sta crescendo ed è cresciuto dopo le prime gare, ha trovato la strada giusta, la via giusta per diventare competitivo, e a Sebring, in una pista molto selettiva, sono proprio lì in testa alla classifica. Attenzione, ancora doppiaggi critici, ed è proprio questo quello che dicevo, adesso lo vediamo confermato dalle immagini. In questo caso Lorenzo Risi trovi lo spazio per passare in curva 2, mentre Andrea Terzi ha dovuto attendere la fine del serpentone, quindi uscendo da curva 5, da curva 6, ha avuto poi lo spazio per passare, però ha dovuto regalare dei decimi di secondo alle compagne di squadra, e sono decimi che poi si vanno a direi posizionare nella classifica di fine gara, perché poi non ci sono neanche le caution, le full course yellow come nell'Ipsa, che vanno a compattare il gruppo, il primo dei doppiati recupera un giro. È una gara di ritmo, è una gara di puro ritmo, ad eccezione delle full course yellow, come abbiamo visto, che però rappresentano più una sorta di virtual safety car con le posizioni che vengono e i distacchi che vengono congelati, la code AT. Questo è per citare alcuni dati e dettagli del regolamento. Io andrei on board, se possibile, proprio con like Meunier, perché mi piacerebbe vedere i leader della gara, non so se Mariano ci sta ascoltando, impegnati nel circuito da 6 km di Sebring, perché hanno un ritmo veramente eccezionale ed è difficile vederli. Qui intanto Black Hawk che stampa un 41,8 con Kuzak, 1:41.853 con Kuzak. Andiamo on board con Loic Meunier, che attualmente ha mezzo minuto di margine su Alexei Kuzak. Alziamo il volume e gustiamoci il V8 4006 di casa Porsche. Grazie di cuore alla regia sempre impeccabile di Mariano Calò, che nonostante sia impegnato a gestire le i mille compiti della gara, è sempre lì pronto ad assecondare i nostri desideri. Intanto ho visto Lorenzo Arisi e Andrea Terzi che si sono scambiati le posizioni, perché Terzi adesso è, scusate la quasi ripetizione del termine, terzo, rischia tantissimo nel passare tra la Mercedes di Aero Wildfire e la LMP2 dell'Evo One Sports. La manovra di Andrea Terzi con invece Lorenzo Arisi che perde un attimo il colpo, perde la possibilità di seguire il compagno di squadra e, guardate, trovandosi un LMP2 in uscita dalla penultima curva, ha regalato all'altra Porsche di Series Sports quasi un secondo, poco più di un secondo. Veramente molto complesso gestire uno stint di gara qui a Sebring. Ricordiamo che poi eRacing Series nel corso della stagione andrà a visitare altre location, un campionato che poi andrà a culminare con la classicissima 24 ore di Le Mans, una gara al mese. Sostanzialmente il calendario è proprio strutturato così per dare modo alle squadre di prepararsi a dovere e di affrontare il campionato con la massima preparazione possibile un campionato che ha visto anche l'introduzione di macchine del tutto nuove come la Porsche 963 LMDH, che è andata per la maggiore, ma era presente anche la Ferrari 499P, che ha fatto, io ricordo, la prima corsa in Bahrain con i Rookie Monsters. Poi in realtà la prevalenza delle scelte è caduta proprio sulla Porsche 963 LMDH, che sfrutta il telaio Multimatic. Ancora tanto movimento in classifica, c'è Gabor Hevesi che in LMP2 invece ha ben 66 secondi di vantaggio e rischia tantissimo, andando oltre il cordolo, alzando anche un po' di ghiaia al polverone, mentre si ferma il box Sander Callas dei Ground Effect. Pit stop per Sander Callas, che è ora sceso a un giro di ritardo dal leader. Vedendo dall'onboard abbiamo potuto apprezzare una guida alquanto precisa, ottima. Occhio a Moravec, che viene superato così dalla LMP2 del team Naya, credo che sì, sembra proprio quella, che si è lanciata interno sul cordolo. Vediamo se chi c'è al volante di quella macchina, Giacomo Lapadula, ha rischiato tantissimo, veramente, veramente tantissimo. Una mossa che però gli ha permesso di risparmiare molto tempo. E per quanto riguarda invece il calendario, qui siamo con Jürgen Langerach. Dopo Sebring si andranno a visitare altre location nella Season 6, ricordiamoci, questa è la 6ª stagione di eRacingSeries.com nell'endurance, qualcosa di unico, un percorso unico che culminerà proprio con la grande maratona di La Sarthe. Non vediamo l'ora di andare alla Sarthe, alle Man, per assegnare probabilmente i titoli, perché considerando il punteggio, considerando la dinamica del campionato, potrebbero essere assegnati i titoli proprio nella grandissima gara francese, nella maratona francese. Attenzione, perché Karol Wozniak, ora inquadrato dalla regia, leader della LMP2 Pro AM, ha solo mezzo secondo di vantaggio su Sermet Ozturk, Red IC e poi Speed Eagles e Sunset Motorsport. Vediamo qui come risolvono questo confronto, questa battaglia. Ci sono di mezzo dei prototipi, l'Hypercar di Sinframe Sports e la Ferrari 488 GT3. Adesso però si ricompone la coppia. Attenzione, errore di Karol Wozniak, che dovrebbe aver sbagliato l'uscita dalla penultima curva, e forse Sermet Ozturk passa ancora prima di arrivare alla staccata. Grande manovra, bellissima la manovra, lo scarto a destra è stato molto lesto, molto, direi, rapido e reattivo nell'evitare il contatto con un Karol Wozniak, che invece è stato tratto in inganno dai vari doppiaggi. Situazione non caotica di più, e poi ai box Mattia Grigolon, si ferma adesso ai box Mattia Grigolon. Quindi abbiamo un nuovo leader della LMP2 Pro AM ed è Sermet Ozturk, che ci ha fatto capire quanto sia competitivo questo mondo, questa serie, in un circuito come Sebring. Basta veramente una minima imprecisione che poi si viene subito superati, scavalcati, assorbiti dagli avversari. Un confronto che continuerà nei prossimi giri. Mattia Grigolon ora si appresta a disattivare il pit limiter. Una delle sfide da affrontare a Sebring è il giro di outlap, perché quando hai gomme fredde non ci sono gli scaldoni, non ci sono le termocoperte. Quando hai le gomme fredde, affrontare questi bumps, questi avvallamenti diventa una gran minaccia, rappresenta una gran minaccia. Infatti vediamo come tutti prendano con calma il primo giro di uscita dai box con le gomme nuove. Intanto c'è l'Audi di Carloni che viene avvicinata dai Black Hawk, si ferma ora Alexei Kutak di Black Hawk Racing. Kutak, che era 3 secondi e 7 da Loic Meunier, e un distacco che si era ridotto molto, perché l'ultimo giro di Loic Meunier è stato sul 49,2, quindi qualche difficoltà per Meunier del Team Iris, forse la chance di vedere e assistere una lotta per la vittoria. Meunier e Kutak al contempo ai box per il pit stop. Occhio all'interno, Stanislas Payout che viene passato così, Payout che con la sua BMW M4 GT3 deve guardarsi negli specchietti perché sta arrivando alle sue spalle la Ferrari 488 guidata da Anthony Marras, dovrebbe essere proprio lui se non sbaglio, anzi no, sulla 95 si era avvicinato, sì, ma non era una lotta diretta per la posizione. E incredibile dirlo, ma qui vediamo il World of Sim Racing Team, una squadra che non ha fatto tutta la stagione, che è in testa proprio con Angel Banegras, l'abbiamo nominata prima, ben mezzo minuto da sfruttare per poter puntare alla vittoria per Corvette, per la Chevy, che in realtà è una Callaway, ma appunto deriva come progetto dalla Corvette C7R, al successo a Sebring. Intanto anche Sander Callas sta spingendo, lui ha fatto la sosta qualche giro fa, quindi ha già preso un po' le misure con gli pneumatici nuovi, e Andrea Terzi e Lorenzo Risi sono in testa, mentre notavo che tra Loic Monnier e Alexei Kuzak il distacco si sia giustamente ristabilito, perché Monnier, fermandosi ai box, è stato raggiunto da Kuzak nello stesso giro, quindi è per quel motivo che il gap si sia ridotto così tanto. Monnier continua ad avere questi 35, anzi adesso 42 secondi di vantaggio su Kuzak. Incredibile, Timiris sta facendo davvero un lavorone in questa 1000 miglia di Sebring. Questo invece è Giuseppe Saracino con i Blue Bolt Pro di classe LMP2. Passa sul traguardo adesso. Vediamo se riusciranno in Blue Bolt a recuperare posizione, a recuperare terreno. Elias Poli primo in GT3 AM. Elias Poli che però è ben in vantaggio. I leader possono stare particolarmente tranquilli, ad eccezione della LMP2 Pro che abbiamo visto prima, Pro M, scusate, ingaggiare un bel duello tra Ozturk e Karol Wozniak, che è stato passato, attenzione, a un altro testacoda dalla Sunset Band per Kevin Galden, che non trova fiducia, non riesce a instaurare equilibrio tra sé e la propria Mercedes AMG. Mentre qui siamo con Mert Koptaget di Dennis Bank, IW Motorsport, settima posizione per Koptaget. Pit stop per Bradley Sellers, ed erano proprio i Rookie Monster ad aver utilizzato la Ferrari da 499P nel primo round in Bahrain, però non c'è stato troppo riscontro, è un riscontro positivo, sebbene comunque, come anche è stato confermato, no? Le due macchine Porsche e Ferrari per via delle VOP siano state sin da subito, sin dai primi test, molto molto vicine. Evidentemente però la Porsche si è dimostrata una macchina un po' più intuitiva, essendo una LMDH contro la Ferrari una LMH, immagino, poi chiedo conferma anche ai team che stanno utilizzando e che hanno provato le macchine, immagino che sia tutto dovuto anche a un sistema di messa a punto che per quanto riguarda la Ferrari richiedesse un po' più di attenzione, un po' più di sensibilità alla gestione dell'ERS, ad esempio. Credo anche quella, considerando la differenza dei due motori, perché le LMDH hanno un motore elettrico più piccolo rispetto a un alemana hypercar. Riccardo De Marchi, leggermente lungo nella parte centrale del circuito, quella è la curva successiva al tratto in cui Pippo De Rani nell'ultimo weekend, nelle ultime 12 ore di Sebring, è andato violentemente a sbattere contro le barriere. Anzi no, mi devo correggere, l'incidente è arrivato dopo questo tornante, proprio esattamente qui. Questo allungo è proprio il punto che vediamo lì, il punto che vediamo, che abbiamo visto sullo sfondo nel passaggio di Wojciech. Lorenzo Maggiolo, Carloni Racing Red e la sua Audi R8 bianco e rossa al settimo posto della categoria GT3 AM, Questo è un punto difficilissimo per i doppiaggi. E la pista si stringe, si arriva ad alta velocità, si deve frenare, la curva è cieca, sostanzialmente nella parte finale non si vede benissimo, e quando si è all'interno, on board con i prototipi, la visuale è molto stretta, è molto offuscata, mi verrebbe da dire, e non si riesce ad avere la massima percezione, quindi serve collaborazione tra il pilota della GT e colui invece che guida l'hypercar, il prototipo. C'è un Davide Ragni che intraversa la sua Mercedes in ogni curva, in particolare in quella, in curva 10, mentre qui ci spostiamo su Henry Scenic di Satellite Racing. E forse potremmo andare proprio on board con la McLaren. Oh, che rischio per Scenic, che rischio per Scenic, che è andato oltre il cordo esterno in curva 1, la sua macchina ha sobbalzato, è stato bravissimo a tenerla, momento spaventoso, perché poi non c'è spazio per recuperare da un testacoda, la barriera esterna è molto vicina. Lorenzo De Sciutis con S di Shiba al quinto posto, e quinto posto significa essere in lotta con Sinframe Sports, 453 millesimi, battaglia in hypercar al 115° giro. Guardate i freni incandescenti, anche i freni sono un aspetto da tenere in considerazione. Non credo che su rFactor si usurino, non credo che sia necessario una testazione particolare, ecco, ai freni. Queste macchine sono dotate di brake by wire, quindi hanno un sistema di frenata totalmente diverso rispetto alle GT, ed è molto presente la tecnica del lift and coast, ossia lasciare andare, lasciar scorrere la vettura per recuperare carburante, risparmiare energia da impiegare in accelerazione. Vediamo se De Sciutis può tirare la zampata per raggiungere la quarta posizione. Esce molto forte, davvero molto forte dall'ultima curva della Sunset Bend, si mostra all'interno, poi cambia addirittura l'esterno De Sciutis per scaricare Lorenzo Risi in traiettoria, poi non porta De Sciutis a completare il sorpasso. Ci ha provato, molto coraggioso, tuttavia non valeva la pena rischiare lì all'esterno, soprattutto con una Risi che si sa difendere molto bene. Trovano la loro strada entrambi i piloti bloccati dall'LMP2, tanto hanno rischiato in questo frangente, momento pericolosissimo, e purtroppo arriva un pesante impatto contro le barriere di una LMP2. Non vorrei che fosse la LMP2 di Blue Bolt. Aspettiamo il replay, ed è esattamente quella di Giuseppe Saracino, un frontale contro il muro di gomme. Era inevitabile, 4 macchine appaiate in questo punto della pista non ci stanno, e credo che l'anteriore sia totalmente compromesso. Non so se Mariano ci può offrire il replay di quel che è appena capitato, un violentissimo incidente. Non ci voleva, peccato, perché stava nascendo una bella battaglia tra De Sciutis, che adesso ha passato a Risi, però è una dinamica da rivedere, e credo che sia necessaria anche una full course yellow, una neutralizzazione. Ecco qui intanto, grazie mille a Mariano per il replay, la riproposizione delle immagini, addirittura staccata l'anteriore destra, e vediamo qua, c'è appunto la Sinframe al centro, poi invece De Sciutis all'interno, e si agganciano Blue Bolt e Sinframe, proprio qui è il momento in cui si agganciano, perché Lorenzo Risi lascia un po' più di spazio a destra, stringe a sinistra dove è presente la Oreca targata Blue Bolt, l'effetto calamita porta le due auto ad attaccarsi, e poi purtroppo la Blue Bolt prende una direzione molto brutta, ossia quella che porta alle barriere, e la macchina è parcheggiata, in America si direbbe behind the wall, dietro al muro, e la ruota è stata colpita da una LMP2. Ora non so quanto siano sensibili i danni con i detriti, però c'era quella ruota che gironzolava in pista, ed è stata colpita da un altro prototipo. Male, malissimo, veramente molto male questo incidente. A Blue Bolt fa male, non ci voleva. vedremo se poi la condotta di gara comporterà qualche penalità, qualche responsabilità, ricordando che nel corso del mese di pausa tra una corsa e l'altra arrivano spesso e volentieri delle penalità che vanno a cambiare il primo stint, perché poi vanno scontate proprio all'inizio della gara successiva, spesso e volentieri. Qui vediamo intanto, oltre al pit stop di Justin Erola e del leader della LMP2 Pro, Elsie, siamo con la Porsche di Series Sports, quella di Lorenzo Arisi, che a 2 secondi e mezzo ha invece De Sciutis, l'altro Lorenzo De Sciutis, i due protagonisti di un duello che sembrava bellissimo, era bellissimo, però non c'è stato modo di salvarsi. E questo è Sebring, c'è poco spazio e bisognerebbe affidarsi agli spotter. Non so se qualcuno utilizzi lo spotter su rFactor, davvero peccato. Vedo anche De Sciutis un po' bloccato dal traffico lì davanti, però non mi pare che abbia perso terreno da Arisi, anzi De Sciutis è a 1 secondo e 3 da Terzi. Nell'ultimo giro 1.41.7 sta spingendo S di Shiba, che pare ormai aver ripreso la prima macchina in classifica dei Series. Quindi occhio, perché potrebbe nascere un altro bel confronto sempre tra Shiba e Series. Una volta liberatosi di Arisi, De Sciutis ha fatto capire la capacità e il potenziale del proprio passo, e ora il gap sta scendendo sensibilmente 1 secondo e mezzo. Terzi nell'ultimo giro ha stampato un 43,5 contro un 41,7 di De Sciutis. On board proprio con la numero 320, la Porsche, che ora arriva nell'ultima curva e la vediamo proprio dall'onboard. Abbiamo visto tutti i saltellamenti della macchina che sobbalza, il pilota è costretto a controllare tutti questi movimenti e le sollecitazioni che poi si incontrano anche e soprattutto in curva 1, dove De Sciutis sembra entrare con una velocità maggiore rispetto a Terzi e addirittura in una singola curva porta il gap da 1 secondo e 2 a 9 decimi, anche perché, bisogna dirlo, Terzi ora sia bloccato nel traffico. E sapete qual è il bello? È che in realtà non è una lotta per il terzo posto, ma è una lotta per il secondo, siccome Alexei Kuzak è a solamente 2 secondi e 6 da Andrea Terzi. Quindi troviamo 3 auto in 3 secondi e mezzo, e come dice Mariano, uno dei più brutti incidenti mai visti, perché poi l'impatto è stato letteralmente frontale, non c'è stato neanche il tempo né il modo di decelerare. Che rischio incredibile, qui intanto rivediamo il replay. Non c'è stato proprio modo, c'era un po' di spazio a destra di Arisi, però un conto è commentare da fuori, un altro è quando sei in abitacolo, sai che stai lottando per la posizione, non devi perdere troppo tempo con i doppiaggi, e non sta perdendo tempo De Sciutis, che mette pressing su Terzi, si arriva la Sunset Band, c'è una LMP2 che rallenta De Sciutis, lo porta all'esterno, è proprio la LMP2 di Series Sports che fa bene il lavoro di squadra. Questo è stato un grande lavoro di squadra di Series Sports, neanche troppo evidente, però è stato bravo a rimanere lì il pilota delle LMP2, la numero 47, De Sciutis, però qui fa un capolavoro. Qui Lorenzo De Sciutis ha fatto un capolavoro veramente strepitoso, magnifico, un sorpasso astuto, perché Terzi è rimasto bloccato alle spalle della GT, ma cosa ha fatto Lorenzo De Sciutis? Scaltro più che altro, perché Terzi è rimasto bloccato dietro la Mercedes GT, non poteva fare altro, e trovando il corridoio libero De Sciutis ha conquistato il terzo posto. S di Shiba on fire, sta spingendo e si vede, non molla Terzi che rimane dietro, e questo confronto, come detto, potrebbe arrivare fino alla seconda posizione. Delle belle manovre si vedono, il livello è alto, purtroppo gli incidenti rappresentano una dinamica abbastanza usuale nelle gare multiclasse a Sebring, lo abbiamo visto anche nella realtà con Derani e Molina, sono dei piloti professionisti, non parliamo di bronze per dire, con tutto il rispetto per gli amatori, però è successo proprio tra due professionisti in lotta per posizioni importanti, con Derani leader della corsa della 12 ore. Ci sta, peccato che si risolva così. Come dice Asik, che tra l'altro è anche commentatore, si occupa del commento in inglese su P3 TV, quello era un contatto inevitabile, davvero un frontale contro le barriere inevitabile, non si poteva fare nulla. Comunque, come detto, lo spettacolo c'è ed è tanto. Qui Angel Vanegas con la sua Corvette sta cercando di riprendere il comando della corsa, lui che è a mezzo secondo proprio dalla vettura che lo precede, ed è la GR Simtrust, la numero 97, che è un po' più avanti, quindi lotta per la leadership della categoria. Attenzione perché in mezzo c'è proprio la Mercedes di Wildfire, non benissimo, e arriva il ground effect. Guardate la differenza di velocità, impressionante, veramente impressionante. È la 70 con cui sta lottando per la posizione in pista Angel Vanegas, è appartiene a un'altra categoria, seconda posizione di classe GTTM, e non deve rischiare troppo, anche perché Kevin Galvin con i due testacoda ha vanificato tutto il vantaggio che si era costruito il team nei confronti degli altri, a solo 5 secondi di margine su Marco Pereira del Joe Racing Team, quindi non devono più commettere errori, altrimenti il primo posto andrebbe totalmente perduto. Occhio perché De Sciutis è a 1 secondo e 722 . Sono scatenati i piloti. Andiamo a bordo con De Sciutis, a caccia di Alexei Kuzak. Una battaglia fantastica per la seconda posizione assoluta, mentre il team Iris allunga e ha ben 48 secondi di vantaggio sul secondo, che è Alexei Kuzak. Vediamo qui intanto un replay. Pensavo si fosse fermata a me, invece attenzione, andiamo in radiocronaca, credo che ci stiano ancora sentendo, e ritorniamo in diretta proprio sull'azione in pista nell'ultimo settore, transitando sul traguardo giro 123 sul 268 in programma per la 1000 miglia di Sebring. Qui Lorenzo De Sciutis sta volando 1.41.7, nell'ultimo giro 41.7 anche per Alexei Kuzak, che non è da meno come ritmo, però è un De Sciutis in forma smagliante, davvero incredibile il suo passo. Adesso si avvicina anche ad ampia falcata la Callaway Corvette che occupa la seconda posizione di categoria GT3, va fortissimo, sembra avere anche molto più slancio prima di arrivare al tornante, infatti si fionda all'interno, buca la traiettoria di Kuzak, la macchina si scompone, ma S di Shiba ottiene ufficialmente il secondo posto, l'inquadratura si è aperta, si è allargata e ora Lorenzo De Sciutis è in seconda posizione, non ha aspettato neanche una curva per lanciarsi all'interno, ne ha veramente tanto troppo di più. Bravo e corretto Kuzak a far passare senza, intanto che traverso bellissimo, a far passare l'avversario senza compromettere la gara di entrambi, senza avvicinare la possibilità di un contatto, anche perché lì la gareggiata si stringe molto, e adesso si mette a seguire l'italiano di S di Shiba. Uno stint meraviglioso da parte di De Sciutis. Stellare. Il livello è indiscutibilmente molto molto alto e infatti ogni singola manovra lo va a confermare. Ora vediamo se De Sciutis con questo ritmo riesce a chiudere, quantomeno diminuire il gap e il ritardo che porta attualmente Loic Meunier in prima posizione, in testa, tranquillo, spensierato. Potremmo aspettarci di certo un rientro, anche se sono tanti secondi, si parla di praticamente quasi metà pista, e già dai 48,2 è passato a 47,0. Intanto qui Vanegas che adesso ha proprio davanti a sé la Mercedes con cui lotta per la leadership della GT3 Pro. On board con la Cadillac. Ho detto Cadillac, in realtà è la Callaway Corvette, va bene, scusate per il lapsus. Ci spostiamo ora su Kuzak che non molla, Kuzak è sempre lì, vicino, temerario, non vuole mollare la posizione. Intanto segnalo il pit stop per Paweł Andrzejewski di Hyperion sulla 44, che era però attardato nei confronti di Geber Hevesi. Non molla assolutamente Alex Kuzak, che una volta passato da De Sciutis si è fatto trainare, si sta facendo trainare con De Sciutis che ha alzato un po' i tempi, è andato sul 42,7 nel passaggio precedente. Ora vediamo su che tempo andrà a fermare il cronometro, sfrutta tutta la pista andando a sfiorare pochi millimetri tra sé e tra la sua macchina e il muro di gomme. Vediamo adesso il tempo di De Sciutis, rimane su un 42,0, cosa che invece fa un 41,262, cioè bandiera gialla nel primo settore, tempo strepitoso di Kuzak con la Black Hawk, che ha probabilmente una delle livree più aggressive, nonché a parer mio più belle di tutta la griglia. 1.41 262, 42 invece netto per De Sciutis, 42,1 per Loic Meunier del Team Iris, quindi situazione abbastanza stabile. Mi sarei aspettato un De Sciutis in fuga dopo il sorpasso nei confronti di Kuzak, ma a quanto pare Kuzak ha ancora qualcosa da dare. Siamo ormai prossimi alla seconda metà di gara, una corsa davvero lunghissima, estenuante, una delle più difficili nell'intero panorama del motorsport, non solo reale bensì sportivo e virtuale. Intanto attenzione perché Angel Vanegas è sempre lì pronto alle calcagna, e per aver ridotto il distacco sulla Mercedes che lo precede, rosicchiato qualche decimo. Questo è un confronto in classe GT3 Pro tra Piotr Morawiec dei GR Sim Trust e appunto Angel Vanegas. Poi ci spostiamo su Harry Sinic, che è più lontano a una trentina di secondi, 33 secondi dalla coppia inquadrata pochi istanti fa. E devo dire che forse la resa dei conti è arrivata, perché ad ampie falcate si è avvicinato Vanegas con World of Sim Racing Team, che va a sfidare, scusate, GR Wildfire con Piotr Morawiec, che deve guardarsi attentamente negli specchietti, anzi nella telecamera on board nell'abitacolo. Aggiorno un attimo i tempi di davanti in testa, perché Loic Meunier gira sul 42.3, 41.0 per The Shooties, che risponde da Alexei Kuzak e lo spedisce a 2 secondi e 4. Questa è l'altalena che evidentemente dipende dai doppiaggi. Ma restiamo sul duello, sulla battaglia tra Mercedes e Callaway Corvette, che sono lì vicine, attaccate. Si va in curva 1, se ci fate caso c'è un cono lì in alto a sinistra che fa da riferimento, appeso alle recinzioni. Fa molto ridere, ma è vero, serve per avere un riferimento come punto di corda, ecco. Sequenza stretta, angusta, cordolo alto, che non permette al pilota di allargare e stringere troppo la linea. C'è quel corridoio oltre il quale andare diventa pericoloso, molto molto pericoloso. Marco Pereira, Pino Galota, terza e quarta posizione, c'è battaglia praticamente ovunque in pista, e da un momento all'altro Kuzak sembra aver trovato una situazione poco favorevole, perché c'è anche Andrea Terzi ad avvicinarsi a 1 secondo e 9. È incredibile la differenza che Meunier insieme al Team Iris questi primi 127 giri di gara abbia fatto, perché poi da lì, dal secondo posto fino al quinto, sono tutti attaccati. Una delle battaglie a livello cronometrico più competitive della stagione. Qui invece Hans Sirba con la sua Aston Martin Vantage, Salvatore Zitiello alla guida, e proprio Zitiello è ormai pronto a sferrare l'attacco, un attacco che sta cucinando piano piano, lo sta preparando per poi portarlo magari a casa o nella staccata che arriva adesso, o alla Sunset Band. Sembra averne di più Zitiello. Infatti si accoda al diffusore della McLaren 720S GT3 recupera metri in percorrenza curva, pare avere meno trazione Scenic, e infatti Salvatore Zitiello cerca l'esterno. È difficilissimo qui passare all'esterno, infatti deve mollare, salta aggressivamente sul cordolo, taglia deciso, poi si arriva nel serpentone fino alla curva Le Mans, destra, sinistra, e la Le Mans è proprio questa, destra. Si allarga bene, perché poi c'è un lungo rettilineo dove l'8 cilindri Aston Martin va a compararsi al V8 della McLaren 720S. Scenic e Zitiello, l'italiano sceglie l'interno, Scenic rimane lì sulla linea ideale, sembra avere tutte le possibilità del caso per passare Zitiello, e ce la fa, sale al terzo posto. Grande manovra, bella manovra per Zitiello, e quindi regala a Sirba GT il terzo posto provvisorio. Satellite Racing invece è un po' più in affanno in questa corsa rispetto ai precedenti statistici. Qui grazie a Mariano rivediamo il replay, manovra molto pulita, un compasso, bravo Scenic a non esagerare, anche perché poi lì si potrebbe benissimo pensare di resistere all'esterno, ma in realtà non c'è molto spazio e la pista con i marbles e gli avvallamenti diventa particolarmente pericolosa. Si ferma in box Lorenzo De Sciutis, che ha regalato spettacolo nell'ultima porzione della gara, quindi pit stop per De Sciutis, e Kuzak che ritorna al secondo posto, così come Terzi e Aresi rispettivamente in terza e quarta posizione. Qui ancora Piotr Moravec, che insieme a Angel Vanegas stampa tempi di tutto rispetto. Vanegas era arrivato vicino, ma pensavo potesse attaccare, in realtà si è messo lì ad attendere, o meglio, potremmo avere due prospettive: o Vanegas attende, oppure Moravec che spinge e ha cambiato un po' passo. Guardiamo un po' i tempi, giusto per vedere come procede la situazione, con Moravec che sta girando sul 2.01.9 201 e 9 anche per Banegas, sono lì, praticamente un copia e incolla in fotocopia. E qui invece siamo on board con Terzi e Cusack. Terzi è ufficialmente arrivato, Cusack è immerso nel traffico, non può far altro che aspettare. Intanto stavo leggendo i commenti della chat. DTL l'ho fatto io, faccio traversi invece, Francesco geniale. Vediamo all'esterno Andrea Terzi, lui che ha trovato stavolta traffico. Che rischio tra le due LMP2 con Nick Mura e Hyperion, quindi Livery One eSports e Hyperion che si avvicendano tra la quinta e la sesta posizione. Una manovra sensibilissima ma riuscita da parte di Nick Mura, con Mateusz Zibinski che invece ha dovuto per un attimo mollare il gas tra le curve 7 e 8 e accodarsi alla LMP2 arancione di Level 1 eSports. (130° giro di gara), ci avviciniamo dunque al giro di boa di questa 1000 miglia di Sebring. Kevin Galvin, Marco Pereira ormai attaccati, sono due Mercedes. È un Galvin che ha un po' tardato a prendere ritmo, a prendere passo, due testacoda, non sappiamo effettivamente la motivazione, se per contatti o per errore di guida, però pare che Pereira possa contare su un maggior potenziale, un maggior ritmo. Occhio all'hypercar che si avvicinerà molto velocemente ed è proprio quella dei Dose of Blue Steel. All'ultima curva all'esterno prova a resistere, non ce la fa e quindi passa. In questo modo Marco Pereira su Galvin, bel sorpasso, bella ruota contro ruota, portiera contro portiera al Sunset Bend, e qui vediamo il replay grazie alla regia di Mariano Calò, una manovra prolungata con in mezzo anche un hypercar. Il tutto però, lo ricordiamo, con un distacco abbastanza alto di un giro rispetto a Elias Poli che lì davanti per l'appunto sta dettando legge. Vediamo, tornando in diretta, se è cambiato qualcosa tra Andrea Terzi e Alexei Kuzak. No, in realtà no. La situazione rimane paritaria per ora, con i due che quasi si sovrappongono nella sequenza di chicane che porta al rettilineo opposto a quello del traguardo. Non devono perdere troppo tempo se vogliono lottare per il successo. Il tempo lo stanno perdendo perché così facendo Mounier scappa via, e pensate che Mounier ora ha 53 secondi di vantaggio. 53 secondi di vantaggio. Che bel passo gara, che bel ritmo. Evidentemente riesce a districarsi molto bene nel traffico. È nel traffico di Kevin Galvin anche Pino Galota di Amar Motorsport, troverà lo scorcio giusto per affacciarsi e guadagnare la posizione proprio qui, e sembrava riuscirci ma in realtà no. Esitazione per un attimo evidente di Kevin Galvin. Galota ha tentato una manovra di emergenza, non ci è riuscito. Invece guardate che differenza con l'hypercar, la differenza si nota tutta. E ora siamo proprio nell'ultimo settore, ultima curva. Pino Galota frena più tardi, ancora Mercedes contro Mercedes, la MG di Emar Motorsport contro quella di GR Wildfire, più stretto Galota anche per evitare l'aria sporca che proviene dalla Mercedes che lo precede, quella di Galvin. Passano sul traguardo davanti al retino dei box, canta il V8, 6.200 di cilindrata della stella a 3 punte, quanto si percepiscono gli avvallamenti. E poi tra l'altro Pino Galota, forse distratto anche dalla LMP2, è andato a toccare la ghiaia, è andato a toccare lo sporco, non è una ghiaia, è effettivamente il terriccio all'esterno della 1. Ma adesso il duo si ricompone, sono sempre lì per il terzo posto tra Kuzak, giusto per aggiornare, e Terzi. Non cambia nulla, sempre 1 secondo e 8, quindi non ci sono spostamenti lì davanti. In LMP2 Pro comanda sempre il Go Team, ma se non ne abbiamo parlato fino ad ora è perché il distacco è di 1 minuto sul secondo. C'è stata un'indecisione per Galvani che è andato sullo sporco in uscita dal tornante e adesso forse arriva la chance per Pino Galota che prende l'interno, tira la staccata, ma non c'è ancora lo spazio per affondare il sorpasso, affondare il coltello e prendere il terzo posto di prepotenza, anzi addirittura dopo questo tentativo di attacco perde del tempo rispetto a un Galvani che poi solleva dello sporco nella piega a 90 gradi proprio mentre sopraggiunge a velocità luce supersonica la Porsche Hypercar di Ground Effect. Si vede comunque appena un po' di distacco, Pino Galota riesce subito a imprimere un altro ritmo, a frenare più tardi, a portare più velocità in percorrenza curva, infatti ha subito chiuso quel piccolo gap che si è creato nel tratto centrale del circuito di Sebring. E adesso forse come prima può provarci, come fatto prima dalla Mercedes del Grow Racing Team, all'interno all'ultima curva. Questo era un attacco quasi inaspettato, si è lanciato, si è fiondato la Sunset Band e sorpasso portato a compimento. Grande manovra di Pino Galota, al tempo stesso bisogna premiare la correttezza di Kevin Galvin. E qui ancora replay. Che bella fase di gara, scorrevole, poche neutralizzazioni e interruzioni, tanti bei livelli, guardate, quasi stretto contro il muro, immagine bellissima con poi le sospensioni che devono attutire tutti i bumps, tutti gli avvallamenti e le sconnessioni di Sebring. Davvero un bel sorpasso quello di Galota, ma devo dire un confronto al contempo correttissimo. Eccoci qua intanto tra Piotr Mioravec e Angel Vanegas, ci sono quasi 2 secondi. Ero convintissimo di assistere a un sorpasso di Vanegas, in realtà no. In realtà Piotr di GR Wildfire si è ben comportato fino a qui e infatti vediamo come non sia cambiato sostanzialmente nulla tra la prima e la seconda posizione della classe GT3 Pro. Bellissima la Callaway. Io vorrei ascoltare un po' il sound della Callaway, non so se Mariano mi può dar, non lo so, modo di ascoltare il sound della Callaway anche solo per un giro. Dai, ascoltiamolo. Sul volume, ascoltiamo il V8 da 5000 e passa di cilindrata della Callaway Corvette. Una volta ogni tanto bisogna ascoltarlo, un po' di sound americano, credo che faccia bene proprio all'umore delle persone, un po' come la cioccolata. Attenzione perché Pino Galota, adesso terzo, è sotto pressione da Bradley Sellars con la BMW dei Rookie Monsters, la M4 GT3, che credo sia su una strategia diversa, addirittura tenta di aprirsi un portone all'interno, ma in curva 1 è alquanto complicato. Poi purtroppo Pino Galota va sullo sporco e per la sfortuna di Emar Motorsport offre un'occasione proprio a Bradley Sellers e alla M4 che passa e quindi sale al terzo posto. Prima ci eravamo lasciati con il commento di un bel duello proprio tra Pino Galota e Galben, la Mercedes di Galben. Adesso invece è proprio Galota stesso che deve desistere, deve cedere la posizione e il passo ai Rookie Monsters, con Galben che è addirittura sceso in quinta posizione di categoria. Impressionante, bisogna dirlo, il ritmo di Carloni Racing Black con la 104 di Elias Poli, che ha un vantaggio decisamente a favore di gestione e di amministrazione della gara, delle gomme, del carburante. Ecco, forse parlo troppo presto, non devo parlare perché quella LMP2 del Team BEM si è lanciata un po' troppo decisa nei confronti di Elias Poli, che è stato bravo a non farsi trarre in inganno. Chi c'è al volante della LMP2 del BEM? Daniele Vella. Bisogno di recuperare tempo, forse si vede. Siamo on board esattamente con l'italiano. Qui vediamo il replay che ci dà la visuale dall'onboard all'interno. Mamma mia, che rischio, non passava neanche un foglio tra le due macchine. Molto azzardata la manovra di Vella, però sono piloti, se c'è il varco provano a passare. Vedo un Francesco Geniale non molto convinto in chat di quel che abbiamo appena visto, ma anche questa è l'endurance. In IMSA si vedono spesso e volentieri delle manovre del genere, non finiscono benissimo, però qui è andata bene, c'è da dirlo. 136esimo giro, siamo entrati quindi nella seconda metà della gara, con Vella che prosegue a spingere. Stavo notando ancora i distacchi, ma non vedo potenziali duelli a stretto giro, se non quello tra Andrea Terzi e Cusack, però c'è 1 secondo e 8, 2 secondi, insomma è un distacco che balla, decimo più, decimo meno. E segnalo il pit stop di Sander Callas, che con ground effect entra adesso ai box. Ora arriva il pit stop per Sander Callas, bellissima la visuale dal drone, che ci fa vedere anche un po' di pit, vedete 81, 82, 83, 84, sono tutte le vittorie dei costruttori nella 12 ore di Sebring. Questo è un dettaglio che a me fa veramente molto piacere vedere. Nel 72 la vittoria di Ferrari, l'ultima vittoria a Sebring per Ferrari, prima poi dell'abbandono, lo sappiamo, no? Negli anni 70 delle corse endurance a favore di un progetto motorsport orientato verso la Formula 1, per quanto riguarda ovviamente le corse endurance e i prototipi. Sebring è storica, è una pista storica, arrivata recentemente alle 72 edizioni della 12 ore, è una delle tappe da fare per tutti gli amanti del motorsport. 137esimo giro e Pino Galota ancora nel mirino. La BMW di Sander Callas è un mirino che però diventa sempre meno nitido, perché sta volando Bradley Sellers, sta veramente andando molto forte. È una strategia, come detto, diversa, perché si è fermato in un momento differente rispetto a Pino Galota, se non ricordo male, e adesso sta girando sul 2.957 e l'obiettivo per Sellers è proprio quello di andare a riprendere Marco Pereira. Pino Galota che si sta ben comportando comunque con Emar Motorsport. 5 secondi e 6 che possono rappresentare una bella sicurezza nei confronti di Kevin Galben. Poi c'è la GT3 Pro di Le Casque, la 54, quindi possono comunque costruire una bella strategia, una bella gara da questa posizione. Io farei un recap, siccome manca poco al passaggio e allo switch in cabina di commento, farei un recap della situazione, perché l'Ecmania con il team Iris, la Porsche 707 dell'Hypercar, grazie a Mariano per l'assistenza in grafica, è leader incontrastato della corsa. Poi Alexei Kuzak in seconda posizione, 52 secondi di ritardo. Andrea Terzi è molto veloce come passo, però ora come ora non è ancora riuscito a liberarsi della Black Hawk rossa e nera. Lorenzo Resi in quarta posizione, quindi procede a braccetto la coppia Team Primi Sports. Attenzione, c'è un fuoripista però apparentemente innocuo di Pino Galota? No, però credo che ci sia anche un full course yellow. Non so se Mariano puoi confermarmi, perché vedo tutti i piloti andare molto lenti e c'è un code AT, infatti code AT significa tutti devono procedere a 80 km/h in modalità full course yellow, non si sa però per quale motivo. Intanto il box Mattia Grigolon potrebbe essere una sosta importante anche per Loic Munier, che infatti si ferma il box adesso. Era in prossimità dell'ingresso in corsia box. Nick Mura, attendiamo di capire il perché di questa code IT. Non so se Mariano ci può dare informazioni, sebbene sia impegnato un po' come un polipo a gestire 3000 cose tutte insieme. Quindi vabbè, dicevo, il Team Iris sta dominando. Sinframe, Black Hawk e SD Shiba stanno cercando di chiudere il gap. Ecco perché. Voyajack di Sweet Force, brutto incidente, la macchina è molto danneggiata, quasi in maniera critica, però è riuscito a tornare in pista, quindi il box lo attende, anche se immagino una riparazione molto estesa nei tempi. Passando invece alle LMP2, Gabor Hevesi è in prima posizione, un distacco impressionante di 77 secondi che adesso lieviterà, è lievitato già, era di 66 ore 81 perché Andrzejewski con Hyperion è ai box in pit road. Terza posizione nell'MP2 Pro per Alex Beggi. Successivamente troviamo Nick Mura, che è stato uno dei primi a fermarsi nel momento in cui è entrata in vigore la code IT. Questa è la Porsche Hypercar che è leader incontrastata della gara. E l'MP2 Pro M con Sermet Ozturk, che ha passato una trentina di minuti fa il suo diretto rivale. Abbiamo perso però il team con cui ha lottato nella parte alta, eccolo, Mateusz Rekas. C'è stato il cambio pilota, quindi c'è stata una battaglia tra di loro, e da quel momento in poi Sunset Motorsport non ha più abbandonato il comando delle operazioni, traslando alla GT3 Pro, mentre si riprende con la bandiera verde. Angela Vanegas adesso è il leader davanti a Salvatore Ziviello e Risinic. Fermatosi ai box ora come ora Marco Lodi Rizzini, che con la Carloni ha un margine molto nutrito nei confronti degli avversari. Bradley Sellers è secondo con i Rookie Monsters davanti a Pino Galota e Kevin Galven. Fermatasi ai box anche la Mercedes dei Grow Racing Team, quella guidata da Marco Pereira. Quindi questo è il recap. Fino ad ora una 1000 miglia di Sebring ci ha regalato bellissime manovre, bellissimi duelli, anche qualche incidente, ma è normale, si tratta di gare, motorsport. Sebring è una delle piste più complesse al mondo, e non so se sono pronti gli altri ragazzi con il commento per lo switch al commento. Io parto con i ringraziamenti, ringraziando in primis Mariano e anche Renato per avermi tenuto compagnia, avermi fatto compagnia in questo stint alla telecronaca. Voi ovviamente continuate a seguire tutte le attività di Pitlane TV, tutta la 1000 miglia di Sebring. Vediamo se qui cambia qualcosa. Paolo Nucci con la sua LMP2 del team Shiba, passato adesso sì da Blue Bolt, una delle Blue Bolt, ma niente di che interessi appunto le posizioni. Dicevo, continuate a seguire la 1000 miglia, siamo a metà della corsa, sui 268 giri ne sono stati percorsi 139, dunque iscrivetevi al canale di Pitlane TV, supportate racingseries.com anche sui social. E ringrazio tutti coloro che hanno seguito fin qui la gara, ma rimanete, perché si passa si cambia, ecco, stint in cabina di commento. Grazie ancora a Mariano Calò, ci vediamo con i prossimi appuntamenti, con il prossimo appuntamento di Racing Series e del campionato eSport Endurance Series. Rimanete a Sebring, perché la 1000 miglia è ancora lunga e regalerà ancora tante emozioni.
Premium brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the 3M over. Successful of our brand is good work of team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation.
Hello and welcome then to the Esports Endurance Series Season 6, Round 6 here at the Sebring International Raceway from Florida. My name is Amiazi. Alongside me is a brand new commentator for tonight who came on pretty much at short notice, but he'll be happy to take over after this, and glad to welcome Giacomo Noguera. Giacomo, welcome to the commentary box.
Good evening, guys. Great to be here.
And of course, broadcast director, of course, Mario Gallo. Happy to have him here on board as well. Giacomo, go ahead.
I'm really happy to be here and started in this new thing for me. Used to race with the RS back in the past, and now sitting in a commentator box, but it's nice.
Awesome. And well, we're gonna talk about a lot more of your racing experience as well, including my one, because we both have competed in the EAS before. So let's just roll with the punches here, especially given the fact that we still have more than half the race left to go, and still plenty of talking points. But first, we just get into the order of business. Right now, the leaderboard, as you can see, the class leads on the top. Gergo Ballo for Team Iris is leading the way. Andrzejewski for LMP2 Pro. Ostek in Pro-Am. Benegas leading the way in GT3 Pro. And GT3M, it's still Marco Lodi Rizzini. So very competent drivers right now are leading the way in every single class. But the Carloni guys have been the constant at the moment, whereas the Iris car, having taken over from the Ground Effect car, have pretty much not looked back, but it's still pretty close between the Black Hawk guys and Team Iris guys at the front. But talking about from your experience, Giacomo, how well do you know the guys here in ES? I think you pretty much have been here since the very beginning.
Yes, I did, in fact, and I know I see quite a lot of names. There's some familiar to me. We have a few newer guys, also since this series went international. It used to be mainly Italian series with some guests, particularly from Hungary, and I remember a few teams from there. But nowadays it's an international field and makes it feel more important. The level has been rising through every season, and these days, as you can see, we got quite a few important names, and the field is shaken up quite a bit. We can see Dream Esports used to rule the field, and I mean they still do because they're still getting good positions in the leaderboards. But today they're managing right now for only a third position in the hypercar class.
Yep, and it's been quite competitive in the hypercar class, as we alluded to before, at least when I was doing my bit of the commentary. But since then, the race has sort of opened up a bit, and it looks as though the only car that's actually been able to challenge among the leaders is the Black Hawk guys. But then again, they're also a lap behind. Maybe the timing screens is waiting to update stuff. But then again, the Code 8, there were a couple of Code 80s in between by the looks of it that has spread the field out. And it's Team Iris that's still leading the way, Giacomo.
That is indeed, and right now, I mean, they look pretty good for a win. I mean, one lap is quite a bit. It can change very easily. We are on a tricky track after all. Sebring, it has the characteristic of being very bumpy, quite narrow actually, which makes it difficult, particularly in a multi-class series like the ones you're having the pleasure of watching right now.
Certainly, and it becomes even worse when 2 or 3 cars try to go through a narrow space. Like for example here, we already saw just now a big accident for the LMP2 HG eSports Blue Bolt car that rammed into the barriers. And incidentally, it was either the Corazzari car or the sister car to the number 7, but whatever it is, that car was immediately out on the spot and it was a massive impact. So it's quite scary to think that the closing speeds between those cars can actually happen, as we have a replay of an incident that happened just prior to that. Ooh, Gandosi, and that's a smack into the barriers, but luckily for him, he manages to reverse himself out. And it's not like in real life where the tire barriers would just latch onto the car, you get stuck in there.
Yeah, exactly. It would collapse on the car and making me unable to move completely, but he seems fine. The car hasn't picked up a lot of damage, as we can see here. He's lost it just as he was coming through the corner. A bit weird, probably he misinterpreted the entry speed and he had to try and recover the car, which of course he failed to do. But glad to see that it didn't end up costing him the race.
Yep, certainly has happened to the other prototype that we were talking about just now, before that replay came in, and that was a massive impact. And unfortunate, Mariano even pointed out in the comment section how that wall was just basically curved into the circuit. It's almost like Johnny Herbert's accident in Formula 3000 in 1988. The wall just happened to be closing there and the car just hits it dead on. So again, not the best way to retire, and it was not even caused by his own fault. It was a hypercar that went through, ramming him off the track. Again, not the best way to end, but it does happen. It was happening right at this very point where crowds up. Now then, we're looking at Pavel Andrzejewski. Somehow the Hyperion 44 car has ended up in the lead of the race, because at one point it was well behind in P6. But now, battling with its fellow championship rival, the Go Team number 21 car of Zoltan Vaconi, one of the Hungarians that you mentioned about earlier, Giacomo. And this is pretty much a winner-takes-all battle for the race win and the championship lead.
Exactly. So I'm going to be very curious if they're going to be able to keep this this pace. We can see behind the CMT Go team, they're lapping quite a bit faster than now, like at least half a second each lap. So they seem to have way faster pace and might be able to clinch the first position right now.
Certainly, and it's going to be an interesting battle between both of them, because remember, it's 4 points the separation between the Hyperion 44 and the Go Team number 21 car. So we'll keep an eye out for that as the battle progresses. That was battle between second and third, Black Hawk versus Tim Freeham number 7. But we'll focus on another battle here on the fringes of the top 5, just outside the rostrum. It's the Hyperion, the second Hyperion cars, battling with the same Freeham 47. But now we go back to the battle for second place. Alexei Kutzak and Ricardo Corazzari. Corazzari, I think, has been in the car since the very beginning, so he's really going for an ultra endurance stint to just keep himself in tune with the driving. And it does become a factor, doesn't it? Because you put a new driver in who's not used to the pace of the race, they may not be able to put out the same pace as the guy who's been in for longer, hasn't it?
Yeah, it does. It takes a bit of time to drive up to pace, especially with these hypercars, because they're quite tricky to drive. They're heavy cars, but yet they have quite a lot of power, and really takes, even if you're a seasoned driver, it takes a couple of laps to really get them to grips. And There is, it also has been proven in the real WEC that going for long stints, especially for professional drivers and drivers who are really trying to hold the concentrations for hours and hours, it makes you really appreciate the amount of effort that both esports and real drivers have to put in driving these cars.
Absolutely. And it also helps that some of those professional guys, they can drive for hours at a time and maintain the same concentration. Though granted, there is a stint limit at times. It depends on the series. You can either have 2 or 3 hours per stint as a limit. But it does help out if the guy is fast. He's used to the car quickly and can actually bring the fight to the other competitors in the same class. And case in point here, how Corazzari seems to be somehow, despite being in the car for almost about 4 hours now, he is still maintaining the exact intensity as he was since lap number 1.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, he's really hammering down right now because following Alexei Kutsai, I've analyzed his lap times for the past 5 laps, and he's also holding to a very good pace. He's showing really good quality and really good quality of driving. Yet Corazzari keeps shaving off a few tenths of a second every lap, and he's really coming into it. We'll see if he has the juice to try and take the position maybe in the next 3 laps.
Indeed. And it'll be quite interesting to see how far can Corazzari push still, but it might be a tall order to claim back 1 lap against the Team Iris car, who are no doubt going to be in contention for the win. As further behind, this is the LMP2 Pro-Am guy. Oh!
That was a close call.
Bisma Budiman in the Ksatria car, the Indonesians. They have been quite the loose cannon in this championship, and unfortunately losing control there. But luckily, Giacomo, he didn't get collected there.
Yeah, just look at that. Might have missed him by half a meter, really. You see through the slow motion here in the replay. And it's really scary when this happens in front of you and the car spins. You really need to have the reflexes to avoid them. Thankfully, he did the right thing and stopped in the middle of the track, because you really need to try not to be dangerous in that sort of environment. Otherwise, it might have been a huge crash that would for sure have ended the race for both cars.
Yep, absolutely. And it might have been one of the it might be the race leading car. No, in fact, that is the number 8 Sim3 M car, which is actually leading the championship in hypercars. So if they were to be involved in an accident like that, that would be the most painful way to lose not only the championship lead, but to lose even the ground to the sister car with the momentum that it would have had prior to that. As we see, this might be replay or might be live action right now, because it looks like something's about to happen between 2 LMP2s here. Oh, that's a good, nice little slow-mo that we got.
So replay, we see Matteo Subinski getting through, actually. For a brilliant maneuver. I think the other car hesitated a bit there, but it's really part of the track, and it allows for this sort of maneuver here. Here we can see it actually might have ended up costing them 2 positions. It has indeed costed them 2 positions right now. So Zubinski is behind and I guess down into 5th place right now.
Yep, very opportunistic from Federico Soave there to go to P4 and split the Hyperion cars in the top 5 placings. As we get another replay, multiple replays right now of incidents that we did not see live. As, oh, talk about 4 wide. That is a shot and a half. That, if you get a screenshot of that, some people who have replays of this, that is a good wallpaper.
It is indeed. Just look at that beautiful car. You see the Porsches coming down through the Mercedes, the GT3 car. Very stressful situation, but he held his nerves.
And that's Corazzari in front of Kudzak. So he made the most of the back markers to get in front. That is Corazzari then, still fresh as ever, 149 laps into the race as he was when he started out. So really good use of the back markers and racecraft with the foresight to just dive his way through, had enough momentum to come by and take away second place. So that is important for his fight in the championship for the number 7 car.
It was just brilliantly done, brilliantly done. Now we'll see. I mean, we're still halfway through the race basically, and you know, anything can change. I mean, Bello with the Team Iris, they are 1 lap ahead, but given his current pace, so you can see Bello is struggling quite a bit, probably with overtaking the slower cars. Given his current pace, maybe Riccardo can, you know, pull a magic and keep it. He can keep it together for a couple of more hours and get closer. He's gonna have to swap drivers eventually. We'll see when that will happen, because we're already past the halfway point through the race. But I think that the job he's done until now has been simply brilliant, simply brilliant.
Indeed, and he still has the other half of the race to go, mind you. So you did mention that before, and if he was to just keep at his and maintain his pace, maybe get lucky with a couple of code 80s, he might still have half a chance of at least catching up to the Iris car. But that lead that the Iris team have right now is quite monumental to the rest of the field, and I'm not sure how on earth they got a 1 lap advantage there. Maybe they got lucky from one of the code 80s that we had while we were listening to the Italian broadcast. As we're looking at now a couple of yellow flags here. Battle between first and second in the championship. First and second in the race right now. Car 44, the Hyperion 44 of Pavel Andrzejewski, and the number 21 Go Team Racing of Zoltan Varkonyi. But we're going to have to see a replay of what happened that caused the Sector 2 yellow flag and what happened here. Oh my word! It's the number 8 car. The number 8 car has completely lost it there, but manages to flick it quickly around, Giacomo.
Yeah, and he's also lost the position to Alexei Kotsak, so we got Blackhawk Racing now up in third, and again another example of an opportunistic maneuver. And Kotsak is still running very, very close to Corazzari, and now the gap between them is only 9/10 of a second, so they might try to catch a second position right from under Riccardo's nose and basically get behind both Freem cars, the number 7 and number 8.
Yeah, but the number 8 car, of course, was already behind both of them just now. Lost it and lost even more time. As you can see on the inside goes Varkonyi. Varkonyi goes to the inside of Andrzejewski. They go side by side through Sunset Bend. Who's going to come out on top here? It is Andrzejewski losing out to Varkonyi. What an opportunistic move. He went onto the bumpiest part of the track, made it stick. Brilliant move there from the Hungarian.
He's made complete use of the downforce that these cars have. And wow, just look at that, how aggressive. How he goes inside, goes onto the bump, doesn't lose it. Brilliant drive there, and then we can see Andrzejewski making a slight mistake, almost losing the car over there. But basically nothing he could do against such an aggressive maneuver.
And ultimately, despite it being aggressive, it was a very clean maneuver from Varkonyi. He danked it on the inside. Oh! As we get now the replay, Peugeot and Pagani have hit each other. And it's Pagani who's come through unscathed as a hypercar takes off into the gravel trap and grass. Just as we were getting started with the English broadcast, all the drama's kicking off here, Giacomo.
Yeah, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. Actually, look at that. Oh, it just went out a bit quicker, and he hits him. Let's look at it from another angle. As he accelerates, he was losing it. That was simply unavoidable. Simply unavoidable. Thank goodness the others could avoid it. Oh, that's a bit on a safe rejoin over there. Really dangerous. I wonder, it was a Porsche, thing number, I can make up which Porsche was it.
I think it was a Carloni, if I was thinking. It might have been Aston Martin because they do have a similar design at the back, but I think it might have been, yeah, that is the Carloni, because you can see that's Tommaso Cantu in the SD Shiba car. There's the Carloni Aston Martin further behind there, coming into shot. So those are the two cars that were involved in that slight incident. But again, it was just a simple case of driving error that snowballed into a near massive accident.
Yeah, it was indeed. You know, when this sort of thing happens and the gaps are so close, right now we're watching Sander Callas going side to side with Mattia Grigolon. This is battle for the 6th position. Let's see what he can do. He's on the outside, brings a lot of speed down here. Very clean. Oh, he moves a bit on the outside, but he can make the move. And he's ahead. Sander Callas takes the position from Mattia Grigolon. So moving the ground effect car into 6th position.
And in the recovery drive as well, what a brilliant move there from Sander Callas. As we see it again, it happened the previous corner at Sunset Bend. Again, he did the same thing like what Varconi did, is just the dink on the inside. But he didn't make it stick that time around. Waited until the very next corner to carry the momentum through. And credit to where credit's due, both drivers kept their foot in, didn't give each other any quarter, but ultimately it was a very clean maneuver there. And Grigolon and Callas can actually take that one away and be thankful that they're still in the race.
But they didn't touch, and this just proves the level that we're seeing here. Now it's a good switch here with a bunch of cars, actually 7 cars, 8 cars all coming together down into Sunset Corner now, and it might be a bit dangerous. We're gonna see maybe a 4 wide. This is actually in the battle for the lead in the LMP2 class with Zoran Varconi still in the lead, half a second behind Paolo Andreski with the AP and eSports car, while they're battling in with another LMP2 car, which happens still to be, I think it's Nick Murav, who is 1 lap behind, so they're not actually fighting for position as such. We see here for the replay, Budiman spins it side.
And that's the second time in a couple of laps that Budiman has actually dropped it here for the Kasatia car. A lap behind the Sweet Force car that they're chasing after. They're going to settle for the points for sure in P8, but it's not been the most safe couple of laps, shall we say, from that Indonesian team. They really ought to keep it together here with half the race left to go.
Could be clever to slow down a bit, you know, settle under a limit, make it manageable. You know, these drivers, as you mentioned earlier, I mean, we also raced. There's a way to manage. You need to find your limit and sort of think, okay, maybe I'm going to drive 95, 96% of that limit, so I make sure I don't make a mistake that will cost my team the race. How do you usually manage your pace through a race of this length?
Yep, that's a very good question, because normally for a 6-hour race that we traditionally would do for the entire season, you can already pace yourself like full Grand Prix distances split into 3 parts. You know, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours. You know when to push. You really don't have to hold back too much, because you know you have set up the car in a way that you come into the race and how you find a limit. But in a longer race like this, it becomes even trickier when it's lap based as opposed to being time based. So you have to count it by laps instead of counting by the hour. Then it becomes very difficult to just know when to push, know when to hold back. In this particular case, there's a lot of holding back as, there's a code 80. It's a code 80 that's been called, and Andrzejewski just nearly lost it. They're coming to the back of Varconi there, Giacomo.
Yeah, well, there was a very close call. As we were mentioning, a race that is counted in laps is quite different from a race that's counted in minutes and in hours, actually, because we're talking endurance racing here. Particularly with code 80s that actually end up stretching the length of the race. They make it longer since, well, it takes quite some more time to complete a lap under code 80. Let's see if somebody can take the opportunity and get a free pit stop under the code 80 regime. We're not seeing any car currently getting into the pits.
Yep, not Ballo or Corazari, and there is the cause of why we have this code 80. It's actually my team's car, by the way. It's those of Blue Steel Racing car, no Shaz Liza, and he's ended up in the barrier somewhere while trying to chase after Stanislas Peugeot. Then once he's entering the pits to repair that damage, we're going to go back to green flag racing pretty soon. But that car has been set back with a lot of problems since the start of the race. So, again, more problems blighting that particular team is just really sad to see. As we go back to racing here, Varkonyi has Andrzejewski right behind him, and I think Andrzejewski might have jumped a bit in the process when trying to go to code 80, but nonetheless, they go side by side here, coming through turn 10, and still going at it. Varkonyi manages to fend off the pole, only for the time being. It is close neck and neck racing stuff here as we get a replay of what might have happened to, okay, in fact, it's actually before the Colt Code 80 was finished to go back to green flag racing. What do you think here happened here, Giacomo?
I think there might have been some miscommunication. You know, sometimes you fail to hear the Code 80 coming out. Maybe you're distracted, maybe you're chatting with your teammates. Could be that, or could be anything really. Keeping the concentration on for so many hours. Remember, guys, it's very difficult.
And it goes back to that point we said just now. It is very difficult when it's a lap-based race as opposed to being a time race, because it feels much longer. It actually goes back into the whole part of being mentally prepared for these kind of races. You just, when you know it's a time race, at least you can just chalk away the time and it will be go with like that. Lap races are the same as well, but somehow because of the number, it just looks big. It feels longer, don't you think?
Yes, because you don't see the seconds going down. The seconds going down really help. I mean, think about, you know, if you have attended university and the difference, think about the difference it makes to have a watch on you and actually see the seconds coming down, which might give you a bit of anxiety. And it's the same with racing. You're gonna be thinking, oh, am I gonna catch that guy in front? Can I make it? And you see the seconds coming down, but it might help also to know that you know you're feeling tired, but oh, okay, maybe in 40 minutes that's gonna go away. But it's much different than even seeing 30 laps, because you know, to get the laps down, it takes a bit of effort. It's like a marathon. You gotta grind in those kilometers to see the results, right?
Yep. And speaking of that example you said, 30 laps, if you put it into minutes, or in least cases an hour, it's around 50 to 55 minutes, give or take, if you're in the prototypes. Yeah, it does actually feel longer when you put it in laps for some reason, as opposed to counting it by the clock. It does. It plays on the psychological aspect of it. But conversely, it's different when you're doing laps in a shorter version, like say you do a Grand Prix. You can cut away the laps. That's as normal as you could get. You just feel like it's part of the game where you can just get the laps out of the way, and you're just one lap away from the finish. One lap less to the finish. It's just difference in mentality, isn't it?
That's completely different. And then it comes to the preference of the driver, really. I guess that Grand Prix drivers, we can see here from Paul Andreski, really narrow. No, touches the wall. It's not touching the wall. I think it's nothing but a scratch here for the Polish driver, but yeah, he seems to have made it off without damage, thankfully for him.
Oh, talk about millimeter perfect there. Yes, he touched the wall a bit, but he used all of the track possible to find that time to reel in the back of the Go Team number 21 car. And Andrzejewski might have been given a warning for that code 80, shall we say. It's not infringement yet because it's not been officially put in as investigation. It will put it into the student's report later. But he did gain a huge amount of time when the code 80 was called, and that might be a point of contention after this, especially if the Go Team guys were to protest the Hyperion guys.
Yeah, and I think it's probably gonna happen that they're gonna protest, especially here we don't help really with live stream. If something happens on live stream, I know from experience in sim racing, it basically ends up being protested automatically because it tends to spark all sorts of discussions, also in the chat or on the Racing Series Discord. So I expect them to report the incident, and it might cost them penalty by the end of the race.
Yep, and all the penalties, of course, will be dished out the very next race. So results will be finals, given the fact that we have live stewarding on board with the race direction. So if they were to have a penalty for the next race, I think they will take it, as opposed to having the results being taken away now. Guess that's a double-edged sword. You get away with one race, but then you will face the consequence the very next one.
And that's up to you. It can be a pretty weird strategic choice, really, because you can say, okay, maybe we're really achieving a good result this race. Maybe you can say, oh, we don't really like the next track, so why not just taking the penalty in the next race, since we're not gonna get good results. I don't know. Hyperion eSports preferences. The next race coming up is Spa, which is loved by many, really, and it's known to be a bit easier than Sebring, but still quite a tricky track. It is in fact the longest circuit on the Formula 1 calendar, and it's one of the fastest, if not the fastest, on the calendar here in this series. So
yep,
we can see how they'll manage it if they get this penalty, which in my opinion it's going to happen.
Certainly, with the amount of time that they gain. I know from personal experience, I have gotten a couple of warnings for exceeding the allowable delta time to slow for code 80. So yeah, I can speak from experience how that kind of verdict can come out, and it does hurt when you have a drive-through penalty at the start of the very next race that compromises you completely, even though you might have had a good result previously. Now then, we might actually take the opportunity to go on board with Pavel Andrzejewski and see how it's like from the driver's point of view when you are chasing after the guy in front, and how is it like to see the gap going and closing. Maybe we can get it in there, I guess. Yes, there we go. Or, one of those movement cams. That would be quite nice. It's like in American racing or NASCAR, IndyCar, where the cameras spin around. But there we go. This is what it looks like from a driver's point of view. And boy, oh boy. From outside, it's easy to talk, isn't it? How you can try to get the gap closely. But on board, due to the bumpy nature of Sebring and how you have to avoid traffic just like that, it just adds to the challenge, doesn't it, Giacomo?
It does. I'm gonna say, guys, if you want to fully experience the Sebring experience, you should watch this live while sitting on a running washing machine, because that's sort of what it feels like. And yeah, it's quite tricky to set up the car also because of the nature of the track. It's quite bumpy and a little bit narrow. As you can see here from the onboard from Pavel, he tries to use the whole track. He gets onto the curbs. He goes next to the walls. You need to be millimetric with your driving all the time if you want to maximize. If you want to squeeze out those hundreds of seconds which are all important on a race of this length.
Absolutely, and you can see just now the kind of lines you take. And Andrzejewski prefers to go a little bit wider coming through Sunset Bend and then cut across quickly before opening the car up on exit. As we can see the swing cam in action now. This is what we really like about what Mariano does with the camera direction. It makes you feel like you are the driver on board the helmet, following right now how it feels like. And or in MotoGP nowadays they have gyro cams. F1 too to a certain extent. This is our own personal gyro cam, and it does feel like you're in hardy action, don't you?
Yeah, it does. It feels like you're looking at the apex, you're looking where the eyes of the driver are going, which is quite important actually. As you can see here, it makes you feel like how near the cars are going. It makes you appreciate the action and how difficult it is to overtake these slower cars. Anyway, I was saying, a driver really drives with their eyes. It's something that might take as given, but it's a very important skill to learn, especially for beginners. Trying to learn to drive with your eyes, so the car goes where you're looking, and it really makes a huge difference. You can see if you try to actually think about it while you're driving, you realize that you're looking to the apex, to the exit of the corner, to the braking point, and it makes everything feel a bit slower and more alive, and it's what we're experiencing here right now, thanks to the brilliant, absolutely brilliant action by Mariano.
Yep, the very good camera work of Il Commendatore himself, but ci fantastici. That was very good to see how it feels like to be on board one of these cars on a circuit this bumpy like Sebring, where there's part concrete, part tarmac, and the parts that had the concrete was when you can see how visibly bumpy it is. And to put into perspective, only prototypes can race around here, and GT cars. You cannot race Indy cars. IndyCar only uses half of the circuit for their testing because the equipment inside is so sensitive. So endurance drivers really have to, again, what it says on the tin, endure so many different types of surfaces and experiences on this. It just only, scratches the surface how it feels like in sim racing. You can only get half of that, but it is a good illustration of how it feels like when you want to see how it goes, especially at circuits like this, Giacomo.
Yeah, exactly. And must be, I've tried driving this the circuit. Actually, for the race, it was a 6 hours race that we held in Sebring through RS. It was in 2020, and I had the pleasure to drive that on a full motion rig using D-Box, the D-Box platform, and
Nice.
it makes you appreciate the effort that the real drivers go through, because it's really bumpy, particularly that bump on the inside of Sunset Corner, the Sunset Bend, which is coming up right now. You can probably see. If you look a bit there to the right, here it goes. He went on top of the bump here, Gregor Bauer, and you can really feel it in your back. You must imagine going about 220, 230 kilometers per hour with these cars who are very rigid, very low, or must feel for hundreds of laps in your back, down in your vertebrae. It must get really painful and really icky after some time.
Indeed, and that's why they limit the race at max to 12 hours. You mentioned we do a 24 on Sebring. A lot of people will have to see chiropractors afterwards with broken spines. So they do not want to have that. As we welcome now yet another commentator on our books here. It is Kevin Galvin, and you might say he's going to blaze it here today with his commentary. Calvin, welcome to the show.
Yeah, let's hope so. Well, let's hope the commentary goes a little bit better than the stint earlier on. I'm kind of a jack of all trades, master of nothing, as my best pal would always call me. So, really intriguing race here. It's just so tough. Sebring, you guys were just talking about it there, the bumps, and I know physically we don't have to go through them, but just trying to find the grip around here is really, really tricky. So yeah, it's kind of a personal favorite of mine, but I have to say, on a platform that I'm not overly comfortable with, rFactor, I find it so hard to know how far you can push the cars here going round, especially turns the final and first turn. They're so tricky. As we look at Gergo Balak going through it again, like he gets very, very close to the barrier, and that's the ideal line, but it all depends on how well you can get it to turn in, and Gergo's a great example of it there, and that's why he's leading the race this evening.
And of course, one of the fastest teams here right now, because the RS team were fast. They were not fastest in qualifying, but they were fastest in the practice session before the start of this race. It looked as though that they were prioritizing race setup over that, and it has paid dividends big time here. But to go back to the point that you made about the grip, again, you just had to play with your eyes as opposed to feeling with your body through Sebring, as opposed to here, for example, the concrete areas. You know it's going to be slippery, but do you dare brake late, or do you dare try to get the car come fast through the corner? It's just really a matter of feel, isn't it? With your eyes, of course.
Yeah, it is. It's a matter of feeling. It's practice and it's experience, and it's all those things rolled into one. Again, like, I suppose I'm much more familiar with iRacing personally, so for me, which is I know a dirty word here, but it's okay. I'll say it.
No, it's not.
You know, I'm much more used to how the car turns in there. It feels much more natural to me. So it's almost like relearning an entirely new track. If you understand me, it's the same track and it's the same curves, but it's an entirely different sensation. So it's trying to re-dial in that feeling, as you say, and the only reason the only way you can get that is through practice. But I think some of the driving today has just been, I don't know if you guys mentioned on stream before, but being out there, really exceptional. Actually, I would say that the classes have been very, very good to each other generally, and people have been very understanding, and I think space has been given, but there's been some good battling as well. I've seen it firsthand. So I think a lot of credit's due here to those guys out on track, because we're in prime conditions now, of course, with track temps, but with that sun setting, the final turn on this historic circuit begins to make its name, and it's not easy. So I'm just really impressed by how much the classes have kind of given each other room and made sure that there's space for each other around the track.
So, you having said that, there have been some instances where there have been, well, I can put it lightly, singularities when certain conditions actually have resulted in the cars colliding each other with closing speeds that are almost unavoidable. We saw just now, and LMP2 literally got wiped out of the race by a hypercar, and a couple of GTs involved with, let's just say, less than ideal conditions where they were in the corner, but the hypercars want to come through anyway. So things like this tend to happen, but for the most part, yes, there has been a higher degree of respect, considering the fact that these are really good teams and drivers getting involved here. So they do not want to, embarrass themselves, especially given the fact that a lot of people would know their friends or even team members watching them together. Now then, on board with Marco Lodi Rizzini, it's a kind of fine thing to have, isn't it, Giacomo, that if you're in part of a team that has led from the beginning, but also it's added pressure, isn't it? If something were to go wrong, then you're gonna have to be all hands on deck afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite hard then to get the blame once you made one of those mistakes. If you're leading from the very beginning, it gets very, very frustrating really easily. I've had last week in F4 Championship that I'm racing in, my teammate Luca Bucchiari, who's watching, I say hello to him. And he's made a mistake. We're racing at the Watkins Glen, and he hit the wall in the last corner, throwing away what would have been his first win. And I felt really, really sad for him. Honestly, really, really sad for the team, even though we're not sharing the car, which is much worse here in endurance racing, of course, because you might have done your stint at the beginning, 2 hours, 3 hours in, and you might have built up a brilliant advantage. Let's say 1 lap, then your mate gets on the car, drives for 20 minutes, makes a mistake, crashes into the wall, and you throw away everything, all the good you have done. But you cannot hate him, because of course you're driving at the limit, and mistakes happen.
Absolutely. And again, it's a team sport. You can take it on the chin, especially given the fact that collectively, as opposed to, for example, Formula 1, where yes, it's a team sport as well, but then if the driver makes the mistake, ultimately you're alone in the cockpit there. And we've seen instances where drivers get a lot of the blame for just little small mistakes, etc., etc.
Unless you're Williams or Logan Sargent.
Oh yes, great segue. Absolutely great segue there, indeed. And the fact that one driver has to take the rap for a mistake that another driver makes. So that's just, well, your heart goes out to Sargent, but that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yes, indeed. And Albon is a seasoned driver, used to drive for Red Bull. He's really quick, and sometimes team manager has to make this kind of call, but it's a bit embarrassing. Like, the people who've had it worse, I think it's the team, because it's a bit embarrassing not having a third spare chassis with them for a Formula 1 team. That's it's a bit odd.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that, Gavin?
Yeah, I was just listening there, and actually the first thing that struck me when I heard that that Albon had taken Logan's car was, my first thought was, what are Logan's sponsors going to make of that? Because they obviously pay a lot of money to have their logos put on his helmet and his race overalls on his car, and for him to be kind of unceremoniously chucked out of the seat, I kind of wondered what the sponsors would make of that, and then how those sponsorship deals are structured, whether they're personally with Logan himself, so therefore now he is going to have to personally pay them back. Will Williams compensate him the cost of that? There's a whole, I know we talk about and I can understand James Vowles' decision. I heard him speaking this morning to Sky Sports and saying, or at least this morning European time, and saying, like, this is why, like, it wasn't based on past form, it's based on this season. Alex has been faster this season. Ultimately, we feel like the championship is going to come down to the last couple of points, and that's all very well. That makes perfect sense when you look at it from a purely competitive point of view. But as we both know, or as we all know, guys, that Formula One isn't just about the competition, right? We're talking about massive finances, we're talking about huge sponsorship deals and companies clambering to get involved with a motorsport that's been hugely revitalized in the last couple of years. So particularly given Sargent's kind of American side of it, and people would, I suppose, cynically say that potentially Logan's only still involved in Formula One because of the sponsorship money that he brings with him. You would wonder then what those sponsors make of the fact that he's been essentially, and that's Australia is kind of one of those marquee F1 events as well. It's one of the very few that everybody can watch right across Asia. It's one of the few that fit the time zone for the Miami and that. So an awful lot of the F1 races in Europe aren't timed right for people down under, or people kind of further east, Japan and times like that. So I'd just be interested to see what Logan sponsors make of that, and whether they go chasing Logan or whether they go chasing Williams directly for the money.
That's quite an interesting dichotomy, isn't it? It's who's really going to be the one that's going to take the most heat out of all this.
I haven't thought about it. Maybe Netflix and Drive to Survive has something to do with this, because just think about all the drama they can come up with. Just, oh yeah, the guy's taking my car seat. They don't believe in me. I'm gonna show them in the next few races. So if it turns out as a sort of underdog themed duel that they might come up with, so finally a proper rivalry within the team that might actually be brilliant and might be brilliant for the sponsors, so it might end up in a way that actually pleases the sponsor. Because let's not forget the amount of viewership that the Drive to Survive gets, and also the amount of people that is brought in watching Formula One, but also motorsports in general, particularly in America, where it's having the most success.
Yeah, the economics doesn't sound great there, but then again, they could probably put that in the Excel sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah, added to the column number 53,148, is it? Yeah, it's not been a great week for Williams, lads, has it? They have taken a bit of a battering PR-wise, I have to say. Think about all the things that have come out. What do you make of them generally as a team, just while we're on the topic of conversation as we're watching here now, the battle for 27th, and look how tight that is. Just look down the bottom right hand corner of your screen. What do you make of that, the revitalization? I put it in kind of quotation marks for Williams, in terms of, obviously Logan Sargent is performing well behind performances, but Alex Albon certainly seems to be able to get the car in a position where it's getting points relatively regularly, very much so when they were essentially the whipping boys. Now Haas seem to have assumed that position. So, are we seeing an overall positive trend for Williams? Do we see Logan Sargent getting another season after this year if he keeps performing the same way?
Yeah, maybe that will be a question better left after maybe a few more races, because it's still early days, of course. We're only at round 3 of the championship in Australia that's coming up later today. In my time, it will be around 1 p.m. For you lads over in Europe, that might be around 3 a.m. after this?
Ish? 5 a.m. in Italy, 6 a.m. in the UK.
No, four I think in the
4.
UK, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
1 hour behind. True.
yeah.
So yeah, again, the flyaway races may be a bit of an outlier because again, early doors it may not mean much, but by the time when you go to Europe, that's when the season really starts in Europe basically, because then you can see the cars getting upgraded and more of the performance packages come in, and that's where you can see the drivers becoming a bit more concerned about next year's contracts. So for the time being, yeah, it might just be a kick in the teeth for Sargent, but if he could put this episode behind him, he might be able to use this as a way to spur him forward. Maybe.
That's definitely great motivation if you're Logan Sargent. I mean, I actually have to say of everybody that comes out of this, Sargent is actually the ones that comes out of it the best. Like, you know, to have something like that thrown at you, and you know, as an athlete who Formula One is the pinnacle, and you work so hard to get there, and again, sponsors, yada yada. I've talked about it before, but for him to take it with such good grace, now I know probably in the background he's seething, and I know that he probably would have had words with Williams management, not of those necessarily all broadcastable, about the decision. Oh, as we see a spinner off there in the background, that's an LMP2 car, I think it is. As we continue with this battle here with Ahmed, he has lost an awful lot of pressure on him. There's a gaggle of cars there. That's this man, that buddy man for the Kesatara Sim Racing,
not again.
9. And again, that it's those 2 corners, guys. Just spoke about it before. It's really hard to know at what point do the tires get to their limit. Maybe you guys have a bit more experience with this, but I found over the course of my stint earlier on, it just particularly in Sunset, like you kind of get to where you think the limit of traction is, and you think you've hit the limit of traction, and then all of a sudden it's like snap, and the car goes, and you're facing the wrong way around, looking at every kind of different class, dodging to avoid your front windscreen.
Indeed, let's go in a sort of on and off fashion. It might be used a little bit more to gentler models. iRacing does indeed have a gentler model. It's a bit more resembling of road cars when you think about it. So you reach the limit of the grip that the tire can handle, and then it's sort of gradually let's go. However, with racing cars, particularly the type of tires that we see in endurance racing or also in open wheelers, it's a bit more sudden. Like you reach the limit of what the car can handle, and then depending on how you got your car set up going into the corner, you might understeer or oversteer. And rFactor 2 kind of exaggerates this feeling. No idea if it's too exaggerated. You might have to ask a more seasoned racing driver than yours truly about this. But generally, it makes it much more difficult, actually much more punishing, more prominently, to drive in this simulator compared to rFactor 2 and namely also Assetto Corsa.
It's interesting, isn't it, how different, I suppose, physics models, and I think different physics models almost suit different drivers. You see some guys who are really quick in one platform and find it really difficult then to adapt to another platform. It's, I suppose, for those who are quick in all sims, it just kind of shows you how difficult it is. But I always think it's very interesting when you talk about people who make the switch from one to the other. It's just like, they're simulating exactly the same thing, but they're almost diametrically opposed in how they allow you to do it when you get down to that kind of detail. Like if you're only a beginner and you're getting into it, then you're probably not going to notice a huge amount of difference. But when you're really trying to push the limit, it's so different. And actually, we were doing the iRacing Sebring 12 hours earlier on, and I saw that Team Rookie Monsters were in it. And I think Brad Sellers, who's, I don't know if he's currently on track now at the moment, but he was taking a race start in iRacing, and they had qualified P1. So it just amazes me how guys like Brad or other guys who run on both sims can be so quick in both and just get up to speed straight away. I'd love to have that ability. It's an amazing ability to just adapt so quickly to the conditions, and they often say that about the best drivers. We talk about Fernando Alonso. I know they say that a lot about Alonso. Give him 3 laps in the car and he'll have it up to speed. Like immediately gets it as we take a look back at the replay here.
Yeah, that was between Daniel Vella, and I think that's the Sim-free M number 47 car. So it looks as though I think the positions have swapped hands now, because Vella actually got back in front of Federico Soave. So there's a battle between the two Italians, but it's Vella that's up in front. And going back to your point about the sim racing aspect when you jump through between platform to platform, it's an interesting juxtaposition, isn't it? That you do the exact same thing that it says on the tin. You want to actually do sim racing, simulate the actual reality of it, but the realities, quote unquote, in the universes of each sim has its own hard set of rules, isn't it? Because different physics calculations, different tire physics, chassis, the way that it reacts, it kind of defeats the purpose in a way. But at the same time, it does feel that you can get to learn something out of it, even though they're different.
Yeah, I'm just always interested to see the onboards of I think IMSA is great for that. You can see the onboard stuff. They do an awful lot of onboard shots on IMSA TV, which we're very lucky to get for free here in Europe. And it's just, I find it so interesting to kind of compare and contrast the driving styles, because I don't think any of them really completely nail it. It just goes to show you the intricacy of trying to get something like this down. And I know an awful lot of people have tried the new Le Mans Ultimate game, obviously, which is a sister game to rFactor 2, and that again, that to me feels very like rFactor 2, but feels again different. Like it has its own intricacies, it has its own differences, it has its own setup quirks and foibles, and I just find that really fascinating. There's very few. I suppose it's a bit like, even though obviously on a different scale, but you remember the people, and I know people, Mariano would know this, there was a whole war for years, right throughout the noughties, about PES versus FIFA, and which one was better, and which had better physics, and which had better this, that, and the other. And it's very similar here, that it's kind of the same. Like you're both trying to simulate the same thing, and they both certainly get there to a certain degree, but they just don't quite. No one particular one like absolutely nails it. So it's really interesting to see then how some people gravitate to some based on their driving style, or based on their playing style, or based on their preferences, and some people gravitate to others. For the record, like this rFactor, just look at it. I mean, it looks incredible. The new Sebring looks fantastic. The remodeled Sebring, and I say new in quotations now. Things moving so fast in the space, but still, and it performs so well. But it's still, I suppose everyone has their preference, don't they, guys? Everyone has their preference over what they like to run in, and what they feel comfortable running.
Indeed, I think it sometimes comes out. You mentioned the example with PES and FIFA. It comes down to the singular preference of maybe how some things are handled. Like, for instance, if you really like sound of the cars, might be tending a bit more to simple zero side of things. iRacing seems to be jack of all trades, really master of none, except for the rain, which I'm still pretty curious to try because I haven't tried yet. But it seems as if they nailed the weather conditions in a way that has never been done before done in iRacing, where, as if in rFactor 2, you sort of get to drive the same racing line as always, you just have less grip, while in iRacing, with this new weather system, you actually have to drive the way you would drive on a wet tarmac in real life. So taking a different racing line to avoid the rubbery usual racing line, which becomes way more slippery when you have rain involved. Kevin, I can see that you're a seasoned on iRacing. What's your take on the new system?
I really, and I suppose before I answer that question,
we're seeing a small accident.
Oh, no,
here. Sorry if I interrupt.
That's a big one. That's P2 in the LMP2 class. Patrick Schweikowski, should I say, the Hyperion eSports, just losing the back end there, coming out of tower, and it's so easy to do, guys, isn't it? Just a little bit too much power, especially as the tires begin to go and that back end just slips out on you, and all of a sudden you're kind of facing into the arm toe.
I'm curious to see if we see another accident. Like, this is a big one. It's a huge one. Martin
Yeah.
Brol in the Flying Goat, McLaren.
Oh,
That's a terrible rejoin by the 48 as well. Oh, that is on the limit. Very lucky to be avoided. I think is that Mika Hikimi's car that came along there to almost take him out, but thankfully he avoided him. Yeah, that's a case of two going into one there. I think it's always very hard when you're in a GT3 car going through there, because you're really at the limit of your aero. It's very hard to make a call on that. Quite possibly the stewards will call it a racing incident. I don't know what you guys make of it from the look that we saw.
yeah, we probably saw one angle where the McLaren looked like it was the one that clouted the prototype, but then conversely, the prototype driver might say that, well, the McLaren turned into him. But yeah, that's pretty much up for debate and for the stewards to decide, because we cannot really throw the boat. We can only just make some deductions based on what we just saw. But anyway, here's Mario Tump for the Black Hawk Racing team. Dives one on the inside of the number 7 3M eSports car of Corazzari. Looks as though Corazzari was caught napping there. I was expecting him to defend, but it looks as though Mario Tump just got the better of the Italian. But Corazzari's not going to let that lying, isn't he?
No, certainly not. It was a great, as you say, great opportune move with a little mistake there from Corazzari, though, however, and that's going to allow Mario Tump to kind of increase that gap. But as you say, it's a great corner for getting an overtake done, but you have to be early, you have to be committed to it, and you have to make your intentions known very early on. And unfortunately, it's just getting caught, as you say, napping a little bit there. But funny, guys, isn't it, how you can, everything seems kind of stable and everyone's kind of running, and then all of a sudden you have two quite substantial accidents. Well, I mean, one quite substantial accident, certainly a second slight mistake in the B2 class. But yeah, it's so funny how these things can come along in clusters.
Yeah, it's the snowballs, isn't it? I was actually waiting for Giacomo to chip in that one, but yeah.
I was just looking to see if the Epigan car actually went into the pit to fix the damage, but it seems that they've had no damage at all. Was it just a small thump onto the guardrail over there?
Yeah, you can't get away with light blue damage in that one. I think it was just the smallest of contact. At best, you have the arrow a little bit wonky, but it's not too bad. And the fact that rFactor does have that kind of weird bug where I heard from a few drivers as well, they have the full fuel bug where you can actually go top up the gas when you come into the pits, or when you change to another driver, the damage actually disappears. So they're probably willing to bet on that when they switch over drivers for the next stint. But again, don't count your chickens just yet. It may not work out. Your mileage may vary.
Just coming back to that conversation we were having earlier on, guys, and you were asking me about the Tempest weather system, and I think just before I kind of go into it, because I'm waiting for the comments on YouTube, and I'd love to hear from you on YouTube as well if you are watching in, to hear what you have to make of it. I know people I'm going to get iRacing fanboy and etc, and it's so funny when you see the Facebook groups, and it's full of people kind of saying, oh, look, all the like the iRacing people are always saying, oh, the ones who can't afford iRacing are giving out, the poor people are out, and then you hear the people who can't, to talk about iRacing, and they talk about it disparagingly, and they say, oh, well, it's just a big money-making racket. It's so funny how the scene has kind of, like, how everyone has kind of picked a side and stuck to it. But as somebody who kind of enjoys, and I know you guys are the same, like right across the Sims, I think something like the 10 best weather system is a really good kick in the backside for all the other sims. Like the fact that we have such choice now, between rFactor, ACC, you still have Assetto Corsa with the amazing mods that are available for that. You have Automobilista 2, you have iRacing, you've there's another one that's in my head, but I can't think of it. The Race Room. You have that as well, that people enjoy. And like all of these things that kind of as we say earlier, I've said earlier, bring your own thing to the table. But something like the Tempest weather system in iRacing, that'll get ACC now to kick into gear to try and up their game. That then will get rFactor, and maybe rFactor will come up with something that'll be a little bit innovative for them, and that'll kick then iRacing into trying to match them. And all this competition is really, really healthy because it sets a standard for everybody else to go to. And as you were saying earlier, Amir, that that standard at the moment now in terms of weather is iRacing. We obviously ran Sebring. I had spent a lot of time. Oh, look at that glorious number 7 car. What a beautiful piece of machinery and an incredible driver behind the wheel. No bias here.
Hashtag plug.
Yeah, hashtag plug. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's really is. It's exceptional. It's exceptional in its like. It doesn't feel like it's what I tell you what it feels like to drive iRacing Tempest system. It feels like the rain falls, and then like the environment does its thing. So it doesn't feel like anything's being simulated on the ground. It doesn't feel like, it just feels like the rain has fallen and then naturally does its thing, and then that naturally leads the track to be wherever it is in that space of time, and then that naturally everything about it feels totally like everything about it makes sense. There's no bugs, there's no cheating the system, there's no sense of, oh well, if you could do this, you could do this, and you can heat the tires up quickly by doing this, or like the rain falls and then it pools where it should pool. It cascades down. Like the first thing I did was when we finally got the new iRacing Tempest system after quite some time, admittedly, was I loaded into the Nordschleife with BMW M4 GT3, and you can actually, like, I stopped the car at one point and you could see the rain, like the rainfall hitting the track, pooling on the edge of the corner, and then actually running down in the way that rain does on a, when you camber across the corner, it tends to kind of waterfall, that kind of waterfall-y effect across the circuit as it searches for the lowest point, obviously gravity doing its thing. And it just felt it didn't feel like there was any effort to simulate anything. It just feels like they had it so down that they just let the weather do its thing, and then everything was in place. So when the weather fall, when the rain hit the ground, it just does what rain naturally does all the time. And that's the biggest compliment I can give it. And the way the track feels as we look now at the Duns Steel Racing, big accident.
Oh no!
Big accident. That's a prototype off in the background.
That's basically Civil War. That's both sister team cars, and that's my team basically. Mika Hakimi going off into the barriers after Shaz Lizan tried to give some space on the outside there, and both of them went off big time. That might be a bit awkward in the team debrief after this, as Mert Kopteget for the Dennis Bank IW Motorsport car is also out of it, and unfortunately the game for him has gone completely on the fritz.
I think it's crashed, yeah. I can see it's completely stuck on the Livetiming. It disappeared actually. So yeah, I think the game has crashed for it, unfortunately. It was running in P8 in his class.
That's a real pity. Mika Hakimi though doing a superb job of keeping it out of the barriers there. I don't know, did he slightly get a touch, but that could have been so much worse for Mika in his machine. That's it's very awkward tower. It's kind of, what's that Michael Jackson lyric? It's hard to get over, but you love to get under. You're stuck in the middle. That's kind of what it feels like when you go through tower, because you're never sure which car, whether you're going to overtake her on the outside or overtake her on the inside, because the lines switch back and forward. It's a really tricky one. I reckon somebody may be buying somebody a bottle of wine before the team briefing is out, as way of saying apologies. But it's rare enough we see it happen between teams, guys. Rare enough.
Yeah, that again, I think Shaz was probably caught off guard there by the fact that Mika came in quite hot. And I'm looking at the team Discord right now. Yeah, they're both in there right now. I don't know how on earth a miscommunication happened, but whatever it is, it will be quite awkward afterwards. But then again, it's 4:30 over here, so maybe they got a bit dopey.
Well, they're still both surviving as we head into the 181st lap here of the ES Sebring 10 hours. It is, as we say, guys, we were talking about it earlier, and I'm interested to hear from you, Giacomo, on this as well. We're talking about things settling and things being a little bit better. I wonder, certainly the top runners, like, there's more to lose now as we get towards the end of the season than there is to gain. We only have a couple of rounds left, so for the front runners, like, it's really a case of the risk versus reward, right? Because everything in your fibre is telling you I got to push for the best place possible, but one mistake, one bit of contact, and all of a sudden you've lost a lot more than you've gained, and time is rapidly running out to try and make up that distance.
And right now, I think for most teams, it's about keeping that position where they can fight for the championship and make it last until the last round, which is going to be, of course, the 24 hours of Le Mans. We have a particular situation right now where both in Hypercar and LMP2 Pro, we have only a 4 points gap between first and second. For the Hypercar, it's the two Freem entries, number 7 and number 8, which are at 125 and 121 points respectively. And in LMP2 Pro, we got the Hyperion Esports, number 44, and then the Go Team Racing entry. For the LMP2 Pro AM class, the distance tends to be quite larger now, with 28 points of difference, so Sunset Motorsport can sort of coast to the end right now. Same with GT3 Pro, 39 points difference, Satellite Racing in the lead, followed by MR Motorsport, number 71. And in the GT3 AM, we got Carloni and a 20 points difference to MR Motorsport with number 66. Quite interesting though to see who's going to come up in the second position there, because we got three cars in 7 points there, with Carloni Racing Red and Flying Goat right behind. So really for the Hypercar, let's focus on the Hypercar here particularly, because we are running in the first and second position. We got Team Iris followed by Blackhawk Racing. Team Iris were leading the race with quite a big advantage. It's one lap, so we're now entering the 183rd lap. So we're entering the third of the race, and they seem to have it in the bag. Well, for the second place, Blackhawk Racing still there, and this is important with Team Iris. Team Iris are in front of Blackhawk Racing in classifications by 6 points, and they're going to increase their advantage as it stands. Meanwhile, in the back with both the Freem eSports cars, we're now running in third and fourth position respectively. If I'm not mistaken, with the number 7 clinching one extra position, might increase that gap by 5 points up to 9 points, which starts to be slightly significant advantage going into the next 2 races, which are going to be the final ones of the season.
And of course, I would like to bring out a bit of a football analogy as well. As you can see the calendar, bang on cue there, Mariano. After this will be the final 2 races of the season at the 6 hours of Spa, and the big one in June, the 24 hours of Le Mans. But again, gotta put the football analogy, squeaky bum time. Definitely. Yep. Looks like Kevin got that one because it's a very famous quote. But yeah, really, it's squeaky bum time. If you want to aim for the championship, you do not want to muck it up, especially at this most important juncture of the entire season.
I'm trying to remember where a squeaky bum, I think it's Alex Ferguson, wasn't it? First used that term in back in 2003. As who knew that Alex Ferguson could add to our language lexicon. A Scottish football manager from Aberdeen, giving us one of our most famous phrases. It is indeed the epitome of bum get squeaky time. As like we are getting down to the last couple of races. We say 6 hours of Spa, and then obviously 24, given the fact that it's worth so many points. It's great that we probably will, like in all likelihood, guys, have an open championship in quite a few different classes going into that final race, which is going to make it so interesting in June. But I suppose these are the opportunities now to try and gain as much time and money points as you can. I mean, there's a big difference between leading a championship by 4 and leading it by potentially 14 going into the final round. So although the Le Mans round is obviously weighted much higher, there is still a lot of work to be done here, and consistency really is key right through the championship. And yeah, I mean, it's great how it's shaping up now that we're going to have such a close finish.
Yep, especially given the fact that, there's another Code 80 being called, I think, because you can see the Caloni Racing Black car is slowing. And yep, there you go, top left corner there, it says Code 80. And Lodi Rizzini goes immediately narrow to minimize the distance to travel across the corner as he's on a speed limiter. Who is the one that is the unlucky person to have called this particular Code 80? Looks as though we are not getting anything on screen right now. Can you see anything? Oh, in fact, there it is. It's the Sweet Force car. No rear wing.
Indeed, it's lost his rear wing. We can see if we can come up with a replay, perhaps. I mean, it was running. It was running close to a few GT cars. Okay, here let's see the replay. Is right after he's crashed. And he spun and hit the barrier, I think. It's been stopped for quite a while, actually.
That looks of it, but it looks like he stalled the car as well, because you can see that he's on the accelerator and brake, or maybe that's telemetry as it is live right now.
Way before, I think. It's been way before, because here you can see he's already lost the wing.
Ooh. Oh, there it is. So, he dropped it by himself there. And the Mercedes on the outside might be an indicator where that collision came from. Yes, it is. Oh, no, he's actually out of sheer avoidance. And another Ferrari there as well.
We're reconstructing this backwards. This is interesting, guys.
This is like Coldplay's music video for the scientists to find out. Everything has to go backwards to find out where it all began.
He hits the Ferrari and he spins. Let's see if they actually touch, because it seems like there is quite a bit of distance between him and the Mercedes over there. Of course, he hits the Ferrari, bumps in the back. Happens, you have a higher exit velocity, and it just it's weird.
Just hit the inside curb and whatever reason, but the wing is still attached at this point, so it must have become disassembled at some point between him attempting to rejoin. It's a bit of a strange one. I have to say, maybe we should launch a petition to watch more accidents in reverse, guys. I find that really intriguing. There's like a sense of what's the word I'm looking for? Like suspense to it. You're kind of waiting to see where the accident actually happens. I'm kind of in favour for it. I think we should just start doing our accident replays in reverse from now on, so people can see they can see the cause, and then they can see the what's the word I'm looking for? Consequence, and then they can see the effect and then see the cause.
Oh wow!
It sort of feels like you're reconstructing it. You feel like a detective.
True crime. Yes.
A bit of afters as well.
He kept it. A brilliant J-turn over there.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, 360 no scope.
So I'm always up for a bit of tricks,
And now we're looking at, you can see why they call it Sunset Bend.
I don't know, Amir. Tell me why.
I mean, it's pretty obvious why they chose the name for that corner, but it's actually quite amazing how, I don't know if it's the server configuration, the way that we have filters in here, or maybe rFactor to improve the rendering engine, but it actually looks passable. If anything, that looks really good in the evening. But I would bet other games could and do it better because of better rendering engines, but that is actually really nice from rFactor 2.
I have to say, I really, really, really enjoy. I mean, as much as I can only run it on potato settings with the amount of cars that we have in the server at the moment. Filippo Lapaglia, they're getting involved. Oh, and that's a 62 car, just about keeping it together. The two of them almost bumping doors, getting very, very well acquainted, I think is the diplomatic term for that. I just think the lighting in rFactor 2 is something astonishing. Like even the way you can see the PVR here kicking in with the headlights. I really like the lighting here, especially when it gets to this time of night. Although I can vouch that you think it looks passable, it made it passable on the monitor. Try that in VR. You will come out and your retinas will have been burned into your eye sockets. It is powerful. It's a bit like Bathurst 12 hours going over the top of the Dipper when the sun comes up and all you can see is you just can't see anything. All you see is white. You're kind of temporarily blinded before you go down into a triple corkscrew. So it's definitely an interesting one. But here, it's superbly done. Look at that. You'd hardly guess. Well, I was going to say you guys were talking about potentially getting rain at the beginning of this race. You could hardly. We were kind of expecting it. We were looking at the forecast coming up to the race, but it's certainly wouldn't be thinking that there'd be any sign of rain looking at that weather.
Yeah.
It's at 90% chance of rain in the beginning, and it stood for 2 hours, but I mean, it got cloudy and then nothing happened.
Yeah, well. Oh, there's a penalty for Hesketh. That's in the Rookie Monsters car, isn't it?
It is. Former GR Wildfire team member there with the penalty, so it'll be interesting to see what happens to Louis in the BMW. Let's have a look here and see. Here is. Oh, this is the two of them. They were battling it out earlier on. There's a bit of not door banging, but very close to door banging between the two of them. Hesketh's going up now into Le Mans. A bit of a slide, a bit of a wiggle, a bit of an attempted move, and the 62 gets down the inside.
That might have been for corner cutting by the looks of it.
Maybe, perhaps. I find the corner cutting on the inside of Le Mans quite generous, though, I have to say. So it's interesting.
Pretty much throw the whole car over it.
You kind of can. It's actually, if anything, it's actually going wide and trying to cut back across is when you tend to get corner cuts more so than actually cutting across the corner. So just to see 3 wide there, that's always absolutely terrifying for a GT car. And then a bit of door banging between these two and a little bit more for good measure as they head into Cunningham, the right-hander. And Jürgen is getting a little bit knocked out there. It is, you really do guys have to. And endurance, they talk about the endurance, and of course there's a physical and a mental endurance to it, but I actually think one of the most important traits in endurance racing is the ability to keep your cool, more so than in any other sprint race. Like in a sprint race you can just go mad. If you want to dive a guy down the inside and get out all your frustration, you can do that. But like in an endurance race, not only are you thinking of the clock, obviously we have 1,000 miles here, but usually it's probably around about 10 or 11 hours you're racing, and you have to be kind of conscious of what you're doing, but you also have to be conscious of the fact that you have teammates who are screaming at you not to take out the guy who just banged doors with you a couple of laps ago. So you really have to be, it's a penalty for Arthur, my teammate. Not sure what that's for.
Just as you said, screaming at your teammate, and there you go, bang on cue.
Potentially for...
Oh no.
We have a penalty for
is the pit lane. Yeah.
Oh,
that's so pit limiter too early.
So easy to do, and I can tell you guys the dash on that Mercedes AMG GT3, and this is a little bit of inside knowledge for you on the penalty. The dash gives you no help as to whether you have a pit limiter running or not. I actually had to turn on the message center to make sure that I could actually verify that my pit limiter was running, because the dash gives you no indication as to whether your pit limiter is running or not, which is really unfortunate. Arthur was running a super race up until the point that I got into the car and ruined it for him, but he was actually running really well in the first couple of hours. So that's a frustrating one. It certainly isn't an Ayrton Senna in, what was it, Donington? I wouldn't say it was that kind of level of speeding in the pit lane, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Once you're a kilometer over and you go through those speed gates, fortunately.
I mean, the just release the button and go for it, and just be like Senna and Donington, really.
Yep.
It must be so frustrating for Arthur jumping into the car, because he just swapped drivers, so he just jumps straight into the car and he gets a penalty after what is it, like 100 meters, 150 meters going out of the pit lane.
I think I do think that's his second stint because I think I know he replaced me so I could come up here and help and chat with you guys. So I think that's Arthur's second stint, and that would be right timing wise in terms of the tank and the Mercedes AMG GT3. So I think he got a stint in, but unfortunately a penalty for him. But certainly nowhere near the amount of damage that I did by spinning twice on Sunset and also plowing myself into a barrier off the back of turn 2. So
no, we didn't catch that. No, really.
Oh, that's okay. Well, it never happened then. Arthur getting a free pass off me for that, to be honest.
As we can see there, there we go, the second coming. That's really yeah, that we're blinded by the light here. And Mariano did say in the comment section that he's on Ultra, and that probably checks out why the graphics in rFactor 2 look really like popped out compared to what we normally run. Because if I ran on my potato set, it would just not only melt, but it would just become the Chernobyl elephant's foot.
Oh my god. I think mine, if I tried to run rFactor 2 at Ultra, it might turn into a star itself. So it might actually render it even better by becoming a star itself. And blinding me in the process.
Supernova. Yes.
Yeah, it's I'm able to run single screen Ultra probably for like a low event. I always find though rFactor very heavy on resource when it comes to online racing, particularly. Like I can run an AI race with 40 cars and have very little difficulty, but then when I jump in here, I'm down to like 30 frames per second, which I can tell you in a VR headset is not the nicest for your stomach. I can tell you that much. What do you reckon actually while we're on that topic? Because an awful lot of these guys run flat screens, an awful lot of guys run triples. They seem to be the preferred. Look at Mika all over the back now, and he's trying to make a move down the inside. Is that for position? Actually,
yes, it is.
It is. That's a great move from Mika Hakimi. Obviously, involved in an instance in his teammate a little bit earlier on, but he is recharged and ready to go like the Duracell bunny. Great move there down the inside of the hairpin, and really not much they can do.
Yep, for Tommaso Comto, I think that was the one that he checked off. Yes, it's Tommaso, but the thing is, he's been incensed since the very beginning. I know for a fact that when I was talking to him just now, he wasn't really the best pleased with the Iris car that incidentally is actually leading the race because he was taken out at this exact point on the first lap. So it was really unnecessary. It's just, the start of the race, you guys want to get into the swing of things, but then suddenly the rhythm gets thrown off. So not going to throw the book at anybody there, but for Mika's case, yeah, it is absolutely frustrating to get taken out in lap 1.
In the meanwhile, sorry to interrupt, the Freely Sports car number 8, Michele Con has actually overtaken Corazzari, the number 7. I think because they're in the pits actually. Yes, the number 7 has pitted, so there is Corazzari finally out, and Lorenzo Risi is swapping in, and they're getting out of the pits right now.
Yep, and taking over that car is Lorenzo Arisi, so that's actually a known quantity. You know that guy can do the business, but even for him, that might be a bridge too far to get back onto the podium because Michele Rocco currently occupies that, and that will be a change of the championship lead, wouldn't it? Because it's also 4 points, incidentally, between those two Sim 3M cars.
Exactly, and this doesn't really change a lot going into the next race, but it just shows how little the gaps are. So how important it really is to be consistent and at least finish the race. Like to win, you're the first finish, right? You got to bring in those points, and let's remember that the 24 hours of Le Mans counts for more. So it's actually really important to think about the future and get to the final round in June in the right position to score the points, and then really anything can happen. It's a 24 hours race on a really tricky and dangerous track. So I mean, Kevin, you probably raced. I'm talking also to Amir. I'm gonna ask you, both of you guys probably raced the 24 hours of Le Mans on the sim, and psychologically, getting into the race. Think about the first time you've done it. Were you scared? How were your feelings? How are you gonna tackle the challenge of a 24 hours race at the sim?
I think I'll answer that first. Yeah. It's actually more excitement because I wasn't really scared. I really want to take part in the 24 hours because, especially given the fact that my very first 24 hour of Le Mans was during the pandemic, there was basically nothing else to do. So it's just prep work. It gets really exciting when you go it on the day, and you just want to do the best you can. But the fear does come in when suddenly a mistake comes around, and suddenly you think, oh no, these tires are meant to go for another stint. How do you get over that? That's the key part. You do not start thinking about the flat spots, for example, or the damage. You just have to carry on and finish the best you can, get your stint over with. After that, come what may, let your teammates do the work. After that, when it comes back to you to be in the car again, just don't put those back into thought. The moment you start thinking, the thing is going to be like five or six corners behind, I would say, because that's how fast you travel at a circuit like Le Mans, for example. Literally 13 kilometers, you can cover it. You start thinking about one thing, it's already kilometers behind you.
Yeah, it's similar for me in that I suppose I didn't really like. It's a funny one. The whole reason, again, iRacing. I'm going to go back to iRacing because it was the iRacing 24 when it was still able to be the iRacing 24 hour of Le Mans. But we won't mention that. Literally the reason I had got into sim racing properly was to do endurance racing. I was just kind of captivated by it again during the pandemic, and the idea that, you know, having gone from playing football to having teammates to now all of a sudden I didn't have any teammates and no competitive thing to do, I just kind of got into it. So yeah, I'd definitely say I was nervous. I remember I did a bit of an arthur on it and got into the car and immediately forgot to put on the pit limiter and put us on a penalty. So that was the very first thing I did. So it was kind of a case of, you know, when you worry so much about something and then the quite possibly worse things happens immediately, you kind of can only go up from there. So I had a great time with my team. We were running, as you guys might remember, as Wildfire Racing. We ran in this series as well afterwards in rFactor 2, but we're predominantly an iRacing team. That was our first special event as a team. And I remember running with one of my teammates, Calvin, who doesn't have a huge amount of rFactor behind him, but is on iRacing. And he stayed up for the whole 24 hours and fueled himself with cans of Red Bull intermittently. And we ended up going through the almost 24 hours, counting the amount. So he had one of those kind of, you know, websites where you put in the distance that you do, and then it tells you like, well, you've driven X amount of miles to the moon. But one of the really random examples it gave to us was the Terramone Aqueduct, which is the longest aqueduct in the world, which is somewhere in England. So apparently we had done like 114 Terramone aqueducts by the end of the race. So for some reason, I always associate that whenever I ever hear about that aqueduct, which isn't that often, I'll be honest. It comes back to that question: how often do you think about the Roman Empire? Right? Let's remember that.
Yeah.
It's a bit like that. Anytime I think about it, I think of that 24 hours and poor Calvin almost falling asleep trying to do the last couple of stints, fueling himself with Red Bull. But iRacing has an instant counter, as you guys probably know, and the way the X's are done and you go off tracks. We had 91X by the final, but I think we had 91X with about 6 hours to go, and we finished on the dot of 99. Literally, the 99th X came on the last lap of the race. So we just got underneath it, and we finished 24th. But I remember, which is kind of actually coincidental given the distance of the race that we were doing, but I just remember having an absolute blast. And it's funny now that looking back on it, I mean, we didn't really care about where we finished. And then all of a sudden you win a couple of races and all of a sudden it's, right, now we're getting serious. Now we need to do prep. Now we need to do this. Now we need to do that. And it all changes very quickly. Your standards kind of go up and up and up for yourself. But it's like the first time you do anything. It's just that real kind of raw joy of like, and I remember during the pandemic, we were obviously all living through it, and it had been a time where we were kind of like, stay away from people, essentially. Whereas this was like, okay, well, now people can get together, even if it's online or whatever. And I've met friends that I've met in real life since, and it's funny how an event that essentially has forced people to stay away from each other actually meant that people met more people than they ever would have before, because they were forced to doing things online. They met more people online than they would have with hanging out with their same friend group. So in a funny way, despite the fact that we were told to keep our our close contacts to a minimum, we actually ended up forming more relationships than we would have done if we hadn't had a global pandemic. I just think that's so interesting.
Yeah, that's kind of like serendipity. Sorry to cut you off there, Giacomo, but I would say that's serendipity.
Yeah, it is very. The 24th was very serendipitous now, and the 99X. I'll never forget that 99X. I was so pleased getting through like the last couple of stints with no X points, and we made up a couple of places. But it's funny, that was, I think, second from bottom split, and now we're running. Like the other day I was actually running in Daytona, and I had Michi Hoyer in my split. So that's kind of like, it's so funny how things change so quickly once you get into something and you start getting good at it, or in my case, at least competent enough at it that you don't disgrace yourself, that you actually get to a point where you start to really put pressure on yourself, and everything that kind of initial kind of excitement and novelty wears off very quickly, and then all of a sudden it's putting pressure on yourself. So I always think, if I'm having a bad time racing or if I'm getting frustrated, I always look back to that first race and just remember how much fun it was, and not to take things too seriously,
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Giacomo, go ahead.
I was saying about coming back to your thought about the pandemic. It's how it shook the habits that you have. So you end up doing very different things, and the very different things also bring in very different people. But my best memories are the sort of events that were being organized. And in Italy, we had with Eurosport, we had Sky Sports, a lot of TV broadcasters organizing races for charity, also the different things. And you could actually end up racing with real drivers, and so all of a sudden you end up being on Discord with likes of Valentino Rossi, Charles Leclerc, and racing these people, and you actually end up thinking, oh my god, I'm between them, like you see your name over there. And I've made some friends, like tomorrow I'm going to the Mugello racetrack to watch a race, watch one of those guys, not Valentino Rossi or Leclerc or these people, but still a racing driver that I met through sim racing through the pandemic, and I'm gonna watch him race there at Mugello. And I think it's brilliant, because nowadays we're like, guys, let's go and eat a pizza, let's have a spot of lunch, let's go watch this race together. And it's sort of stuck, like you got to expand for a brief moment, because it was basically that way of having a solid lockdown. It was maybe 2 months, and it sort of changed everything, and it's something that stuck. Also, let's talk about the evolution that sim racing has had during those days, because I think it also gained quite a bit of popularity, and a lot of these people, like you guys who joined during the pandemic, have stuck and make up the backbone of what we see as the sim racing community nowadays.
Yep.
It's funny. It's kind of. I think it's kind of a double-edged sword in a way, because in a way you have lots of new people joining. When you have lots of new people joining something in a very short space of time, you're inevitably going to. I put my teeth back in. You're going to inevitably have people who kind of change it for the better, and also people who change it for the worse. And when I was coming back to that idea of iRacing and against the Assetto Corsa, against rFactor, I'm sure there was always those rivalries of people that preferred it. But I don't know what you make of it, but I'm kind of, I don't want to use the word toxicity, because it can go, sometimes it can be a bit too far, and everyone's entitled to have different opinions. But it's funny how, in the same way that with F1 you saw the drive to survive, and I think people will say generally it's good that more fans are coming into the sport, but then you have a lot more people who how do I put this diplomatically? I suppose they're not real diehards in the way that the people, and they don't really understand the history, or they don't. And I think the more you understand the history of something, the more understanding it gives you generally of why people act in a certain way, or why things are done in a certain way, or why that move might be pulled off. And it's funny then to see people come into it new who they think this is dumb, like why has he just done that, or why are they saying this, and they're kind of so quick to judge. And it really only, you actually have to be in something for a little bit of time to kind of really fully get a fully rounded understanding of exactly the landscape that you're dealing with. So I think it's been great in the way that it's brought it to the forefront. And I mean, look, there's some companies have made an awful lot of money, let's be honest. Like Fanatec, the global pandemic is probably one of the best things that ever happened to the likes of Fanatec, or Niels Huyssenveld, or people like that. Or Moza, or I mean, take your pick. But it also introduces a whole new group of people to something where, I suppose, it's a difficult one. You don't want to be seen as gatekeeping, but because nobody wants to be seen as gatekeeping something. You want it to be as open for everybody as possible, but you also want people who are coming into it to kind of have an understanding and knowledge and respect of what's kind of come before it, so they don't kind of jump in there straight away and have all these opinions. I don't know what you guys make of that kind of change, because I think we have seen a lot more division. Certainly, I obviously wasn't massively involved in sim racing before the pandemic, but I was quite interested in motorsport. And certainly when it comes to WEC, I've seen much more divisions around WEC people criticizing Formula One people criticizing other drivers and other teams, and in a way that I don't know if I ever saw before. I don't know.
No, it kind of reflects the polarization that we see in society nowadays. I think you just sort of become a fan of something, and it's interesting how it's actually not behind teams. This is something I'm very used here in Italy. Like, you don't like Ferrari, you're basically an idiot. I tend to buy merchandise of both teams personally, because I'm one of those blokes who would like to go around in branded t-shirts. I'm actually wearing one right now from Ford Sport, from the rally team. But anyway, I went on a date with a girl who follows Formula One, and I was wearing a Mercedes sweatshirt, and she got mad about it. She was so pissed off because it wasn't a Ferrari sweatshirt. I'm like, how are you there doing this in Italy, and you're Italian? How dare you do this? I mean, I sort of do that because they signed Kimi Antonelli, and I'm a huge fan of him. That's how I put it. She didn't know who Kimi Antonelli was. She can't be mad about it. But yeah, anyways, for people usually peak their...
No. Just before you finish that point, did you get a second date? That's what I want to know.
I did not. I like to think that's the reason. It was the sweatshirt.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it was.
Fingers crossed. Anyway, so the people tend to pick the favorite as could be a TV show, could be a political party, could be anything. But it's weird how around motorsports, but it's the same as in sim racing. You're going to pick rFactor 2 over iRacing, over Assetto Corsa, etc. To pick the favorite series, and they're like, no, I don't really watch Formula 1 because it's boring. Or maybe they do watch it, they just don't have to admit in their online communities or at the bar that they watch it. Because they have to sustain their the favorite pick and be like, oh, the WEC, it's so great, so good right now because there's so many manufacturers, and just basically start nitpicking all those different shades that the various series have and throw it against each other, while a lot of the time there are issues that plague motorsports nowadays which are rather similar, like mainly the fact that it's already a huge, could have been a custom mistake here for La Paglia, but he managed not to eat the barrier with that. Anyway, it's a very expensive sport, and we know that. But the cost for racing has been skyrocketing, particularly in the last 5 years, and particularly for early series. Karting's become so expensive, and instead of focusing on these matters, like this is more from a driver's perspective, but from a spectator perspective, we have the problem that all these rule changes that keep coming out, talking particularly about Formula One and rallying here mostly, they tend to distance the teams. There's always a team that figures it out and they get a huge edge over the rest of the field. And this tends to make the viewership in the end quite boring. It's still good that like all the different things that we have happening in motorsport generate a lot of hype, generate a lot of attention. But then when it comes to the race, I think this is agreeable because sort of everybody agrees. The racing itself has gotten quite boring over the last few years.
Yeah, and to add to your point, it does become a bit tribalistic as well, especially some people who don't know, like for example Antonelli. Who knows, he might be driving for Mercedes one day and he could be the next big Italian hope and the first ever possible Italian champion since the 1950s. That's an awful long time ago, but probably not many people know that he's part of the Mercedes Academy, etc. They become tribalistic because, oh, you support one team. Like for example, you're in the UK, you support Verstappen, you're anti-Hamilton immediately, automatically like that. So yeah, that kind of point, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I think one of the things that like particularly when it comes to WEC and IMSA and that, like there's always going to be a certain amount of people that it's not going to appeal to. It's like Test cricket. Anybody who knows anything about cricket or has seen Test cricket, it's a slow burner, right? It's not everything's going to happen within 20 minutes. You're not going to get all the action, but it pays off. Like if you've invested in something, then it pays off in the end. And if you really enjoyed the strategy of it, it's the same in Test cricket. It's all about strategy. It's mental. It's again an endurance of physical and mental, being out there for so long. And for me, I love watching Test cricket in the same way that I love watching endurance racing, because I love sitting down and putting the feed up and having it on and having, you know, the live timing screens and maybe going away and making some lunch and coming back. And, you know, I don't have to be sitting down glued to every single corner, but it's the case of you watch a trend and you see how teams are figuring out things and you see how strategy changes. And okay, occasionally we have, you know, like a yellow flag that brings everyone together, or a full court caution or an FCY or whatever that brings everyone together right for the last couple of minutes, as we saw in Daytona, and that could be fun. But like you know, oftentimes you see teams coming from 4th or 5th all of a sudden to vaulting up in the last 20 minutes because they've timed the strategy perfectly. And I like personally, I love that. You're going to have people who find that boring. You're going to have people who don't want to watch a F1 Grand Prix because it goes on for too long, but they'll love to watch the highlights, and they'll take 10 minutes to watch the highlights because they want everything distilled into, you know, it's like anything. I mean, I suppose that everyone takes it at their own pace, and I do think it's interesting that people feel pressured, I think, sometimes when they're in a group, especially, and I think this goes with lots of things, but you feel pressured to, oh, if I'm a fan of WEC, I have to dislike F1, or if I'm a fan of Charles, I can't like Lewis, or, you know, it's a funny kind of thing. Now, obviously, if you support a football team, you're not going to support the rivals that they're playing against. I mean, that's obvious, but I find that sometimes people, as you say, it's almost like people are overcompensating. They're trying to really seem like they're so into it that they really hate these people, when you actually find the people who've been watching F1 for ages, they'll support somebody, but you don't ever see them kind of have that negativity towards other drivers and other teams as much. Maybe I'm generalizing here, and if people want to come kind of respond in the YouTube comments, or you guys have an opinion on this, but I feel like the longer you're invested in something, the more maybe empathy you have for everybody, if that makes sense, because you realize how difficult all of their careers have been, and then you kind of stop looking at people and kind of like I think, for example, Lance Stroll is a great example of this, because you hear people come in and they talk about Lance Stroll and it's, oh, daddy's money this and oh, daddy's money that. But like, Lance Stroll as Arthur now and Gianluca Scalvini going together for a battle for 6th position in the Pro-Am class, and I won't be saying who I'm supporting in this one because I'm not allowed, but all I'll say is I hope the order stays the same way in which it is, because it's a lovely order the way it looks. Those cars look fantastic the way they are, but Gianluca now going for a move down the inside slightly.
Very subtle.
Thank you. But yeah, I don't know what you guys make of that. Like, I feel like with Lance, like he was a champion in formulas going all the way up. This guy isn't some bum that can't drive a car and they've just put money towards to drive. And yes, people come into the sport and they get that narrative from Drive to Survive, and I don't think they take the time to actually look at what's behind that narrative. They just say, oh well, Lance, like Lance is this, or Kimmy's that, or Lewis is this, and it's kind of like basically they're just kind of regurgitating what they're seeing in the Netflix series as opposed to actually taking the time to understand the full series themselves. Or maybe this is me being unkind, I'm not sure.
Well, actually, it's not a entirely unfair assessment either, because you do get that sometimes. People, oh, that's a big one. That's Prusak actually getting a little bit crossed up, trying to overtake the 3M pink car on the way there. Luckily, somehow everyone's managed to get there through safely, as it's Nisula versus Briginet coming into turn number 10. It's going to be side by side, as it's very close, but I think Nisula might have gotten it. Yes, he does. Briginet had to give that up, but he's not going to give that up too soon. He's going to get back at him.
Good battles here, right up and down this Briginet car. Is it right saying that's slightly Valentino Rossi inspired? Nice to see the kind of luminous colours there, but we're all getting a bit tight now and all bundled up, and that's how it goes. As a little bit of damage there at the back of the 103 car, you can see that. Certainly that's not what it looked like when it came out of the garage this morning. But yeah, there's good battles, and they do tend to kind of get bunched up, and all it takes is somebody to make a slight mistake or to have a slight slip up, and then everyone starts to get accordioned into each other, and it kind of, you see then that ferocious, furious battling as you see Gianluca getting the move done now in Arthur. And unfortunately that penalty for Arthur in the GR Wildfire racing car putting him under pressure. But Gianluca, was that more of a psychological move almost by Gianluca, because he overtook Arthur and then immediately went into the pits? Yeah,
just to psych him up. And quick question, is just a bit off tangent. GR, that's Grow Racing, isn't it? Or is it different initialism?
I believe it stands for Giancarlo Rossi, who is the man who owns the team and is also one of the fastest rFactor drivers. Contact actually there between Prototype and Arthur and that one. So I think Gianluca getting a little bit of help there from the Prototype. I believe that's what it stands for, Giancarlo Rossi. And of course we decided to team up at the beginning of the season, and those guys are just Giancarlo and those guys Arthur, and they operate on an entirely other level to what I have. Like, I mean, it really shows me the difference between kind of hobby sim endurance racing and real esports side. Like, those guys, what they bring to the table is exceptional. So that's the GR Wildfire, I think, anyway. I'm open to correction on that.
That's a nice little bit of lore there. Oh, last question, because I'll probably have to go off now, because going off the fast after this, but Cork or Limerick? Or Shamrock? Cork all the way.
Oh, Cork all the way. Oh, yeah. Anybody who's here in Ireland will know exactly what my the accent is. Yeah, no. Cork should be its own independent state.
Oh, okay. That's a big political shout right there, but we'll let you have it. We'll let you have it there. But yeah, okay, Cork FC, since you play football, and of course Mariano played, I think up to Series C, if I'm not mistaken. I think Mariano could confirm to us in the comments on that one, how far he went up the football ladder. Otherwise, if we had him on FIFA, we could literally use him as a playable character.
Yeah, well, that would be good. Imagine if Mariano got himself in a couple of different games. You could do the Mariano Calo Classic, where we kind of play with him in FIFA in one game and then use his team in rFactor in another game. Anyway, that's
he's a keeper then.
Same as myself. Very good. So yeah, it's kind of we're getting close to the end now, guys. It's kind of ticked away pretty quickly in between the comments of political discussion, pandemic summarizing, and the pros and cons of different simulators. We've kind of tipped through the laps, haven't we?
Yeah. It's amazing that it felt like a proper podcast in it, because literally just started off chatting about sim racing, diverted to multiple other topics, and now the racing is pretty much coming into its own towards the end. So some of the drivers are probably starting to think of putting their feet up, relax after this, but not too soon, because the walls at Sebring are there to claim you whenever ready. But yeah, thanks for being part of the broadcast. Well, personally, because I'm gonna sign off as well. Thanks, of course, to Giacomo and Kevin for the awesome entertainment we had. As Jimmy Nisler goes off, as I was about to sign off here, but yeah, yeah. I was just gonna say, yep. Thanks for the broadcast, guys, and I hope that we can do it again for the next race.
Absolutely.
Sure thing. Thank you, guys. Very enjoyable.
Yep. But let's see what Mariano has plans for the rest of the broadcast on this one. But for me, I'm just signing off, and hopefully for your team, Kevin, good end to the race, and for Giacomo, probably we can see you in ES again one day.
Absolutely.
All right. Cheers, guys. Thanks again.
See you, Amir. No, this is us being put on the spot. Is it Giacomo a little bit? I'm not really. I'm here. So we have lap 206 to 268. So just if your maths are
Lap 206, I think we're approaching the 800 miles mark, and this means 200 miles to go. Still quite a lot, still quite a distance, so nothing is decided yet, I think. My take right now is that few of the positions behind are gonna be fought over. The race leader right now, Diego Balos, has been in the car for a good 2.5 hours now. He still has the massive advantage over the Blackhawk racing car, and we can see in third position actually for the Hypercar class, and of course the main classification. Michele Rocon is still in front of Lorenzo Arisi. The gap is quite substantial, 71 seconds, which makes it for almost a lap. So we'd say that the first four positioners are pretty much locked up for now. What's your take on that?
Yeah, it seems to be certainly in the top class, but there are definitely still plenty to battle right down through the grid. And as we're saying, Giacomo, like, you know, because we're coming to the end, we're coming towards the end of the season, and this is kind of, I feel like the Sebring is kind of the beginning of where people begin to kind of sum up where they are and how they launch the challenge. And look at that Sim-free car absolutely launching itself down the inside of our little Mercedes AMG GT3. Mika Hakimi still at the wheel there. He is absolutely flying through the Le Mans section. But yeah, with 60 laps left, you're just trying to maximize all of your returns, right? You're literally just trying to do, like, if you're in fourth, you're always looking to make up places, because this is where fatigue starts to sit in, especially especially when you guys who've been running for quite some time, and they're trying to get to the end, and they've been up pretty much all day with this back and forth, and there are opportunities. People get a little bit more desperate. We start to see maybe a little bit more kind of aggressive driving, particularly in the last maybe 15 to 20 laps, as the tanks begin to empty and cars become a little bit more nimble on their feet. And you can see guys beginning to get that little bit more aggression, and then, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of normally then that would cause more accidents. So I think there are still very much chances laid on here, and obviously we'll start to see strategy come into play as well, Jim.
Yeah, it's going to make a huge difference. It's going to come down to strategy. It's going to come down to how much juice you have. Like, we're seeing a lot of newer drivers on the grid, so people entering maybe their second stint. Of course, at this time, after nearly 5 hours of racing, you're not really well rested as such. the main things you have to think right now, you have to start making your calculations for how you're going to finish the race, because fuel plays a very important role. You also need to understand whether you're going to make it with a set of tires that you have, if you want to squeeze more laps, because a small, pretty small choice, a pretty small difference for how you manage your tires, but also from whether you choose to pit or not, because there might be a focus yellow, there might be some accidents, somebody spinning in front of you. It might really make a difference, because for instance, if you get to pit under focus yellow and save quite a bit of time, like perhaps a 20 seconds gap, which seems really hard to recover from, automatically cancels out just because you've ended up in a focus yellow during the race. So what you normally think in this type of situation, you normally have a plan which you've calculated before the race. Usually have your mate telling you what to do, if there are any changes that you should make, but perhaps you make a mistake and you add a flat spot to your tire, you see performance dropping, maybe you sort of get into a position where you are stuck behind the car and you really can't get past them. There are a lot of things that can influence your decision. Like perhaps you can, since you are racing this season, I'm not, you can bring up some examples, something that has happened during this season where you've had to make a call or a decision and switch from your plan.
Yeah, it's funny. This is going to sound like I'm sitting on the fence, but I the guys are just so good at it that I kind of they just tell me what to do, and I do my best to do it. I definitely there's definitely been times where an FCY has thrown things under the bus, or actually quite often you can have a case where somebody is just feeling particularly quick, or somebody's having just a particularly quick day. So you're chasing down, as it can happen quite often, where you're in a battle in the way that we are almost at the moment, really, for 6th and 7th, where we say, okay, well, there's no way I'm getting back into the car at this point. I'm quite obviously slower than Arthur, so Arthur stays in the car, and then you wonder kind of how long have guys been in, and you try and manage rest breaks, so you're trying to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to get their proper rest breaks throughout the afternoon. Otherwise you just end up exhausted. So definitely fatigue is a big thing that comes into it, in terms of making sure that people are fresh in the car, because as much as we talk about the physicality of racing, and I know that, look, unless you're dialing your force feedback up to 100%, you're probably not getting that in this, but I actually think that and a number of racing drivers have said this, the fact that you don't have that feel, that kind of seat, that literally the seat of your pants feeling, that everything is done by sight and by what you're feeling through your hands, you're actually mentally working much harder on the sim than you are in real life. So while you aren't that same level of exhaustion and kind of, you don't need to be physically fit in the way that you do to run a real life car, you're mentally, it takes actually a bigger toll on you to do something like this than it does, especially when you consider netcode and all those things that come into it as well. So it's mentally extremely taxing. So it's about trying to get guys who are fresh in the mind. This is a superb battle waging on. We were talking here about probably the top 4 places sewn up, but there are battles right up and down the grid, nonetheless. So yeah, I mean, from our perspective, it's really about who feels good, who wants to get into the car for the last stint. Then you also think about, okay, well, are we going to switch to softs now because it's getting the temperatures are dropping, or do we want to stick with mediums? Do we feel like they're going to last? When do we need to pit? Can we get away with turning on, running maybe, let's say, I don't know, 20 laps on softs as opposed to running 27 on mediums? Or there is a lot of decisions go into this, and oftentimes teams kind of say, particularly when it comes to 24 hours, survive until the last hour, or survive until, because it's really that kind of that gap between kind of the last 90 minutes and the last hour of a endurance race, which is where strategists really begin to make their money, because that's when they decide, okay, well, when are we going to do this, and how is it going to work out for us? So as you say, this is kind of decision time now, We're not that far away from the end of the race, but this is the kind of time when teams will be getting together and saying, okay, when do we pit? Who do we pit? Who do we put in? What do we strap onto the car? And like, you know, at what point do we start to really go aggressive at this? So, yeah, and then as you say, FCYs come into it as well. So my feeling always about full course yellows is that they give you an opportunity, full course yellows, because you're running longer. Certainly with the clock races, this is slightly different with 1,000 miles, but with the clock races, because the clock is ticking away the same, but you're obviously using a lot less fuel, that means you can run a higher fuel burn for longer. So you can go into quali mode that little bit longer if you need to, or you can kind of build up, let's say, a certain overload of fuel that you know you're going to have, and then just burn through your last 5 or 6 laps on full quali mode and literally just hot lap till the end and try and see where you end up then. Lots of different ways you can approach it.
Yeah, or you can make a mistake at the very last lap and end up in the wall. I was just remember because I have a mate watching. Because hello Gabriel, we used to race together, and 2020 we were second in the GT class, and I fainted into the wall at the sunset corner.
Oh no.
We still finished third, but still.
Everyone has that story though, don't they? And it's funny because the standard here in ES is so high. I suppose when I'm running an iRacing, it's done by splits, and because my iRating wouldn't be the highest, or certainly not, it wouldn't be anywhere near as high as some of these guys. It's not as automatic, I think. Whereas for some of these guys, you almost feel like they never make a mistake. So it does make me feel better when I hear people occasionally making a mistake, because when I was out on track, it was incredible. It was like, I felt like nobody was making any mistakes. Whereas in iRacing, you'd always have a chance every 40 or 50 laps that somebody might go wide, or might end up in a barrier, or might tangle with somebody else. I kind of felt like I was like, okay, there's me, and then 40 through 2 other people who are actually able to drive. So it's good to hear that, you know, other people have difficulties from time to time.
It's something that we really have to think about, because it's about mentality, because there's this different thing between, okay, let's survive until the last hour, and then you sort of start maybe thinking like you're in a Grand Prix race. So you say, okay, this is the position I'm in now. Now we start changing strategies and think, okay, now we have to push. Even if you're behind by quite a big gap, because you never know if the guy in front is going to make a spin or make a mistake. You might actually gain from it. You might gain a position, because particularly in the last hour, if that person makes a mistake, they don't have the time to make up for it, right? So thinking about this race, the Sebring 6 hours of 2020 of ERS, the guys behind us, I think, I don't remember being second. It was too long of a time ago, but they were pushing, and personally I was feeling okay because we had big enough of an advantage, so I was sort of letting go a bit of time. I wasn't taking any risks, you know, not going wide, also because of the track limits. And then I made a mistake, and they could capitalize on it, being the last lap, because they were 5 seconds behind. If there were 12 seconds, for instance, I might have gotten the car running and just went through the finish line, because it was really just a few hundred meters before the finish line. Then it really does make a difference. So you might be, as you said, maybe you end up having a huge load of fuel, and you can think, okay, let's just put the quali engine map on and just push and see where we end up, because, you know, these people in front, they're human drivers. They might be aliens, it might even be Max Verstappen, but they do make mistakes from time to time.
Absolutely, and also there's we talked about it before, with the move that Move and Arthur. It's a psychological thing. Like, if you're running and you have let's say a 20-second gap, and you have an hour left in the race, and then all of a sudden, half an hour, you have a 15-second gap. You begin to think, oh well, I'm under a bit of pressure here. Like, I even did one of the iRacing races the other day, and ended up in P1, and P2 and P3 had a small incident, so I had about 7 seconds gap between myself and P2. And all of a sudden, and I know this, it's obviously it's multi-class, so things can come and go. Mateusz Pruszak in the Red Speed Eagles Racing. Oh, and a bit of an incident in the hairpin couple of minutes ago with the GT3 car, but it looked like that was done all by himself. And then he gets caught up in 3 wide. Oh, unfortunately, the GTP passing isn't expecting, and it's a funny one because by all intents and purposes, it should be a safe enough rejoin. He didn't rejoin laterally to the track, but he just rejoined right at the time where they were 3 wide in the track. So I'm sure Mariano and his team of stewards will have a look at that, but I do feel bad for him there, because in a way he did all he could to try and make it a safe rejoin, but the fact that you just happen to have literally 2 GT3s and a GTP overtaking meant that it was just nowhere for everyone to fit. There literally isn't enough road there.
Yeah, so the point is really nothing you could do also, because you in that corner, that section, you don't really see them coming, do you?
No, you can't see anything. I mean, there's no lights, and we're right into the middle of darkness, and that's exactly what we're talking about, that these kind of random incidents can happen. You can find yourself, oh, that's a good move down the inside there by the 42 car, the number 101, as that prototype comes back through again, the one that was involved in the incident. It's as Paolo heads to the pits there, I think there's some damage. I don't know if he was caught up in that incident or another one, but the Arms Silver car, the number 42 ends up in the pit. But the other day, again, going back to that, 6 seconds, all of a sudden the gap became 5 seconds, then 4 seconds, and I started thinking to myself, oh, I could be in trouble here. And it's that kind of modicum of doubt. I mean, I was trying to do the math on how quickly he was catching me, so I knew he was catching me by about 3 or 4 tenths, maybe a lap, but then I knew there was only about 4 or 5 laps to go with the 10 minutes, so I was kind of calculating and saying, okay, well, look, I was almost telling myself, don't be freaked out, don't overthink it, just do your thing. He's faster than you by a lap basis, but you've run a better race, that's why you're in this position, so just keep doing your thing and don't make a mistake, don't overdrive, don't try and get in your own head, just keep going. And I think, again, experience from having people who are faster than me but not necessarily finish ahead of me on track all the time, kind of gain that experience where you just learn to trust in the speed that you have, and if that's the speed that you have, that's all you can do, right? You're not going to magically find a second and a half a lap out of somewhere. You've just got to trust in the fact that the strategy is going to pay off, that you're running the speed that you're doing, and that, and I know we hear, and I'm sure a lot of the guys here, the aliens, they talk about they can push, they have that extra few percent that they can knock it up to, but for a lot of people, they have a speed, and they have a speed that they're comfortable with. As we talk about knocking up the speed, a new best lap time for Arisi, a 1:40.0 on the clock there for himself. So there certainly times are picking up, as you would, I suppose, expect, given the fact that the track temperatures are now dropping here in the state of Florida. But you just got to trust in your process. Eventually, traffic caught him. He ended up finishing 6 or 7 seconds, or maybe more, because he was in an accident late on. So all that worrying was for nothing. See, it's about that kind of self-confidence to know that, okay, look, I have the pace, I have reasonable pace, mightn't necessarily be the fastest person on track, but I have enough pace to manage this gap. And you hear that phrase, managing the gap, that's exactly what you talk about, isn't it?
Yeah, something that's quite hard to do, because at the point when you're managing a gap, you're racing the other person, but not really. You're racing the clock, you're racing yourself when you think about it. It's quite similar to rallying when you think about it. You start fighting this demon that is over you. You start fighting the doubt. It's like, am I gonna make it? Like, am I putting in the right effort? Because sort of at this thing when you want to manage how many risks you are taking, it's sort of a risk-reward thing, and it's quite complicated because you don't know, okay, like, this guy's not catching me, but maybe I'm gonna have a problem with a slower car, or simply maybe he has even more pace than what I can see. So then it comes to the confrontation between you, your level of confidence, with the car, with the conditions. Also because something that we haven't talked about today is how it changes with the night, particularly with Sebring, who is, I mean, it's an illuminated track, but not really that much when you think about it. There are some dark sections we're going through, particularly the Mont section has some dark spots, and it can really catch you off guard from time to time. Because in sim racing, where you rely solely on your vision, well, seeing less really makes a difference, I think. Of course, I'm pretty sure that you, the viewers, were pretty familiar with driving at night on the road. I mean, you have the advantage that you really build the muscular memory with the racetrack. And so you sort of know how it goes, but losing all those reference points, because they really change, it can catch you off guard, particularly in the first hour after sunset.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I know that if you're driving in real life, you have the benefit of lines. Well, in most places anyway, in most roads, you have the benefit of painted lines and lines that have cat's eyes on them, and you kind of get that reflection. And obviously it's done very orderly so that we don't hit into each other. But of course, in the racetrack, you don't have that. You just have, here is one end and here is the other end. So this is where you have to keep it between. But everything else, then it's up to you to decide where you want to put your car. So it does change massively, and it changes obviously. Like even that we were talking before about the kind of intimidation factor, and kind of cars running close, but the blinking lights, you notice them a lot more at night than you do during the day. I can tell you that much. When you're running during the day, you kind of say, "Oh, that's blinking light," whereas at night it kind of almost lights up the entire cockpit in the back. So that's another, that can be a good thing as well. Of course, when cars are passing a multi-class, it makes it easier, but it can also be used as a tactic to try and psych you out a little bit over the course of that. And yeah, that kind of battle between a confidence and a lack of confidence, it's a really interesting one, because as you say, Gio, especially like one of those things I've noticed, that particularly when you get into sim racing first, and a lot of people probably have had this experience where you look at a time and you'll say, I can't get anywhere near that time. I can't understand. I can't get anywhere near that time. And then you run into a practice session randomly, and all of a sudden you're a second and a half above what your previous best was. And you're saying, I'm not even driving that well. And you don't realize how much of an effect the conditions have, the track temperature, the overall tire deg, the fuel in the tank. Like oftentimes you can run into a server and you can see guys running times, and you don't realize they're actually running essentially empty fuel quali setups on soft tires, and you're trying to test hards with a full tank and see they're almost like you're running on the same track, and you might even be in the same class, but it's almost uncomparable, the kind of conditions that you're running in. And sometimes you can look at those timings and you can say, oh, why am I so slow? But actually you're not necessarily slower than the person who has the faster time than you. They're just running in ideal conditions. So it's funny, the environment and the weather and temperatures have such a massive impact on times, which I'm sure everyone watching understands. I mean, we're all fans of this, but I think as a beginner, when you come into it first, I don't think you realize how much of a difference it actually makes to your lap times.
It does indeed, and I think there's sort of also a bias that you end up building depending on the condition you like, or maybe how you like that particular car handling in that particular situation. This happened to me in a real life race actually, where in the morning I got to do the qualifying on a wet surface, a sort of wet thing, like you do use slick tires, but it's still a bit wet-ish. Let's say it's a moist track, let's say. And I did a lap time which was pretty remarkable. I got the pole position, and then in the afternoon during the race I actually ended up lapping slower than that, just because I felt like I don't understand the grip of the car. It sort of understeers, then it grips all of a sudden, and I mean, nothing really bad wasn't happening, but just because the car wasn't handling the way it used to, the way I meant it to operate, because of course I tested on cold and damp condition, and then in the afternoon, the temperature went from like 4 degrees Celsius in the morning to 20 in the afternoon, and very dry, and I felt like I wasn't understanding anything really. And put it into sim racing, and it's the same thing. You get a feel for what the car feels like. So it's particularly how the car turns, how the car yaws. If you feel that the car, like for instance, the front of the car has a lot of grip, then you start feeling the car rotating a lot. And if it rotates a lot, then you have to compensate more, so it feels less stable, even though it is faster.
Yeah,
And
it's
you get scared.
it's interesting, and I suppose that's where the really, really, really best guys can, like, again, and I don't want to talk too much about F1, but it's the kind of obvious example that we have of the way that the Red Bull is set up to Max Verstappen, right? Yeah, it's the kind of obvious point of reference, the Max Verstappen setup and what he feels versus what everyone else is feeling. And even people who run in sim racing with Max have often says that his setups are kind of sketchy. Like, they're really quick, but like they have to be very precise. They're not overly forgiving. So obviously Max is, I mean, he's an exceptional driver, but he obviously feels very comfortable with twitchy setups and setups that are, because he knows that that's what makes them quick. But if you're a driver, let's say, of my ability, that won't work for you. Like, that's just not going to work, because you don't have the ability to make that work for you. You have to have something that's more comfortable, and ultimately, by having something more comfortable, someone like me is more likely to extract the maximum because we feel like we can push more. Whereas Max is probably maybe only going 90% with the setup, but the setup itself allows him to go much quicker. So it's an interesting, I suppose it comes down to confidence really, and again, confidence and experience. I mean, they're two words that you hear an awful lot when it comes to it, but it is, your example is a great one, Gio, where, like, it's the conditions that play into it, but then also, as you say, it is a question of how much confidence you have in it. And sometimes even just one small incident, one small kick from the back, all that confidence is gone, and you're spending the next 10 to 20 laps trying to build it back up. So it is a really interesting one. We're looking at Guido Sedadani now. He's going into the pits, and we see a couple of cars piling into the pits now. I suppose with what do we have, 47 laps, it kind of makes, 47 laps, it kind of starts to make sense now, where guys are starting to pit now, because probably this is the penultimate pit stop, I should imagine. Let me think now. Yeah, 40 something by 20, and it's about an hour and a half. So for the prototype, certainly it's penultimate. The GT3s those guys will most likely have to stop again with full fuel tank, with about 20 minutes to go. So some employing the wait and see. I suppose some are forced into pitting now, and that means they'll be splashing and dashing till the end, which means they're going to have to make those tires run even longer.
And that's going to be really difficult, because then you have to think, so am I going to fill the car completely and then splash and dash in the end, or do I want to play it more safe at the cost of losing a bit of time, because then you have to stop for a long time later on? What do you do? Because if you have a heavy car, then it means it gets harder to drive, and particularly harder on the tires, which is the very thing that you want to save for the end. Puts you in a tricky condition. Again, I think it comes to confidence, really. If you know that you're going to keep the car steady, you're confident when you're driving, you're fine, you essentially like the lap times that you're having, then you might want to fill the car completely, try to stretch it until the end, and actually raise the chances that you might get another focus yellow that you can pit under and go to the end of the race. This is something you should think about. So, okay, how can I make this is something I want a reflection from you on this. How can you make favorable situation manifest just by sort of raising the chances, like so you have a certain probability of a full course yellow depending, what's happening on track. But let's say that it's steady, like you have 2% probability every lap to have a full course yellow. If you stay out for longer, technically, then you allow for a higher probability to exist for you to have this full course yellow that allows you to get a cheaper pit stop compared to your competitors.
Yeah, I that's the way I would probably feel about it. I mean, certainly we were talking there about how confident you feel in the setup and that. I think if it was me and I was a driver and I was in the situation and I had just done, let's say, a stint on the setup with the tyres I had and everything had gone well, felt comfortable with the tyres, felt comfortable with the tyre wear, my feeling would be if it isn't broke, don't fix it. So fill it up again, keep the tire, strap on the same tires you had, and just do another hour of what you were doing before, because the car is going to be very predictable. And then you can decide whether you want to change things up. And again, that also brings in the possibility for driver changes. I'm right in saying that you can driver change if you change tires. So if you even if you get half a tank, you swap to softs and you get your fastest driver in. Does that ultimately prove faster than trying to stay out with a set of half-dead medium tires with a driver that was already there and has probably done 2 or 3 hours already? There's an awful lot to think about, but certainly my feeling would be at this stage in the race would be stick with what you're comfortable with. If you need to make that decision down the line, then that's a decision that you'll have to make. But if it comes to full course yellows and you end up getting a cheap pit stop, then perhaps it's not going to be an issue for you. So yeah, it's I definitely would stick. I would stick if on the opposite side, if you really struggled with mediums, you couldn't get them to warm up, you just couldn't get them going, and you were really struggling. Maybe go for half tank, strap on a set of softs, get yourself back in the seat, get yourself back comfortable, and then make a decision. Then, another incident there involving Alpeus in the ground effect sim racing team down the inside of a GT3.
The dangerous point to spin. I was saying it earlier. That's where I threw away a race.
It's a horrible corner and I've spun there today, so I could tell you that for a fact. A horrible one. Very aggressive from Alari there going down the inside of that GT3. That space was always closing. It was hard to know, but it is a difficult one to judge when you're in these cars. We're looking at Zoltan Varkonyi now in the CMT Go Team Racing. That is in P1, in P2, 19 seconds ahead of the Hyperion 44. So Gio, for these guys, it's really just a case of trying to, as we say, manage that gap and just don't really do anything this is all about minimizing risk for them now. It's all about just minimizing risk as best as they can.
Yeah, exactly. Minimize risk. Don't let anything stupid happen. And incidentally, here the 20 seconds gap with about 40 laps to go. Strategy can still play a role in here because, as we said earlier, a 20 seconds lap difference is something you can make go away if you pit at the right time or if you choose the right strategy, and then you get a bit of luck. But here for Varconi, it looks quite good, honestly. They've been enjoying the CMT team. They've been enjoying a good pace throughout the whole race. As it stands for the standings, well, the CMT team, they're second, and they only have a gap of 4 points to the first, who is Hyperion, who are running. Incidentally, they're running in second place in the race right now, which would mean that if I'm not mistaken, they will overtake them by 1 point. So this is actually really interesting because let's get into the mind of the Hyperion team actually. So here, what do? Do you push and risk throwing everything away? I mean, anyway, given that the third car is roughly. No, it is actually 2 laps behind. So you actually have that margin to even throw it into a wall and repair it if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking at Hyperion's results, extremely consistent right throughout the board. Which, I mean, you see, it's obvious given the fact that they're top of the standings. But running P2 now, and as you say, quite a substantial gap behind, and also you have your direct competitor in front. This is one of those cases where I think it's worthwhile pushing hard enough to make sure that they know that you're there. So even if you don't necessarily get close enough to make a move, you get close enough, or you, as we talked about earlier, you start to lower that gap, or you start to close that gap. I mean, I would almost feel for them it would be worthwhile, and I'm sure people will disagree with me here, people who know an awful lot more about this will disagree with me, but it might be worthwhile even perhaps going to softs and thinking about making up really making up some time in them, having that psychological gain on them, because what you're trying to do in the Hyperion car is you don't just want to overtake Go Team Racing. Ideally, I know this sounds terrible, but ideally you want them to have an incident. You want them to have an accident that forces them a major repair. I mean, that's the way you have to, unfortunately, think about these things. So the only way for them to make that happen is by putting them under pressure and forcing them into driving outside their comfort zone. It looks like very much at the moment. Who is it in that CMT? Zoltan. He's very comfortable as it is, running very consistent lap times, and as you can see, him looking very comfortable. So for him, it's a case of, you want to try and put pressure on them, and you want to see if you can force them into making a mistake, whether that means a badly timed lunge with some traffic, or whether that just means spinning out themselves. Ideally, what you'd like to do is make them make a mistake so much that they go down into third place, or at least have pressure on from third place and make it a little more difficult. There's Salvatore Zittiello taking the alternative line through the exit of the hairpin there. I'm not sure the groundsman will thank him for that, but he isn't running in first place, so he doesn't mind much. And now we look at the leader in the GT Am class, and unfortunately, the Giro Wildfire 70 car, we were actually running quite high up in the standings before I got into the car and had a few incidents, but it looks like the Carloni Black team are going to run away with this one fairly comfortably. They have a gap there, and they are doing very well in the championship, of course, 20 points ahead. So this could potentially, Gio, be almost enough to, I wouldn't say quite seal the championship yet, because particularly with Le Mans down the road, but it puts them in a position where they can almost put it to bed at Spa and not have to, then they can really relax for Le Mans, which is a great position to be in.
Yeah, exactly. They're not, of course, sealing it off mathematically, but coming out of this race, it's just 2 races left. You can sort of cruise it to the end at that point, really. You just don't have to take those many risks, and this is something that really pays off, particularly in a 24 hours race. Like, knowing that you can go easy on it. Like, think about this. If you're the underdog in a title fight, like let's say you go in with a 10 or more points gap from your adversaries, then your race sort of tends to last for the whole 24 hours, because you have to make sure that you win that race, because it's the only way you're gonna get a chance, right? While for them, well, you can basically cruise for 23 hours, then see what you get out of it in the end. If the situation maybe gets sketchy, if you're a bit too far behind, if you really need to get a bit more points. But it's sort of as if you shorten the length of the race when you think about it.
Oh, you do, definitely. And I also think that if you're in a title fight where you're, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 points ahead going into Le Mans, it's actually a really dangerous situation to be in, because the pressure's obviously on you because you're heading up the championship, and you're putting that pressure on yourself because you want to get yourself over the line. But you're kind of half driving. You're not fully committing to going for it in case you make that mistake that will end up costing your team the race win. but you're also trying to manage that gap, and that's very difficult in a 24-hour race, because you kind of have to be fully committed, otherwise you end up being involved in more incidents than you would otherwise. So sometimes going into a 24-hour race, chasing can be an almost advantageous position in the way that it's a very clear objective. There's no maths involved. You just go and you go out and you win the race, and that's all you have your mindset. It's very clear. It's very easy in your mind to have that objective. Whereas when you're leading by 10 or 15 points, you're thinking, okay, well, we could finish third if they finish fourth, and you're kind of looking around at the other opponents and basing your game plan off them. And it's very hard. I mean, I know obviously you go into a race wanting to win a race, and you can go in and qualify first and run away with things even in a 24-hour race. If you're a lap up after about 6 hours into a race, then that puts you in a great position. But oftentimes you find that teams who are trying to manage that and are kind of caught up and not really sure whether they want to fully commit or not fully commit, they end up getting themselves into more trouble. So I think really being in a position where, if you're Carloni Black, where you can go into the final race completely clear of that, you've done your bit, you've got the championship over the line before you get to Le Mans. It's just because Le Mans has worked so much, there's so much jeopardy in it for all of those drivers. So the nerves are jangling and everything means so much more, because if you're the one who bins it and you DNF out of that race and you cost the team the championship after 8-9 months of running, that's a lot worse than, let's say, putting it into a wall in Sunset in the final lap. You know what I mean? It means so much more when you have so much riding on it over a long season. So in a funny way, if you're going into a race, if you're going into Le Mans 10, you might as well be going to Le Mans 10 points behind or 5 points behind as 5 points ahead, given how much the points are worthwhile. But going in ahead means that you're the one that has the target on your back. So it's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, it's sort of, I would say, it's almost as if the people in front, the team in front has everything to lose and the guys behind have everything to gain. You go in and you know, okay, I'm going to put, if you're the team behind, of course, I'm going to go in, I'm going to put the effort, I'm going to hand them down. If I make a mistake, is almost okay, because, well, I was trying, I was giving it all. It would be even more understandable from my teammates if I make a mistakes, because I mean, it depends if you're okay with finishing second, but I mean, Kevin, you're a racer, so I think you understand. I think most of the viewers also race, and you know that the second is the first of the losers. You don't want to be second, you want to win. Therefore, you will go in with that sort of mindset, and this is something that your entire team, all 3 drivers, 4 drivers, will agree on. You have to give it all for the whole 24 hours, get what you can get out of it, basically.
Yeah, it's funny because, it's the mentality is exactly the kind of the point that I'm making when I'm saying that, like, if you go in and you're 10 points behind the championship, you go, okay, we're going to give it our best shot, but we're 10 points behind. We know that we have an opportunity to win it, but we're not the favorites. We're the underdogs. So we'll just do the best we can with it, and we'll drive the best race that we can, and that's kind of the expectation. What happens. Whereas when you go into it 10 points ahead, you're thinking anything but a win here is a failure, because we came into it in first, so we need to come out of it in first place. And it doesn't always work out that way, especially in a long race like Le Mans. Anything can potentially happen. Somebody has an internet disconnect, or you end up hitting, somebody spins out or somebody rejoins in front of you, and something that's entirely out of your control ends up ruining your championship. Knock on wood, that doesn't happen, but I'm just saying it's a possibility. And all of a sudden then you think, well, we have failed because we were in first and now we're not. When in actual fact, it's such a funny thing. Like, you could run an amazing championship, you could win pretty much all the races, and still something like that can happen in Le Mans. And despite the fact that probably you were the best team in the championship, that doesn't necessarily always reflect, especially over the course of 24 hours. And that's why we love this racing, is because the longer you're out in track, the more possibility there is for things to potentially go wrong, and that really is what makes things so interesting.
Exactly. It's a matter of gets a matter of probability and strategy. We should also talk about all the preparation that goes into these races because, I mean, you, of course, during the event you get to drive to the moon and back, basically, or as you were making the. About an hour ago, you were making the example with the aqueduct, which I feel very connected to as a Roman, but because we've invented those things, all right. Anyway, the preparations, you have to drive for nearly as many kilometers because you need to, of course, get a feel for all the different conditions that the car is going to be under, but also developing the setup, because going into a race with the wrong setup is just so frustrating and so impeding, and we know how easily that can happen, how easily you can get something wrong just because of the conditions. Maybe you end up choosing the wrong tire pressures and this ends up jeopardizing the entire race because you just struggled so much for the first stint before you can make any change to that, or I don't know, you just tried with the server set up with a certain temperature and the tire is holding up all right, but then temperature drops and maybe you have less grip, so perhaps you had to run a higher setting for downforce, and now there's literally nothing you can do about it. And normally in a shorter race you're gonna suck on it, sorry for the word, but you're gonna suck on it for 15 laps. Here you have to suck on it for 24 hours for an entire day of your life, and that's terrible. So you need to put in a lot of effort in preparing the race, and it's also, we're very lucky that there are so many days in between races in this sort of championships, because it gives you the time to prepare, it gives you the time to think, to try to exchange feedback with your teammates, particularly if you are in a team that's deploying more than one car. That's a huge advantage, that you can share setups, share insights, and you end up getting more hours in the car, and that is going to make a huge difference in the long run.
Yeah, it does, and it's obviously these guys don't do it full time. It's this is just something that a lot of these guys do really as a hobby. Like, these guys are working 9-to-5 jobs, or they're working different shift work, and they're getting home and immediately they're booting up the sim. They're going into their, I mean, a lot of these teams have their own servers even that they practice in, so they can harvest all that data and they can get all those setups together. And there's normally 5 or 6 setups on the go where people are tweaking and tuning, and what do you think about this, and I'll do 2 stints in this, and I'll try this. And it's an enormous, like, I mean, we're looking there on board with Giancarlo Rossi. I know Gio has done, like, just looking at the Discord that we have, Gio must have done 14, 16, 20 hours of practice for this race, just setup after setup after setup. He's, if not more, he's on 2 or 3 hours every night, and kudos to his abilities to keep time, because with my job there's no way I could spend that much time on sim. But his ability to just get on, and he'll say, okay, I'm going to try this setup and I'm going to give it a hards. Let's see if I can make the hards last 2 stints. And he goes out and he does that, spends 2 hours at it. And it's single-mindedness, and what would I say? I get too easily bored for the likes of, for Gio. I can do a stint, or maybe a stint and a half, if I'm really having fun and I'm enjoying the setup. But beyond that, my brain just goes, okay, now it's time to stop doing this. Maybe we should do something else. And I find it hard, but these guys are so single-minded. The likes of GC, the likes, or GR, should I say, the likes of Henry Sinek, who's ahead of him by only 1.2 seconds now. That gap is closing all the time, by the way. You can see both of those cars on your screen separated by only this Icon Racing car ahead of him, and he's caught in a little bit of traffic there. Giancarlo will have to wait, but it looks like he might end up getting the move done here in the sister GR Wildfire Racing Pro car, who's only a recent entry into the competition. It is us. Yes, am I right saying that? Yes. I am right in saying that. Yeah, sorry. I was like, have I had a stroke and forgotten that GR were on the whole time? No, this is the guys who are running VEC coming into EES now and finding going just as tricky, but certainly very competitive nonetheless. It's an incredible amount of time that goes into it. And I was talking earlier about these guys are like robots, but that only happens through the amount of practice that they put in, their understanding of the setup and its limitations, and the tires and their limitations, and they just know these cars and this track inside out. And that's what allows them. Like, nobody just gets up in the morning and is a super fast sim racer. It takes an enormous amount of dedication and as I say, single-mindedness and time just to do it. So hats off to anybody who has the ability to do that, because as I said when I opened up, I'm a jack of all trades but a master of none. So, and that's the way I like it, but some guys love to be masters of their own trade, and Giancarlo is certainly a master of his.
We agree with that one. I consider myself a jack of all trades as well. More in for the enjoyment than for squeezing out 100% of the performance, which still feels amazing. Keeping that level of community, a level of you call it single-mindedness. I call it passion. I call it really sort of. I mean, you don't end up leaving for this. Really.
Oh, big accident.
God,
that's going to leave Giancarlo an opportunity now.
See, Giancarlo, if you can just pull on the side, stays behind for now. There was also another, I think it's the hypercar, it's Danilo's, no, it's actually Giussi Nirola coming up. No, again, I made a mistake. Andrea Zampini, sorry, with a SD Shiba car, the number 320 Porsche 963. So they put a bit of gap once again. Couldn't capitalize Giancarlo on that chance. There's still 34 laps left, so it's gonna have a lot more time to clinch that podium position and get it from the hands of Henry Simic. Anyway, we were saying, that the level of passion you need, it's almost like you don't really dedicate your life to sim racing, which is, in the end, it's still a hobby. Like, very, very, very few of us can call this their job. It's something that is very rare. Some of us have they have the dream of turning this into a real career for real motorsports, but that's something that very seldom happens. It has happened in the past, but it's really difficult given the costs. And anyway, you do this because you get massive enjoyment out of it. From my own experience, from time to time, I tend to spend a lot of time preparing a race. Sometimes I just spend 4 hours total preparing for a race, then you're not competitive after you've done that. You end up being either slow or inconsistent, or you straight up don't even have fun because you see the whole field just completely smashing you. But then again, you can just choose a championship or an environment that matches both your skill level and your level of commitment, and then you end up having a lot of fun. Here, with this championship at URS, we've seen Paolo Penico, but getting his move done over who I think was Paulo Viegas, was now 2.5 seconds behind. So as it seems, as it stands now, he probably won't make the move back. He seems to be struggling a bit and more taking a conservative approach. He's lapping quite slower. The gap has now gone up to 7 seconds, still losing time. Anyway, to wrap this up, because I want to hear your opinion, Kevin, about it. I think that you should sort of find your own niche where you want to race at some point, given the amount of effort that you can do. also multi-class, you can be in a AM category. You know, the level is a bit lower, so it's probably gonna be sort of a bit more like gentleman drivers IRL. So, you know, take it more easy. You practice less. The lap times, the speed isn't so extreme. I think that given the fact there are more categories, you can allow more people in, and it makes it a bit more enjoyable because you get to watch, even in GT3, we get to watch 2 races at once.
Yeah, it is. It's a great it's a great option to have for people. I still think even the AM class in the ES is so quick. Like even I mean I know we call it the AM class, but like at one point I know Arthur was P2 in overall GT. So like, you know, it's there's very little really between the two classes. Ultimately, over the course of maybe 1,000 miles here, or 12 hours, 24 hours, it eventually sorts itself out. But there is such a small difference. I mean, every team that's running here is putting a massive amount of effort in. It's you find yourself falling behind very quickly when you don't have the appropriate amount of practice done. Unfortunately, in my case for this weekend, like my focus was kind of on the iRacing with the new weather system and making sure, because that's such a massive change, that I spent most of this week, or at least the last couple of weeks, trying to get myself up to speed with running in rain, because, you know, it's one thing about being a couple of seconds off the pace, and a whole other thing about not being able to complete a lap because you keep, you know, blocking your fronts and heading into a barrier. So it was kind of, the whole focus was on that, and like it's very hard to try and balance the two, which I found this week. But for a lot of these guys, yeah, it's just it's live, breathe, eat, sleep, drink this stuff, you know. And it's really impressive, as you say, absolute passion. I'd agree with you. Passion is a great word to describe it as. But yeah, it's you find yourself off pace very quickly, and I agree with you in that you have to find your level in terms of how much you're willing to commit. But I think also, especially when you're running with a team, you have to be realistic with your teammates about what you could do as well. Like in my case, I did say to my team, look, like there's no way I'm going to be able to run 2-minute flat lap times. That just isn't a possibility. If I'm running well, I'll get to the high 202s. That's about as good as I can do, unfortunately. Like, is that okay with you guys? And then that's up for them to have that conversation where they say, okay, well, look, that's fine with us. Then, yeah, we'll get you in the car for a couple of hours, and, you know, you run those times, we're happy with that. I think the issue comes when drivers start to see other times, and they say, okay, well, I can do that. And then they find that actually they can't, like, it's just not a possibility, and they end up taking risks. And I think the thing is, with any team and with anything, you have to kind of set expectations. You have to be realistic about what you can actually do. So if that means I can jump in 2 hours today, 2 hours tomorrow, but I won't be around for the rest of the week, or it's to say I can run maybe 40 minutes for the next 5 or 6 days, but I can't actually sit down for a period of time because I just can't get that commitment. It's about having those conversations, and if you have an understanding team, I think that goes a long way to making sure that those dialogues are open, and you can have that stuff done. Giancarlo now all over the back of Henry Sinnick in the satellite racing car. There's absolutely nothing between those as they go through the timing tower. I looked at it, was 4,000ths of a second at one point there, so that's about as close as you can get. And I was supposed to be finishing my own stint, speaking of stints, as Giancarlo goes down the inside, and he catches, does he catch the barrier there? I'm not sure. He might have slightly touched the barrier on the inside, which slowed him down, but I don't really want to be walking away and not looking at this, because this is a fascinating battle for third place in the Pro. He touched the barrier. It's just very interesting to see. He got very close. No, he got about as close as you can get without doing it. I think he does a super video on the Geo Wildfire Instagram as well of Giancarlo getting to within the absolute nth amount between himself and the barrier. So he's certainly testing the limits in one of his many practice sessions. But yeah, that is a fascinating battle for third place in the GT GT3 Pro class.
Yeah, it's I think he has quite the spectacle right now. The gap is still pretty close. I can still see 3 milliseconds.
Looks like he's got the move done.
He's moved on. Let's see the replay. He is on the inside over here. Oh no, it's still the action from early on, but then it went on. Something we didn't get to watch. Still glued to the back of that beautiful McLaren, and let's see now here coming down into the twisty section, and now here we have one of the biggest overtaking opportunities on this track. Tries to go on the inside, couldn't manage it, but still stays glued to the inside. They both cut the corner, and then they go out.
I wonder will traffic be involved here? I suppose we'd have to wait and see. Oh, there's the dive, there's the move, the outside and in, the lovely dummy by Giancarlo Rossi. And I'm not just saying that because I'm his team, but genuinely a super dummy move. Dummies to the outside, cuts to the inside, gets that move done. So as it stands, one of the GR Wildfire cars at least will be finishing in the podium places.
I think that's good news for you guys, really. But Giancarlo is pulling off a massive performance, really exciting. Now we got we're down to 28 laps to the end of this race, so we're really entering the last part of the race. Some cars I believe are gonna have to pit. I can already see there are some soft tires appearing around, particularly in the LMP2 category. The hypercars are all still on hards. Meanwhile, I also noticed Giancarlo Rossi is running soft tires, which I think makes a lot of difference. Handley Scenic is still running medium tires. So this strategy of putting on soft tires probably has paid off. We have to see if they will hold until the end, and if there's going to be any significant performance drop.
Yeah, look at Mattia flashing the lights there at that prototype that cut him off in the second corner. That's so frustrating for him. Trying to see what number is on it, is on that prototype. I think it's 240 something. I'm not sure. Still flashing the lights. He is rightly peeved with that move because he was back to back with Simone Melanini and Melalili, and he they went through the first series of corners here at Sebring, and that prototype just kind of stuck it down the inside and then carried too much speed into the corner, drifted, and now Simone is, Mattia is 2.4 seconds behind Simone, so that's really frustrating for Mattia. He kept flashing the lights out in pure frustration because he had a great opportunity to get the move done there on the Carloni Racing prototype car, and now all of a sudden you can see the gap coming back down again, so it's likely he will have another chance, but it just goes to show you the influence of traffic. It's not just slower or faster cars that can get in the way, or sorry, should I say slower cars that get in the way of faster cars battle, but sometimes a diving prototype can make a huge difference in a lower series, well, a lower series in quotation marks is battle.
Yeah, exactly. And when this sort of thing happens, there's really not much you can do because it's still you're still racing that car, you're in the same category, so that's really going to shave time off. And now that we're entering the final part of the race, it's really a pity because maybe you spent 3 or 4 laps recovering in just 1 or 2 seconds, and all of a sudden the cup is back, so you have to do everything from scratch once again. And this is the case here for Mattia Bossoni on the HE eSports Blue Bolt. We're talking about here the Pro-Am class, so it's not the class that we're talking about. We're talking once again about the potentially podium finishing position for him. It keeps flashing the other car to signal the dev to move out of the way as they stand, and so they move out of the way, and they can now launch back at Simone Melilli, who is still running in 3rd position. Is a bit slower. They're both on the same tire, as it stands. It will really come down to the difference in driving style and the difference in approach that are gonna have to this battle. Everything is in Mattia's hands really, since he has to push for it, and Simone can manage this small gap. It's a small gap, 1.5 seconds, but it's still something that you can manage. It's still something you can stretch and make sure that the battle for the position comes as late as possible.
Yeah, it's traffic will come into this massively. Like, you know, if Simone gets caught up behind some slower traffic, that will allow Mattia to have a go. I suspect we will see these two battling, or at least you will, Gio, see these two battling before the end of this race, and it looks like it's shaping up to be a really, really interesting one. Going down through my timing standing, so it looks like Gergo Don, the Team Ira 707 car, likely has the hypercar class tied up. But then behind that we have the LMP2 Pro category. There's 21 seconds between Zoltan Vadkoni and Thomas Wax in the Hyperion 44 car. Then in the LMP2 Pro-Am, we're looking at that battle for third position, should I say, between Simone and Mattia. That is one of the closest on track, but again, lots of really close battles going right down these standings, even in the GT3 Pro and GT3 AM class. So lots of really interesting battles to get your teeth into, Gio, for the last 20 minutes. But I believe I entered our car at some time around, what are we now, 20 past 10, so around about 5.5 hours ago. I think you'd be so kind as to allow me to put my feet up and enjoy the rest of this race from the comfort of my own couch, with maybe something to eat before you head off to bed tonight. Because speaking of long stints, I think this has been a long one.
Yeah, it does. It's been a marathon, and I thank you for keeping us company and for sharing your insights. And honestly, really, you could say we almost put up a podcast today, and it was quite enjoyable. I hope it was enjoyable also for the viewers, particularly for the English-speaking ones. I hope we kept you company together, and yeah, I think it was quite enjoyable, and you really deserve to get some rest, especially after racing today.
Yeah, no, it's been an absolute pleasure with yourself and Ramir as well. It's been a really good time. And look, again, just really blown away again by yes, and I know I've been on the pod. I'm always calling it a podcast now. On stream before, and just talking about how well things are run and organised. So unfortunately, I won't be present for the final two races of the season, as I'm going travelling across the world in a couple of weeks' time. But I will certainly be tuning into the YouTube stream and keeping a very, very close eye. So you'll be keeping an eye on me from the YouTube comments going forward. But guys, enjoy the rest of the race, and yeah, it's going to be an absolutely cracking one. But I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Giacomo from Moscow.
Okay, Kevin, have a good one. Hope you can enjoy your trip around the world.
Thank you. I'll be checking in. Don't worry, you'll be hearing more from me.
Good. So, bid you good night, Kevin. So okay, now going back. I'm alone, and so if you're joining in now, we're entering the final part of this race, and we're here seeing Mattia Bossoni hunting down Simone Melilli for the third position for the podium in the LMP2 Pro-Am class. And it's really interesting because they're all in this sort of gap between 1 and 1.5 seconds right now. And going to the final part of the race, it's going to be really important. It's going to play a key role how they're going to manage the traffic. A lot of the drivers are starting to feel pretty tired, to feel pretty it's going to get pretty gruesome now. You know, your eyes get sticky, and here comes Bossoni, makes a mistake, goes a bit wide. Doesn't cost him that much, but he gives up nearly half a second now. He has to make up the gap once again switch as we switch to the external cam. Here really, as I said, it's really hard when you're in that position where you have to put pressure. As Kevin was saying you really have to push to squeeze the performance out of the car. He's really made up the advantage is lost. Probably Simone Melilli has made some mistake that we haven't seen on camera. And yeah, so we got about 20 laps to go, 23 to be precise. Well, that still accounts for nearly half an hour. We're going to finish this race around about midnight here in Italy. It's going to be 11 GMT, so Greenwich Meridian time. So if you're watching for different parts of the world, you can know actually when we're going to end with this beautiful race. It's been actually quite entertaining now to this very point, with different battles along the different categories, different classes of racing that we are seeing here in this marvelous championship. So Matteo Bossoni now under the 1 second gap. These cars, as we know in endurance racing, we don't have the DRS system. There's really no need for it, as these cars don't suffer that much from slipstream effect in corners from dirty air. They really don't care that much about it. Now we're down to half a second. Let's see if we can hunt him down. If Mariano, you can please switch to the onboard camera. You can see him hunting him. So meanwhile, time is up for the English stream. We're gonna switch to the Italian stream. We're gonna still have me, and Mariano is gonna join me into the commentary while he's taking care also of the directing of this race. And we're gonna take a small break, and I'll see you in a few minutes.
Freedom brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the Freedom over. Successful of our brand is good work of team. 2018 we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that created the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation.
Su Pitlane TV, siamo in compagnia di Giacomo Noghera e Mariano Calò, che si è appena unito a me dopo le mie quasi 2 ore e mezza di telecronaca in inglese. Ho cambiato, adesso sto usando un'altra lingua, mi dovrò riabituare. Intanto dico buonasera a Mariano, che comunque era qui finora.
Buonasera Giacomo, hai dovuto riavviare il telefono per cambiare la lingua probabilmente.
Esattamente, c'è un po' di difficoltà, perché proprio devi cambiare il tuo modo di pensare, il modo di...
di formulare la frase, cambiare la grammatica, eccetera.
Esatto, cercherò di usare meno inglesismi possibile, perché sennò, sai, come anche di questi tempi, cercare di essere un pochino nel mezzo. Comunque riprendiamo con Matteo Bossoni, che ha fatto un sorpasso che per ora è stato off camera perché eravamo in pausa, vediamo se Mariano, se tu in qualità di regia riesci a proporcelo. È riuscito a mettere Bossoni che stava inseguendo l'auto, infatti vediamo adesso qua con il replay che stava inseguendo l'auto di
Dovrebbe essere Simone Melilli, però adesso ci ha rifinito dietro, sì.
c'è rifinito dietro, però ha fatto su una posizione perché è terzo, quindi deve essere successo. Credo ci sia stato anche un pit stop sì di Karol Wozniak del team red.i, e quindi ok, sono entrambi su di una posizione, sono entrambi sul podio al momento, però ricordiamo che dovrebbero essere giù di un pit stop rispetto ai loro avversari.
Intanto, ovviamente, a 20 giri dalla fine il Factor 2 ha deciso di crashare, cosa che non accade quasi mai. Ma Giacomo, facciamo un po' di contesto, perché ci sono le ultime parti di gara che saranno anche le più interessanti, perché abbiamo ancora tanti argomenti sulla brace, lì a cuocere, in attesa di essere cotti a puntino in questi ultimi 20 minuti di gara. Intanto io do il benvenuto a tutti quanti, saluto tutti quelli che ci stanno guardando e che ci stanno guardando dall'inizio della gara. Purtroppo quest'anno nel corso della Season 6 si sente, o meglio, non purtroppo, per fortuna, si sente davvero molto poco spesso la mia voce, sono sempre più dietro le quinte, Giacomo, e io volevo portare l'attenzione nel frattempo che il Factor 2 decide di ricaricarsi e che torniamo online con le immagini dal circuito su quelle che potrebbero essere le battaglie più importanti per il finale di gara, perché Giacomo, ormai stai osservando la gara da parecchio tempo, credo che la prima posizione del team Iris, ai quali Andrea Terzi ha fatto i più ampi complimenti nel corso nel corpo della chat di YouTube, siano ormai al sicuro con quel giro di vantaggio che hanno nei confronti della fantastica prestazione dei Black Hawk. Ci sono tante battaglie che si potrebbero ancora aprire in pista. Abbiamo Francesco Geniale sulla Arms Sim Racing numero 41 davanti alla World of Sim Racing Robby numero 151 di Gordi San Andreas, che credo sia la battaglia più importante che sta prendendo corpo in pista. Ma poi abbiamo, secondo me, uno dei più grandi misteri della serata. Giacomo, potrà la GT3 AM dei Carloni Racing Black finire davanti al overall delle GT3?
È interamente possibile. Da grafica mi risulta comunque che abbiano fatto solo 2 pit, al momento stanno correndo sulle gomme medie, sicuramente dovranno fermarsi nuovamente per il carburante, ne sono abbastanza sicuro, e a quel punto probabilmente perderanno la leadership tra le GT3. Però dipende da quello che succede con Jordi San Andres e Francesco Geniale, perché potrebbe succedere qualcosa tra loro due. Ricordiamo che Cordy con l'auto del team World of Sim Racing numero 151 stanno andando su gomma soft, quindi teoricamente dovrebbero essere più veloci anche entrando in questa ultima fase di gara, potrebbero riprendere questi 4 secondi di gap che ci sono e azzardare un attacco ai danni di Francesco Geniale, che appunto, avendo uno svantaggio di gomma, avrebbe veramente poche opzioni per difendersi, quindi è più una questione di cercare di prolungare l'agonia in un certo senso e portarseli fino magari agli ultimi giri per riuscire a tenerseli dietro.
Ho avuto modo, Giacomo, di fare una chiacchieratina con qualche pilota GT3 mentre voi vi divertivate al commento in lingua inglese. Credo che tutte le GT3 nelle prime 3 posizioni dell'overall dovranno andare ad effettuare quantomeno un ultimo pit stop, chi per un refresh fuel, come potrebbero essere ad esempio la vettura 104 di Elias Poli, come ad esempio la Aston Martin l'Aston Martin degli Arms Sim Racing, che è la Corvette dei World of Sim Racing Lobby. Sarà interessante, Giacomo, andare a capire se queste questo pit stop è già avvenuto per quanto riguarda gli Arms Sim Racing, per quanto riguarda i pro che sono in battaglia per la vittoria, oppure no. Ci sono 3 secondi e 9 in questo momento tra questi primi due piloti. Quando sono passate dalla partenza della gara, sono passate addirittura a 7 ore e 21 minuti, siamo a 2 ore e 39 dal termine di quello che è il tempo limite della gara, ma ovviamente la gara verrà decisa dal raggiungimento del target di giri massimi, vale a dire quelle 1000 miglia che sono anche nel nome della gara. Dovremmo stare di poco al di sotto delle 8 ore totali di gara da parte dei team, e non sono in grado di dire se si siano già fermati gli Arms Sim Racing e i World of Sim Racing Lobby, ma ciò che mi interessa sottolineare, Giacomo, è che ad esempio se noi andiamo ad attivare la tower nella nostra classifica che ci mostra i primi 6 in ogni classifica, è interessantissimo notare come nei primi 6 costruttori delle GT3 Pro ci siano 5 costruttori diversi: Aston Martin, Corvette, Mercedes, McLaren e Audi. Stesso discorso anche nella GT3 AM con Aston Martin, Mercedes, BMW, Porsche, poi un'altra Mercedes e poi un Audi, segno che le vetture tra di loro sono molto competitive. Ad esempio avevo letto, Giacomo, poco prima della gara, leggendo nel server di gara, che molti piloti si lamentavano dell'Aston Martin. Beh, direi che è prima in GT3 Pro, prima in GT3 AM, devo dire che l'Aston Martin si è rivelata abbastanza competitiva questa sera. C'era stato il pit stop da parte dei Black Hawk Racing, che dovrebbe essere anche l'ultimo service della Hypercar, della bellissima Hypercar numero 3. Giacomo, direi che ormai siamo proprio agli sgoccioli. Io attendo solo se ci sarà questo splash and go da parte della vettura di Elias Poli, la vettura numero 104, che andrà a riconsegnare lo scettro di prima in classifica nella categoria GT3 overall agli Arms Sim Racing, perché come potete vedere da questa grafica, in questo momento la classifica GT3 AM viene riportata prima della GT3 Pro, perché c'è in testa la Carlone 104.
Sarebbe davvero un risultato pazzesco per loro, comunque, a dimostrare anche quello che si diceva prima con Kevin nel commento inglese, che il livello degli AM è assolutamente di tutto rispetto, sono molto vicini ai ragazzi della Pro e si tratta veramente di giocarsela per pochi decimi. Infatti la classifica tende a mischiarsi e le differenze alla fine vengono fuori solo durante tutta la lunghezza del campionato. Comunque Elias Poli ha condotto finora veramente, insieme al suo team, la Carloni Racing, hanno condotto una gara magistrale, perché assolutamente non abbiamo mai visti coinvolti in nessun incidente, non abbiamo visti commettere errori, che è un po' quello che alla fine caratterizza le gare endurance, che meno viene inquadrato meglio è, perché vuol dire che stai facendo una gara pulita, e la gara pulita è ciò che ti porta lontano e ti porta a raggiungere risultati importanti, come può essere qui una vittoria di categoria, cioè chiaramente sia di classe che di categoria. Ricordiamo la differenza, e tu puoi correre corri nella categoria GT3 nella classe AM oppure la classe Pro, che sarebbe davvero pazzesca come cosa. Tanti comunque i pregi anche dell'Aston Martin, loro si lamentavano dell'Aston Martin, ma l'Aston Martin è una delle auto GT migliori per l'endurance, dato la sua comunque prevedibilità, relativa facilità di guida, anche data dal disegno, comunque da come è fatta, un motore anteriore che però tendenzialmente è quasi centrale, se vogliamo, quindi una distribuzione dei pesi davvero ottima e ti permette di adattarti tranquillamente a condizioni che cambiano, come il caso qua di Sebring, per esempio, col calare della notte, su una pista che ti dà pochi riferimenti e dove è molto difficile sapere dove mettere le ruote, pista molto stretta, che ricordiamo essere derivata da una vecchia base militare, da un aeroporto, che alla fine è così che nascevano le piste un tempo, perché ci si è ritrovati negli anni 50, dopo la seconda guerra mondiale, con tutti questi aeroporti militari, tutte queste basi che alla fine non servivano più, che sarebbero rimaste inutilizzate, e si è deciso: ma perché non andare a correrci, perché non organizzare delle gare? Ed è lì che il motorsport ha preso veramente piede, è diventato uno dei sport più popolari e più guardati al mondo.
Ed è un bellissimo esempio di come, di come l'essere umano, Giacomo, possa rinsavire da quelle che sono le sue follie, tornando a più miti consigli. Volevo farti una domanda, già che ho ascoltato quella che è stata la lunga e piacevole chiacchierata che vi è stata tra te e Kevin e Amir, specialmente nella prima parte di commento in inglese. Parlavi tu specialmente di quella che è stata la grossa previsione di pioggia che era stata come dire, pronosticata prima della gara. Io stesso, parlando a microfoni spenti con il direttore di gara Valerio Ferraris, o meglio, parlando a microfoni spenti sarebbe stato un po' impossibile, ecco, però parlando lontano dai microfoni della direzione gara, parlavamo del fatto che nella prima parte di gara c'era praticamente una certezza di pioggia. Quanto può aver influito Giacomo nell'arco della preparazione di un setup che poi, ricordiamolo, non può essere modificato nel corso della gara se non per qualche piccolo dettaglio a seconda della classe in cui si corre? Quanto può aver influito nella preparazione della gara stessa, Giacomo? Io personalmente, da pilota ormai, anzi o meglio ex pilota endurance, perché ormai non corro più tantissimo, credo che non bisogna mai, specialmente in una gara così lunga, parliamo di 8 ore di gara, andare a indirizzare il setup in una direzione sola, perché poi altrimenti, qualora non dovesse succedere, sei praticamente fermo. Credo che in questo senso non ci sia stata una grossa influenza su quella che poi è stata la gara da parte dei team, però ecco, magari molti team, Giacomo, erano preparati ad una gara bagnata e anche molto bagnata nelle prime fasi di gara, però poi sono stati ingannati dal sole della Florida.
Il discorso è che quando sai che alla fine la pioggia ti arriva nella prima fase di gara, cioè alla fine piove, però il bagnato per un po' rimane alla fine, quindi ti puoi aspettare anche metà della gara in condizioni di bagnato, perché magari piove per 2 ore di fila e poi ci si impiega un'ora e mezza per effettivamente asciugarsi completamente. Quindi sicuramente non vai a indirizzare lo sviluppo del setup proprio in quella direzione, di dire un'intera gara bagnata è un inferno e quindi mi costruisco praticamente un divano con le ruote per essere sicuro, data anche la natura della pista, di poter stare tranquilli. Però potrebbe influire su quelle piccole decisioni. Magari tu penserai, ok, mi faccio una macchina un pochino più pontata, un pochino più rapida, che mi fa girare quel decimo più veloce, idealmente, e che su 1000 miglia, comunque su una gara di 268 giri, fa assolutamente la differenza, perché basta fare la matematica, un decimo di secondo per 268 fa una fracca di secondi alla fine. Però si può decidere anche di appunto lasciare andare quel decimo lì per dire voglio stare safe, voglio una macchina un pochino più guidabile in condizioni di bagnato. E quindi intanto qua vediamo la vettura, la Mercedes, quindi si tratta di Giancarlo Rossi, che con l'errore rischiava quasi di metterla in barriera, ma è riuscito a tenerla, lo vediamo ancora in vita, ancora tra noi, per fortuna. Sì, tornando al discorso, si può decidere appunto di sacrificare un pochino di velocità per avere più stabilità, lì ha anche a che fare con il team, tutti i vari piloti, quanto si sentono sicuri. Poi si cerca un pochino di accomodare il pilota che forse si sente meno sicuro, meno a proprio agio con quella pista, perché chiaramente fare un errore poi può significare veramente tanto, può significare compromettere la gara per l'intero team, chiaramente. Intanto Poli finalmente va ai pit, come avevamo previsto, per fare questo resplash.
E invece Giacomo, Ordi San Andreas si è portato a un secondo dalla vettura di Francesco Geniale, dalla Arms Sim Racing, andando a riproporre quello che è un improbabile remake del finale di gara della 6 ore del Nürburgring, corsa 4 settimane fa qui su iRacing Series, nella quale il ruolo della lepre lo faceva la McLaren numero 64 dei Satellite Racing, quest'oggi pressoché impalpabili, in quel di Sebring, ma anche zavorrati da un bop che ha penalizzato pesantemente la McLaren prima in classifica di campionato. credo che Ordi San Andreas voglia replicare questa volta con un risultato diverso quanto accaduto al Nürburgring. Salutiamo David Greco, che per chi come noi è italiano risulterà come uno dei nomi più pesanti, dal peso specifico e dal peso atomico più interessante nel nostro panorama videoludico. David Greco, che è tornato in pista da un paio di gare, quest'oggi un'ottima prestazione in rimonta, partivano con tante penalità da scontare i VEM numero 33, mi pare uno stop and go da 30 secondi, sono riusciti a risalire fino ai piedi del podio, attualmente sono a 40 secondi dal podio. Ma Giacomo, prima che le nostre pupille vengano rapite da quella che sarà la battaglia finale per la vittoria in categoria GT3 Pro, io vorrei spendere un secondo di tempo per andare a sottolineare quella che è stata la gara di un team che potrebbe sembrare in caduta libera come prestazione, vale a dire la Virtual Drivers Alliance, guidata in questo momento dal mio conterraneo Michele Rizzo. Per chi come il resto d'Italia non conosca la Basilicata, siamo entrambi lucani della provincia di Potenza. Questo team che ha avuto un serio problema hardware nel corso delle prime fasi di gara si è ritrovata indietro, Giacomo, di 20 giri, e dopo un'ora di gara trovarsi indietro di 20 giri per il 99,99% dei team significherebbe dire: metto la macchina a lato, premo ESC e ci vediamo alla prossima. Hanno deciso di onorare l'impegno, andare a prendere qualche punto, perché comunque riusciranno a prendere qualche punto, e soprattutto andranno a scaricare ancora qualche chilo di zavorra. Davvero per me una grossa soddisfazione vedere comunque un team che decide di impegnare, non sarebbe nemmeno possibile pensare qualche ora, perché qui si parla di impegnare un'intera giornata per portare a termine la gara. È davvero molto bello. Ma Giacomo, torniamo con i nostri occhi sul quello che spero sia lo spettacolo degli ultimi 10 giri di gara, vale a dire la battaglia tra la Callaway Corvette GT3 della World of Sim Racing Team contro la ARMS Sim Racing numero 41 di Francesco Geniale, che, ricordiamolo, è un former champion of the eSport Endurance Series, se non sbaglio campioni della Season 4, non vorrei andare errato, se non era la Season 4 era la Season 3, ormai iniziano ad accumularsi un po' nella mia memoria le varie stagioni del campionato.
Esatto, Mariano non ti so dire, perché io dalla Season 2 che non corro, che per impegni scolastici sono stato via per alla fine 3 anni, quasi 4, quindi
devo dire che hai trovato un campionato un filino diverso quando sei tornato, Giacomo.
Totalmente. Campionato diverso, però più maturo, cresciuto, e che mi sta facendo divertire, che ci sta facendo divertire, perché comunque qui la battaglia tecnicamente è già cominciata, perché comunque già quando si parla di un secondo e mezzo c'è già la battaglia mentale in quel momento.
Intanto abbiamo un connection lost, mi pare, un connection lost se non vado errato, oppure un incidente. Cerchiamo di capire se riusciamo ad inquadrare il motivo dell'incidente. Vediamo che è successo.
Connection lost, perché me lo dà pilota AI, nemmeno smeriglio.
Sì, chiaramente un connection loss, dalle immagini appare evidente, e questo non è una buona notizia per il team numero 9. Speriamo che riescano a rientrare in tempo utile, perché rischiano di perdere qualche posizione di troppo, qualche punto di troppo. Attualmente sono scesi già in settima, verrebbero poi sopravanzati anche dalla vettura di Danilo Smeriglio. Giacomo, una domanda a bruciapelo: in questo punto della gara, con così poco al termine, considerando che la classifica, specialmente in categoria GT3 Pro, ha preso una strada abbastanza evidente per quanto riguarda il campionato, così come in GT3 AM, tu fossi nel team numero 41, che poi è in una situazione un po' più complicata rispetto al team numero 151, che ha joinato il campionato solamente da 2 gare, quindi non ha alcuna velleità in termini di classifica, andresti all-in nel tentativo di, non dico riaprire il campionato, ma non fare arrivare la Satellite troppo tranquilla alle Mans?
Ovviamente cercherei di risicare più punti possibili, perché parliamo comunque di distacchi in termini di punti molto molto grandi. Cioè, mi sembra di leggere qui 54 punti dalla Satellite Racing. Più ne riesci a mangiare, assolutamente meglio è. Quindi qui assolutamente cercherei di giocarmela fino alla fine e prendere una vittoria, anche perché la vittoria è un grosso boost per il morale, perché per il team di Francesco Geniale, per ARMS sarebbe la prima vittoria stagionale, quindi questa ha una grossissima importanza dal punto di vista anche mentale, il poter dire cavolo, noi ci siamo, possiamo vincere le gare. Quindi se abbiamo vinto oggi possiamo vincere anche a Spa, se possiamo vincere a Spa possiamo vincere anche a Le Mans, e vincere Le Mans potrebbe voler dire anche vincere il campionato, perché finché non sono fatti i giochi matematici è tutto aperto. E sappiamo, chi conosce qua, mi sembra nella chat, anche prendo un attimo un momento per salutare Luca Martino, che mi ha salutato prima, l'ho visto nei...
C'è una regola su Pittele in TV, Giacomo, Luca Martino non si saluta mai, ora la conosci?
Io devo per forza, perché è un amico di vecchissima data, sono costretto, anche perché non lo vedevo, non ne sentivo da anni, guarda. Comunque sì, cercare di dare un segnale e cercare di far capire ok, ci siamo, abbiamo fatto i compiti a casa, abbiamo lavorato, quindi adesso siamo sul livello dei primi, può voler proprio dire adesso recuperiamo e proviamo seriamente a vincere il campionato. Quindi assolutamente mi sembra l'ultima cosa che gli stia passando per la testa adesso a Francesco, di alzare il piede.
Assolutamente, così come è lontanissimo dai pensieri di Thomas Walk andare a rallentare, perché io sinceramente mi sono perso la serie di sfortunati eventi che ha fatto calare il gap da parte di Zoltan Varconi nei confronti di Thomas Walk. Solo 5 decimi in questo momento tra la Go Team Racing e la Hyperion Sport numero 44. C'è da dire, per chi come me da dietro le quinte osserva il campionato da un po' di tempo, quest'anno il livello di competizione che c'è nella LMP2 Pro, specialmente tra i primi due team, che sono i due inquadrati che si stanno facendo delle battaglie memorabili nel corso delle varie gare, questo essere sempre al limite, Giacomo, ha fatto commettere molte sbavature a entrambi i team. Per fare un esempio molto semplice, l'anno scorso la Hyperion, che ha letteralmente dominato la classifica LMP2 senza avere grossi problemi, non è mai, quasi mai incorsa in errori. Quest'anno avere una lepre, una volpe che ti corre davanti come quella dei Go Team Racing, che attualmente sono dietro ma grazie a questo risultato potrebbero rifinirgli davanti, li sta esponendo a qualche imprecisione di troppo, così come è accaduto anche ai Go Team qualche imprecisione di troppo, qualche sbavatura alla quale non siamo abituatissimi, anche perché il duo Zoltan Varconi Gabor Evesi è davvero un duo molto collaudato, e quindi come dire, è bello vedere che quando l'asticella si alza salgono anche le pulsazioni, Giacomo.
Chiaro, esatto. Poi parliamo veramente di un duo anche loro collaudato, credo, e mi ricordo di averci corso contro proprio, mi sembra nella seconda season correvano qui sull'eSport Endurance Series, e è proprio evidente come avere questo fiato sul collo ti porti a fare errori, perché devi, magari dove prima avevi quel 2-3% di margine, adesso quel margine lì non c'è più, devi spingere per tutto il campionato. Qui stiamo parlando cioè siamo alla terzultima gara, siamo dopo 1000, cioè ormai abbiamo fatto 900 km, stava per perdere la Thomas Bach. Sta spingendo, sta letteralmente dando tutto, qui perde, però cioè qui vi fa vedere anche come su queste macchine, sui prototipi, una sbavatura ti va ad accostare tantissimo. Qui magari un pochino troppo gridi nel voler mantenere lo spazio da quella Ferrari. Sappiamo che le Ferrari per i piloti di prototipi sono un po' una bestia nera, come anche dimostrato nell'ultima iterazione della 12 ore del Sebring del WEC. Comunque questo dover spingere tutto il tempo ti porta a dover superare anche il limite che ti eri posto magari l'anno scorso, per dire stiamo un pochino più safe e ce la gestiamo. Quest'anno hai veramente poco da gestirti quando hai un avversario così agguerrito, perché qui entriamo, comunque vada, comunque finisca, diciamo in termini di classifica adesso, sia che riescano a sorpassarlo o meno, riusciranno ad arrivare in una posizione nella penultima gara di campionato a Spa, dove c'è comunque sia un distacco di 4 punti massimo, se ne possono mettere 9, comunque sono pochissimi in questo tipo di campionato, e quindi dovranno darsene di santa ragione anche proprio fino all'ultimo, cercando però nel mentre di non crearsi dei problemi eccessivi che possano buttarli fuori dalla lotta del campionato. Cioè stiamo assistendo effettivamente al massimo livello possibile di lotta nel motorsport, ed è esattamente quello che vogliamo vedere in questa posizione.
Assolutamente, mentre io devo dire che apprezzo anche quello che potrebbe essere un risvolto di quello che, andando un po' a tornare indietro ai ragionamenti che facevamo prima, quello che potrebbe essere un risvolto molto interessante, che probabilmente il 90% dei contender del campionato non apprezzerà, ma che io personalmente apprezzo tantissimo in termini di realismo. Io credo, Giacomo, che ad esempio la Satellite Racing, da team esperto quale sia, si sia dato una bella lettura al regolamento e che stiano anche giocando un po' col BOP, in considerazione del fatto che poi arriva Spa e arriva Le Mans, e che loro per tutta la durata del campionato hanno praticamente avuto il BOP massimo a disposizione, e avranno sicuramente avuto modo di capire che il BOP di Le Mans sarà la media dei BOP della vettura che la vettura ha ottenuto nel corso del campionato, e magari stanno cercando, Giacomo, di tirare un po' i remi in barca per arrivare un po' più leggeri alle Mans e non vedersela troppo male. Faccio un esempio molto stupido. Sicuramente vincere il campionato è bellissimo, ma io credo che vincere Le Mans sia forse la cosa più bella che ti possa accadere nell'alveo del campionato, e quindi è interesse di tutti andare a vincere Le Mans. Non è un comportamento sportivamente perfetto, però è quello che accade anche nella realtà, e io personalmente questi parallelismi, quando si vengono a creare in maniera così naturale e non artificiosa, secondo me sono abbastanza positivi. Secondo me un pochino col BOP in casa Satellite ci stanno giocando.
Ma sicuramente lo avranno a mente, anche perché correndo appunto su questo livello qua è una scelta strategica che devi fare, sia in termini di campionato, sia perché comunque il prestigio di vincere Le Mans, cioè il poter dire ho vinto la 24 ore di Le Mans, sì, in qualsiasi campionato, su qualsiasi simulatore, dire ho fatto la 24 ore di Le Mans, sia simulata, ma ho fatto la 24 ore di Le Mans. Già finirla è una bella sensazione. Io l'unica che ho corso ho avuto il piacere di vincerla, è incredibile. Quando hai finito ti senti, sai di aver fatto qualcosa di incredibile, di esserti superato, ed è sicuramente quello a cui punti. Attenzione però, qua abbiamo Mattia Bossoni che attenzione, un'auto che procede in retromarcia, sta succedendo veramente di tutto. Mattia Bossoni che ha colpito un'altra auto, non sono riuscito a identificare chi è, magari può aiutare te Mariano. Si tratta di Arco alle Stelle del Fuel Semi Motorsport, che sta facendo molta fatica a ripartire. Vediamo il replay qui. Caro Vosa che va a lungo e si gira probabilmente qua in accelerazione, la tira nelle barriere, sta facendo un'ottima gara, davvero un peccato per il team Red Eye Speed. Qua fa un rejoin.
Come non rientrare in pista, manuale di come non rientrare in pista, pagina 1, prima figura proprio in evidenza. È esattamente la maniera nella quale non si deve rientrare in pista. Se qualcuno si chiede qual è la maniera peggiore per rejoinare in traiettoria, è probabilmente quella scelta dalla Red Speed Eagle nel caso di specie, Giacomo.
Sì, è veramente sbagliatissimo come comportamento. La scelta più corretta è aspettare, assicurarsi che non stia arrivando nessuno, ma particolarmente, specialmente dopo una gara così lunga, mancano 5 giri al termine, quindi anche rientrare rapidamente non c'è modo di recuperare proprio fisicamente. Quindi ormai la terza posizione era Carlo Wozniak. Ho inutilmente dissato il povero Mattia Bossoni, sono stato tratto in inganno dalla grafica nuova di rFactor 2, che per me è nuova perché non ho avuto ancora modo di utilizzare queste nuove grafiche, e quindi Mattia Bossoni adesso che si è messo chiaramente un bel distacco, quindi è saldo in seconda posizione con 5 giri al termine. E intanto andiamo a vedere, c'è Daniele Vella che sta andando a caccia, è attaccatissimo. Intanto no, ancora andiamo a saltare Thomas Bach, che ha ripreso nuovamente Zoltan Marconi del team Sentigo Team Racing, che sta provando ancora a scappare, deve provare a tenerselo dietro. 4 giri dal termine, che, se i miei calcoli non vanno errati, sono per l'appunto solo 15 miglia di 1000 percorse in questa gara, e vedremo se riuscirà, sfruttando Thomas Bach il fatto di essere ripreso questo gap, sfruttando magari la scia sui due lunghi rettilinei, se può avvicinarsi e sperare un attacco. Intanto vediamo che c'è un po' di traffico nel mezzo. Flash ai suoi fari qui il pilota polacco per vedere se riesce ad avvicinarsi. Intanto torniamo dietro al duello per la quarta posizione con Zubinski e Daniele Vella che lo segue a ruota a mezzo secondo. C'è del traffico nel mezzo che potrebbe essere cruciale qui. Riesce a passare, mettersi dietro a Ferrari Daniele Vella. C'è ancora una Mercedes da passare, quella del team del team GR Simtrust. Intanto un secondo, ha perso un po' di tempo dietro appunto alla Mercedes Daniele Vella, quindi tutto da rifare, dovrà provare ad avvicinarsi. Il tempo davvero stringe, 4 giri dal termine, giri ricordiamo che sono dettati dall'hypercar in testa, che è quella del team Iris, il numero 707, che ormai è un grosso vantaggio, quindi ha praticamente la vittoria in tasca. Eccolo, Gergo Balog del team Iris, 89 secondi di vantaggio su Mario Tampe, che intanto comunque si è sdoppiato. Intanto torniamo a Zoltan Marconi ancora davanti a Thomas Bach, 5 decimi solo dietro. Attenzione perché fanno fare un piccolo contatto qui con un'altra LMP2, uno degli equipaggi LMP2 della categoria M Pro, si fa da parte e quindi la battaglia può ancora andare avanti. Stiamo entrando negli ultimi 3 giri di gara con 2 battaglie in corso per la leadership della LMP2 Pro, ma anche della GTT Pro, che sembra essersi ormai risolta con Francesco Geniale, che però ha un secondo e mezzo di vantaggio su Cordi San Andreas. Quindi ci concentreremo sulla battaglia per la vittoria nella categoria LMP2 Pro.
2 giri al termine, o meglio 3 giri al termine, quando Gergo Balog passerà sul traguardo, saranno solo 2 le tornate a disposizione da parte dei 2 piloti inquadrati. Io ho come l'impressione, Giacomo, che Tomasz Work abbia un po' meno nel taschino rispetto al suo avversario Zoltan Barconi, che però prima per un motivo, poi per un altro si trova sempre ad essere a contatto con la vettura in seconda posizione, non potendosi mai andare a rilassare. Vedete anche qui Zoltan Barconi aveva avuto l'opportunità di allungare un po' nei confronti del suo avversario, ma poi il traffico, che si è reso nuovamente palese nel suo cockpit, lo ha abbandonato e lo ha obbligato ad andare a perdere qualcosina. E occhio ancor più, perché tra un po' il duo inquadrato dovrà probabilmente andare a doppiare il duo in lotta per la posizione che regala la medaglia di legno, vale a dire la quarta posizione, battaglia tra Mateusz Zubinski e Daniele Vella, e questo potrebbe essere uno dei turning point della serata. Guardate come va a flashare con i propri fari Walk della Hyperion eSport. Credo che la situazione non possa fisicamente, Giacomo, raggiungere temperature più alte di quelle attuali, Matteo Zubischi decide di voler andare ad alzare leggermente il piede per far volare via Daniele Vella, ma probabilmente lo fa per far passare il pilota Zoltan Barconi. C'è stato un attimo di rischio di infarto probabilmente da parte di Giacomo. Occhio alla Sunset Blend che andrà ad essere percorsa per la terzultima volta dal duo Walk Zoltan Barconi. Daniele Vella che qui forse Giacomo involontariamente va un po' ad aiutare, andando a spezzare un po' il ritmo di Thomas Walk. Vedete che credo che alla fine della gara probabilmente necessiteranno di un cambio delle lampadine a bordo della vettura numero 44, perché davvero siamo ormai, ho contato almeno una quarantina di sfanalate nel corso dell'ultimo giro. Giacomo, siamo davvero ad un punto di non ritorno. Tra un po' credo che romperanno gli indugi e proverà l'attacco, mentre Gergo Balog sta andando ad iniziare l'ultimo giro di gara.
Assolutamente sì, quindi abbiamo un giro e mezzo per gli equipaggi dell'LMP2 e ci troviamo quindi in questa situazione con mezzo secondo di vantaggio ancora da parte di Zoltan Barconi. Thomas Bach continua a rimanere molto vicino, cercherà sicuramente adesso nell'ultimo giro di azzardare, magari forzando un ingresso, magari cercando di sfruttare qualche situazione a suo proprio vantaggio. Attenzione, qua viene bloccato brutalmente dalla Mercedes, che potrebbe aver risolto la gara in anticipo. Gli costa all'incirca mezzo secondo questa manovra, con un solo giro dal termine che hanno praticamente già iniziato. Intanto abbiamo Francesco Geniale che mantiene circa un secondo di vantaggio, anche lì non è sicurissimo chi ne uscirà, chi avrà la meglio, se lui o Jordi San Andres del team World of Sim Racing, però quello che sappiamo è che sicuramente uno dei due, in una delle due categorie, cercherà di azzettare un sorpasso. Intanto seguiamo Elias Poli, che ormai penso abbia la vittoria per come era da un po' di giri a questa parte, la vittoria della classe GT3 AM in tasca, mentre Gergo Balog si appresta a entrare nell'ultimo settore, ma adesso a mettersi sul rettilineo parallelo dei box, dovrà affrontare solo l'ultima curva prima della bandiera a scacchi, mentre Thomas Bach ancora vicinissimo, estremamente vicino a Zoltan Barconi, gli mancano pochissime curve dove può provare a passare, mentre Gergo Balog va a prendere la bandiera a scacchi e a vincere la 1000 miglia del Sebring in categoria assoluta e in categoria Hypercar. Grandissima prestazione da parte sua. Intanto Thomas Bach ci prova, all'interno viene chiuso dall'avversario, quasi si gira, non riesce a trazionare bene in uscita. Adesso è molto dura, gli rimane letteralmente solo una S e poi la curva. Saliamo on board con lui mentre cerca di andare all'interno sulla destra, riesce a mettere il muso, riesce a entrare e riesce forse a prendere la posizione. Adesso sarà esterno, continuano a rimanere alla pari. E adesso si arriva qua in fondo dove deve frenare, viene bloccato dalla Corvette, una situazione molto antipatica e la perde. Attenzione, Zoltan Barconi perde il controllo e quindi Thomas Bach incredibilmente all'ultimo giro si aggiudica la P1, una categoria LMP2 Pro. E adesso mi devo fermare perché ho un nodo alla gola.
Incredibile, tutto ciò che poteva accadere è successo. Credo che non si fermeranno agli ultimi secondi di gara quelle che saranno le polemiche, perché mi pare di aver visto anche qualche leggero contatto tra le vetture, mentre ha già finito la gara il leader della LMP2 Pro AM, Erdem Akiol, così come l'ha finita anche la GT3 degli Arms Sirba, che vanno a vincere in categoria GT3 Pro. Elias Poli sta per andare a finire la gara, ma ciò che è più importante, lo abbiamo visto col cuore in gola negli ultimi metri di gara, la Hyperion eSport, che partiva con la zavorra di 2 drive-thru con una manovra discutibile, non lo so, discussa sicuramente, al termine dell'ultimo giro si è andato a prendere la prima posizione e almeno agli effetti del risultato parziale, si va a prendere la vittoria, come dire, con una mossa assolutamente mostruosa nei confronti della vettura di Zoltan Varconi, che se non sbaglio Giacomo, quando lo ha passato gli ha fatto comunque cenno coi fari, segno che comunque c'è tantissimo rispetto sportivo fra questi due team.
Assolutamente, cioè sanno che si stanno giocando comunque un campionato che hanno costruito adesso in questo momento veramente una grossa, bella e simpatica rivalità che ci ha fatto emozionare all'ultimo giro di una gara di 1000 miglia. Queste cose non si vedono tutti i giorni, specialmente anche nel sim racing, quindi dobbiamo essere solo che contenti per questa lotta, questa battaglia che ci hanno fatto vedere oggi, molto sportiva, molto bella. E comunque complimenti a Vak che è riuscito a passare, complimenti però anche a Zoltan per la sportività che ha dimostrato e anche la grinta che comunque ci ha messo nel provare a tenere quella posizione fino a 2 curve dalla fine, letteralmente.
Verissimo, e quella battaglia clamorosa non ci ha permesso di godere appieno di quella che è stata la vittoria importantissima e bellissima, consentitemi di dire, da parte del team Iris, con Gergo Balog che ha portato al traguardo di quella che è stata sostanzialmente una sfilata dopo una prima parte di gara molto combattuta tra la vettura della Ground Effect Sim Racing Team e quella del team Iris, una vittoria molto bella e molto meritata da parte della vettura che ha vinto in classe Hypercar. Quindi Gergo Balog a bordo del team Iris si porta a casa la vittoria, podio inedito con la Black Hawk Racing di Mario Tump in seconda posizione, terza la Simfrim Sport numero 8 con Michele Roccon davanti alla Simfrim Sport numero 7 di Lorenzo Arisi. Finisce quinto il former championship della classe Hypercar, vale a dire la Dozov Blue Steel Racing di Giussi Neirola, Andrea Zampini della SD Shiba in sesta posizione, Ground Effect Sim Racing Team in settima, Simfrim Sport numero 9 in ottava posizione, non partente la Hot Rocket numero 55 per problemi di equipaggio. Ti lascio, Giacomo, con la classifica dell'LMP2 Pro.
No, vince la Hyperion eSports con al volante a tagliare il traguardo Tomasz Vak dopo una battaglia assolutamente incredibile all'ultimo giro fino alla penultima curva con l'auto del CMT Go Team Racing guidata da Zoltan Varconi che completa la classifica, quindi comunque 2 equipaggi leader in questo momento del campionato. Segue per la terza posizione, gradino più basso del podio, per la Level 1 eSports con al volante Nick Mura. Quarta posizione per il team VEM con Daniele Vella, quinto Matteo Sciubinski sulla Hyperion eSports numero 45, seguito dal team Simfrim eSports, equipaggio naturalmente dell'LMP2 con al volante Federico Soave, settimi ARMS Sirba con Riccardo Fava, ottavi Origin Racing con Tiago Lapa, noni Dennis Bank IW Motorsport con Marco Target e decimo Giuseppe Saracino alla guida dell'auto della HG Sports Blue Bolt.
L'MP2 Pro AM Sunset Motorsport che continua sull'onda lunga del proprio successo in questa categoria, prima posizione con 249 giri completati, Mattia Bossoni, seconda posizione HG Esport Blue Bolt Pro AM Team, 248 giri, Karol Wozniak della Red Speed Eagles Racing in terza posizione, podio chiuso da Riccardo De Marchi quarta posizione della Carloni Racing Prototype Team Shiba, in quinta posizione Naya Racing Italia in sesta con la vettura portata al traguardo dal team manager Daniele Ciacciolo, Piotr Smigielski della Sweet Sports in settima posizione, Kesatria Sim Racing con Marv Dodokambey in ottava posizione, chiude la classifica la Fuel Saving Motorsport di Arco Hollestel. Andiamo con la classifica GT3 Pro, Giacomo.
Vittoria di classe per Francesco Geniale che arriva avanti sul sto avendo, scusate, un po' di problemi con la grafica, mi si è glitchata. Quindi Elias Poli vince punto per la Carloni Racing Black con il numero 104 dopo una gara magistrale dove una certa sembrava potesse addirittura andare a prendere la vittoria assoluta per la GT3, però si porta comunque a casa un terzo posto di categoria, quindi un podio che davvero dimostra il talento di questa squadra. Al secondo posto Marco Pereira per il team Grow Racing Team, segue sull'ultimo gradino del podio i Rookie Monsters con l'auto numero 62 con Robert Strachan. Al quarto posto Simfrim Pink con Mattia Panci, Carloni Racing Red al quinto posto, sesto posto per MR Motorsport con l'auto numero 66, settimo posto per GR Wildfire, il team con cui corre anche Kevin. Poi abbiamo subito dietro all'ottavo posto Yannick, sto avendo, scusate, problemi con la grafica per l'appunto. All'ottavo posto per Yannick Place del team RES. Poi abbiamo Sharik Zulkarnan con la Ferrari del team Dufan Black Steel Racing. Al decimo posto chiude Michele Rizzo della Virtual del team VDA. Comunque devo dire un'ottima prestazione da scusate, c'è stata un po' di confusione un attimo con le classifiche.
Andiamo alla classifica GT3 AM. Succede tutto questo, Giacomo, semplicemente perché la sessione è finita, quindi le grafiche non vengono caricate molto bene. Carloni Racing Black che domina 225 giri completati dalla Carloni Racing Black, seconda posizione per la Grow Racing Team di Marco Pereira, terzo il team Rookie Monster con Robert Strachan, quarto Mattia Panci della Simfrim Sport Pink, quinta la Carloni Racing Red con Pierpaolo Di Maria, sesta la MR Motorsport con Massimo Martin, settima la GR Wildfire Endurance con Thomas Sobanski alla guida, SD Shiba con Francesco Bonardi che chiude la gara per questa vettura, Flying Goat con Jérôme Priolo con 218 giri, chiude la classifica del GT3M la VSL Moschetta Race di Arkadiusz Sivek. Davvero una gara molto interessante. Noi Giacomo abbiamo lo schedule che ci preme addosso, dobbiamo chiudere lo streaming, allora via con il prossimo appuntamento, Giacomo.
Prossimo appuntamento, settimo round, penultimo round, sarà la 6 ore di Spa-Francorchamps, il circuito più lungo del calendario di Formula 1, sito in Belgio naturalmente, sarà il 13 aprile, segnatevi la data. Seguirà poi fa da preludio questo appuntamento alla 24 ore di Le Mans che arriverà a giugno.
Il 22 di giugno. Io Giacomo ti ringrazio davvero tantissimo per essere stato con me questa serata, sei stato una grandissima scoperta sia per il tuo commento in inglese che per il commento in italiano. Un grazie a tutti i commentatori che si sono alternati nel corso di questo pomeriggio e sera inoltrata, un grazie a tutti i nostri telespettatori che ancora una volta sono stati davvero tantissimi. Da Mariano Calò
e da Giacomo Noghera,
una buonanotte a tutti, grazie per questo fantastico finale di gara e